So this is Takumi Arai. He's the quirky rogue. The free-spirited Takumi comes from a human family that cautions him against getting involved with the mystical world he finds so fascinating. Though Takumi respects his family's reasons, he has no intention of cutting ties with the supernatural world. Instead, he leads a secret nightlife only those closest to him know about. Let's go. Chapter 1. Twilight Falls. So we don't play the prologue again, so just to refresh your memory, this guy is our new magical studies professor, and we just blew up the classroom because he decided that it would be a good idea to just attack me out of nowhere. So the whole premise is that I need a person who can help me harness my powers. So I can't choose. How can you expect me to just make a decision like that? I need time to process all this. I gesture to everything and everyone around me. I'm sorry, Kate, but I can't do that. You're almost literally a ticking time bomb. If I let you go like this, you'll be risking other people's lives. And I can't let you do that. Please, just choose. Seeing the firm look on Hikaru's face, I take a step back. I feel cornered, and suddenly the large basement feels all too small. I glance toward the elevator in desperation, but Hikaru's eyes follow my gaze. Kate, I need you to calm down a little. Like I said before, any of these guys know enough to teach you. They won't harm you. We just want to make sure you and everyone else is safe. Hikaru takes a step toward me, and I take another one back. For some reason, my heart is pounding, and I feel short of breath. I just need some time. Please. I shut my eyes, just for a few minutes, wishing that all of this would just go away. I feel my body burning up again and open my eyes to see nothing but light again. Oh God, not again. I have the strangest feeling this time, though. I feel tingles all over my entire body like it's fallen asleep. It feels like I can feel every cell in my body. Yet my consciousness feels like it's moving far away from my body. I feel like part of me is standing back against the wall, but another part of me is starting to get the sensation of falling? What the hell is happening? I feel air rushing around me. I snap open my eyes wide. I see the evening sky and the city spread out before me. I'm so stunned and confused that at first I don't react. But then the fear kicks in when I look down and see the university sidewalk beneath me. I start screaming. Someone in yellow below me looks up. I can see their mouth become a perfect O. They spread out their arms in an awkward position, half to catch me, half to protect themselves. That's the last thing I see before impact. Oof! Ugh! In movies, sometimes they talk about someone cushioning another's landing, but the word cushion is the furthest word away from my mind when I think of how to describe this. Hitting him felt like slamming into a rock, and now we're sprawled out on the ground. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it! That hurts. I slowly push myself up and realize I'm pushing into the chest of someone. Someone I know. Takumi? Oh my God, I am so sorry. Takumi lifts his head, looking at me and gritting his teeth. I notice tears in his eyes. Could you please move your knee? I glance toward my knee and realize it's right in his crotch. Sorry, oh my God. I roll off Takumi and look at him, desperately apologetic. I am so sorry, Takumi. I sputtered, trying to get the words out. Takumi just lies his head back against the concrete and lifts up one finger. I just seriously need a few minutes, please. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Sorry. I stand up and check myself for injuries. My pants are a little torn and scraped up, and I feel bruised in some places. But I don't seem to have any broken bones, thanks to Takumi. Takumi slowly gets up, seeming to lack all the energy I'd seen from him in the past. Oh man, I'm sorry, Takumi. Takumi checks himself for injuries, but he doesn't appear to have any, which is impressive in itself. I guess rolling like that helps spread out the force. Then a thought occurs to me. Did he somehow do that on purpose? He looks up and our eyes meet. How do I even explain? Did you just... Did you just fall from the sky? Yeah, I think so. There's a brief silence, and then he says something completely unexpected. Is this the part where I ask if you're a fallen angel or something? Don't you mean that I fell from heaven? I'm pretty sure a fallen angel would be considered a devil. Takumi laughs, and it's an unexpectedly refreshing sound. It makes me relax a little, and I give him a small smile. Oh. He bends down and picks something up. These are your glasses, right? Oh, yeah. Thanks. I slide them back onto my face. Takumi stares at me, and as I do, it makes me a little self-conscious. So, do you want to tell me what happened just now? Oh, since it's late, maybe like over a drink or dinner or something? Wow, he's a fast one. Is he asking me out? I become flustered and try to think of a response. But then he runs a hand through his hair and sighs. Never mind. What am I thinking? You look like you're barely standing. How about I take you home instead? I hesitate. I left my bag in the other room, but it's not like I could go get it. I suddenly get scared that the others are out looking for me. I hurry and nod to Takumi. Sure, I'd appreciate it. But do you mind if we hurry? I want to get home quick. Takumi seems to be examining me, but he says nothing. Sure, come on, let's go. I'm in the parking garage. A student having a car in the city? That's kind of strange. He must be super rich. We walk along at a good clip until we reach the parking garage. Wait here a sec. Takumi runs off before I can say a word. A few minutes later, I hear a motor and see Takumi approaching on a white scooter. I can't help but smile. Okay. That makes much more sense. Takumi pouts a little at me. Are you laughing at my scooter? No, I would love a scooter. What? No, not really. I mean, I just thought you had a car. A car would just be a hassle. Truth. You can't get into small spaces with a car. I bought this with my money this year, and we've already been through a lot together. No, I'm laughing beside you. Exactly. I get the feeling this is going to be one of those speeches about how a man loves his car. Or scooter. Shaggy, could you do me a favor and unpin that message? If you could, please. Pretty please. I just noticed it was still up, and it'll click out of the game if I do it. Thank you. I decided to cut that off quick. It's fine. I'm sorry. Thank you. Scooters do make a lot more sense, and they're way cheaper. I know I wanted a scooter when I was in college. I got a little tiny Fiat instead, though. It was basically the same thing. I'm pretty sure the engine had a scooter. It was like a scooter anyway. More environmentally friendly, too. I gingerly get on behind Takumi. I did not sign up for this. At least I'm wearing pants today. Take my helmet. I've only got one, so... Are you sure? I'd feel really bad if something happened to you. Hey, come on. It had a Mario Kart engine, yeah. Yeah, I loved that car, but... Yeah, she was not meant for anything other than, like, city driving. It's more likely to happen to you if you're inexperienced. I guiltily take the helmet from him and put it on. All right, you better hold on tight. Don't be shy. I place my arms a little higher and try to keep a reasonable distance. I do my best to make sure nothing in particular is pressing up against his back. It'd be hard, but most of our ride is uneventful, and I think that Takumi is being considerate of me. I can't imagine what he thinks about what happened earlier. When we got to my apartment building, he slows to a stop. I get off and hand the helmet to him. You did well. You've ridden one before, haven't you? Or at least on the back of one. Yeah, a little. Takumi stares at me, and I have to wonder what he's thinking. I could swear he looks a little pouty again, but I can't imagine why. Well, you were the first girl to get to ride with me, so... He gives me a thumbs up. Congratulations. He gives a little laugh, and I feel myself getting red again. But then he gets serious. Hey, you're from the other world, aren't you? Huh? Other world? Takumi stares hard at me again and then pulls out his phone. Somehow you're new to all of this, right? Don't worry, I know about that world too. So if you ever want to tell me what happened or need some help, he types something into his phone and then shows me. It's his name, number, and email in an unsent text message. I'll send this to you if you type in your number. He holds out his phone and I take it. Very smooth. I look at Takumi and then at the phone. I start typing in my number and I hit send on the text myself. So just remember, I can help you if you want. Just let me know. He puts on his helmet and waves at me. All I can do is watch as he speeds off into the sunset. The moment I stepped inside my apartment, it felt like all of the events of the day caught up to me. I nearly collapsed then and there, but somehow managed to drag myself into bed. My whole body feels heavy, too heavy to move, so I don't even try to change into something else. I flop onto the bed with a deep sigh. I lay on my back with my eyes on one particular spot on the ceiling. No matter how much time ticks away with me laying still like this, my heart doesn't stop frantically beating away against my ribs. Even though I try not to think of anything, my mind floods with images of earlier today. The memory of feeling trapped and the way that Professor Kazama looked at me. I shiver at the still very fresh image of his cold aqua eyes. It didn't seem like he was going to let me go at all, and I don't know what happens to people who don't cooperate, to people who just run off like that, even if it wasn't intended. What if they do something to me? My stomach twists at the thought. I don't want to find out. I don't know enough about magic. I don't know enough about their world to even guess what they might do to me. They weren't going to leave me a choice. The professor was insistent that I choose. All I wanted was to think about it for a little. Part of me wants to lay in bed for eternity. If I don't ever move, then everything should be fine. If I can't die, then laying here forever shouldn't be a problem. If I pretend I don't exist, then it's all fine. That's, one way to go about it. Just thinking that, I know it's a lie. I would never be fine. None of this would ever be fine. I can't go back to Hagiwara. I have no doubt that they're pissed off at me for disappearing like that. They'll try to force me to choose again. But I really don't know. And if they force me into something like that, what else will I be forced into? Isn't it enough that that woman forced me into this situation in the first place? I sigh and close my eyes. Being angry about it feels so exhausting and pointless. Can I ever go back to being normal? No. I mumble the question to the empty room. How I wish there was someone who would tell me that everything can be fixed with a simple flick of some magic wand. I sigh. I can't go back there. At least, not yet. I need some time to think things through. I need to think about so much. Like, if I'm at all human or what. Once I've figured out what to do, I can go back. I'll have to drop out of school in the meantime. I can't tell anyone about this. Definitely not my family. What would I say anyway? Oh, sorry, Dad. I'm dropping out because magic is real and what? I turn over to my side. Why did you do this to me? Why did you just leave me like that? She messed up everything. Didn't even ask or explain. Threw me right into the deep end. Thanks so much, Mother. Really loving all of this right now. I mean, that's what I told my dad, yeah. I take deep breaths to try and calm the swirling mass of negative energy and anger. It's hard to chase away the image of her from my mind. My vision starts to blur as the world around me starts to spin. Deep breaths, deep breaths. My head feels light. A strange burning sensation builds in my chest. I can barely breathe. My ears ring so loud that I can barely hear myself think. I want to claw at my chest to stop the burning. Something shifts inside me, and my whole body starts to tingle. No, 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 no. Not again, please, not again. I force myself to sit up. The lights flicker as I move. Hot and cold, I can't stop shivering. Gasping for breath, I push myself up, stumbling as I take a step forward. I lean against the wall to hold myself up. Everything around me seems to shake as I move through the room. Even speaking feels like a struggle. I hear something shatter behind me. I need to stop this. I fumble around in my pockets with a single thought in mind. I need help. I can hear something fall and break out in the living room. I rest my back against the wall. With shaky fingers, I call the only person who I can think of to help me. Tears drip onto my smartphone screen. I don't know what I'm feeling anymore. All my emotions are so tangled together that I can't tell sadness from anger, joy from pain. I need to reach out to Takumi. He's the only one who might be able to help without tying me down. I press call and quietly listen to the endless ringing on the other end of the line. It keeps on ringing. Once, twice. He's not picking up. Pick up, come on, pick up. It rings and rings, but there's no answer. The call ends before it can even begin. I stare down at my phone. My hand shakes so much that I can barely hold on to it. What do I do now? I close my eyes and focus on my breathing. In and out. In and out. The massive miasma of emotion weighs down on me. I can barely breathe. They really set her up for failure here. Like no one's gonna check on her after she blew up a classroom and disappeared. My heart feels as if someone set it aflame. How do I... Ugh. I can't take this. I need to think about something else. Anything else. My thoughts turn to my little sister, and I desperately cling to the image of her happy smile in my mind. Ko. Ko. I wonder how she's doing. Ugh. I wonder how school is for her. Memories of the last time that we got to spend together as a family brings forth an image I wanted to avoid. Those green eyes staring down at me, so vivid and bright, yet so completely cold and void of emotion. A similar sort of coldness behind Professor Kazama's eyes, ones that told me I wasn't getting a choice in my own fate. A sharp pain pierces through my heart at the thing I had been trying not to think about. I don't have a choice in any of this. No one gave me one. I feel what little control I had over myself begin to slip from my grasp. I have no idea what might happen when I do lose control, if I'll just blow up again like in the classroom. But I know that I can't stay here. I need to get somewhere where there's little chance of me hurting someone else. I force my body to move against all protest. I need to get outside. Now. I barely make it down the stairs before my legs give out. I drop to my knees and tumble sideways, painfully hitting the ground with a thump. Wow, we are just all kinds of battered. Ugh. My whole body refuses to respond. I try to stand up, but it's as if I'm trapped within myself. And yet, the strange feeling inside me, the feeling of something rapidly uncoiling and going out of control, continues. I try to grasp onto the feeling within me, fighting, pulling it back inside. But for all my effort, I might as well be trying to catch water between my hands. Whatever it is, it's quickly slipping out from my grasp. The world around me seems to shift and blur. I lie completely motionless. But at the same time, it feels like I'm floating somewhere. Nowhere. My vision fades. The only thing I see is faint outlines of my surroundings. Darkness takes over everything. The world grows quiet, and I can't hear a single thing. I feel my consciousness being smothered bit by tiny bit. No, I don't. Something, or maybe someone, claws at me. I don't want this. Not like this.
Not like this. Not like this.
Pushed and pulled, all I want to do is open my eyes. Stop! I stare up at the night sky. I'm awake? I can't move. I barely gather my thoughts before I can feel the haze come to devour me again. I'm floating. Somewhere. Nowhere. Am I disappearing? It feels like I am. Slowly, yet so rapidly at the same time. Isn't that a contradiction? I just want to... To what? What do I want? To stop. To be me. I want to come back to myself. I want to go back. To be the me that I was before this. Before everything. Before she changed me. Please, just let me be me. I open my eyes to see someone in a pair of heavy black boots move towards me. The footsteps look heavy, but they make no sound. Instead, it seems my heart beats away like a drum to fill the silence left behind by the footsteps. I can only watch as the person gets closer to me. No, please, I don't need any more trouble. With me laying completely helpless on the ground as my powers slowly go completely out of my control, I can't even speak. I can't warn anyone to stay away from the ticking time bomb that is me. There's no telling what might happen to any poor soul that gets close enough to me. The boots stop right before my eyes, close enough that I can see the dirt on them. Before I can so much as scream in my head, a familiar face pops down into my view. Hey! Takumi. His name on my lips feels so sweet somehow. My voice sounds so strained and strange that I barely recognize myself. Takumi gently rolls me from my side onto my back and kneels down next to me. Just saying his name left me completely exhausted. I stare at him, desperately hoping that he might somehow understand me through my eyes. Please, Takumi, I don't know what to do. He carefully examines me and sighs. It's okay. You're okay. I'm here now. Everything will be okay. Takumi's voice is so gentle, so soothing that a part of me wants to just give in and relax. Another part of me refuses to give in, fearing the loss of the tiny grip of control that I managed to grab. What if... I don't want to hurt anyone. Perhaps sensing my reluctance, Takumi slowly reaches out and strokes my hair with a smile. Despite his calm words and gentle touch, my heart jumps, fighting back, refusing to give in to serenity. It'll be okay, Kate. I'm going to do something that will make you calm down. You might feel a little pain. Oh, is that okay? I guess. I nod, somehow pulling myself together long enough to give an answer. Inner turmoil be damned. Above all, I get the feeling that I can trust in Takumi. Takumi comes closer to me and carefully pulls me up onto his knees in his arms. Resting against him like this, I can almost hear his heartbeat. I feel a sudden pinch in my wrist. The pain comes and goes so fast that I barely register it. All the tension slowly trickles away. The world starts to feel a little fuzzy, but I don't want to let go just yet. My breathing is heavy, but it no longer feels like a struggle. Whatever it is Takumi did to me, I start to regain control of my body, even with my consciousness slowly slipping away. I look up as Takumi as he lies me back down on the ground. With his face so close to me and no impending doom looming over me, I take in every little detail of his face. The feeling of familiarity comes rushing back to me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I almost write it off as me only feeling that way towards him because we already met a few times. Because he helped me when I fell out of the sky. But it's different somehow. Why do I trust him so easily? Why do I feel like I know him? Takumi moves to stand up, and my body reacts on its own, grabbing onto his jacket sleeve. I want to say it, but the words don't come out. Don't leave me. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. He quickly kneels down again with his back facing me this time. Takumi pulls my arms over his shoulders and my legs around his waist. With what little strength I have left in me, I manage to hold on to him. He easily carries me back up the stairs. While Takumi carries me like this, I get a strange thought. Being carried like this, the view from this sort of angle, the white hair, it all feels so familiar, and yet different, all the same. Takumi lies me down on my bed that feels so much more comfortable than the cold, hard ground outside. I look up at his cute, worried face. Even though I'm exhausted, I can't stop my smile when I look at him. Taku? What? Have we met before? So you finally remembered. Takumi sits down on the very edge of the bed. I can't believe it. You really remembered? Yeah, you're the little shrimp of a kid I grew up with. I stifle a yawn. I'm not much of a shrimp anymore, though. No, you're really not. Still, I remember how you used to try and carry me piggyback sometimes when I got too tired. Mother got so mad. Mother. The woman I would like more than anything to forget, but cannot. Even if I don't want to admit it, her shadow might haunt me forever. My mom always acted angry, but I think she was really proud of me for taking care of you. There'd always be this little smile on her face, even though she tried to hide it. I yawn and smile. My eyes are starting to feel so heavy. Your mom was so cool. I'd like to see her sometime. But why do you look so different now? Your eyes. Exhaustion hits me like a ton of bricks as I'm reaching out to touch his face. A big surprise. Thank you for the lurky. My hand falls, hitting the bed with a tiny bounce. The last thing I see before my consciousness fades away is Takumi's violet eyes. Chapter 2. Moonrise. School and club activities have long since ended, and I sit in the empty classroom by myself. Taku has been really bummed out these last few weeks since I had told him that I'm moving away. Since I told him, we haven't been talking much, and I can't help but feel sad that we might part like this. I know that I should go home already, but I don't feel like moving at all. I rest my head against my desk and sigh. Takumi, I don't want to end things between us like this. I hear the classroom door slide open behind me and someone come inside. I don't want it to end at all. A pair of slippered feet come into my view, and I look up to see a rather fidgety-looking Takumi. Hey. Hey. The air between us feels so thick you could cut it with a knife. I hate it. I hate this. It never used to be so awkward. We stare at each other for a while, neither one daring to say anything first. Then, as if making up his mind, Takumi takes a deep breath and looks down at me with determination shining in his eyes. I promise that I'll go to the airport with you, to see you off. My heart jumps. The previous doom and gloom mood disappears within seconds. Really? Taku jerkily nods in return, and I can't keep a smile off of my face. So we don't have to part on bad terms after all. I waited for Takumi after school for as long as I could, but he never showed up. Why weren't you there, Taku? In the end, I had to go home so I wouldn't be late. I walked all the way home with a heavy heart. I nearly walk right into Mother as she walks out of the kitchen. Kate, there you are. I was about to call you. Yeah, sorry. I had to stay behind at school for a little longer than I expected. I'm not lying exactly. I just don't want to say it out loud, that Takumi broke his promise to me. Takumi's mother called me a little while ago. I look up. The faint feeling of hope rises in me. Maybe the whole Arai family would come see us off. Mother sighs. She looks so tired. It seems that there has been a family emergency of some kind. She wouldn't say what exactly. They wanted to come see us off, but they won't be able to make it now. That little hope that flared up in me shrivels and dies instantly. My stomach feels so heavy I think I might throw up. Family emergency? So he won't be able to come then. I'm sorry, Kate. I know you probably want to see Takumi now. But we have to leave now, or we'll miss our flight. Everything is already prepared. Just go have a quick shower and we'll head out. I went about everything as if on autopilot then, getting ready like I was supposed to. But the horribly oppressive feeling didn't stop. It wouldn't go away no matter what. We made it just on time for the flight. I spent the whole time on the plane feeling intensely lonely and sad. We've never talked since that time in the classroom when he made that promise to me. Takumi didn't want to contact me even once after that. As soon as I open my eyes, I wonder if I slept at all. I know I must have. I sit up in bed and stretch. My mind quickly wanders to yesterday's events. The strange basement under the school, getting attacked by a teacher. Realizing that everything that happened with her wasn't some strange nightmare. All that, and finding my childhood best friend again. With all that's happened, it's hard to say which surprised me the most. I feel like my life is turning into something out of straight fiction. It's pretty meta. While I gather my thoughts, I look out the window. I stare at the wispy, barely there clouds without much thought. In this crazy time, it's nice to allow my mind to shut down for a little bit. A thought suddenly pushes its way into the forefront of my mind. What the? It's evening already? I must have been way more exhausted than I realized. Now that I remembered Taku clearly, things might feel awkward between us, considering how we left it. I look around my room, but there are no signs of Taku ever having been here. I wonder what happened with him after I fell asleep. Did he just leave or snoop around my place first? No. He probably just made sure I was really out and went home. I'll just call him later. Time for a shower first, though. I push myself off the bed and head in for a quick shower. I walk out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped tightly around myself. I didn't even think to take a clean change of clothes with me. Something catches my eye, and I freeze. Takumi is sitting on my couch, rubbing his eyes with a little yawn. Why are you still here? I don't mean to shriek. Not really. But my voice comes out so high and so loud that Takumi's eyes snap open and right to me. I don't wait for a response. Clutching my towel, I sprint to my bedroom and slam the door shut. I lean against the door, heart pounding. My face is burning so badly I feel like I need to dunk my head into a bucket of ice. Oh God, no. Why? Why did he have to see me like that? Why? How? It doesn't take long to put two and two together. Despite my earlier assumptions, it's now clear that Takumi stayed out there and slept over. It's obvious that I just didn't notice him on my way to the bathroom. Hey, Kate? Takumi's voice comes from the other side of the door. I'm sorry for staying over. I was just worried about you. Worried that you might have another power outburst without me. I shake my head but quickly stop myself. Yo, Ghost Daddy, it's good. We're just chilling. Reading another story. How are you doing? Right, he can't see me. I'm sorry for yelling at you. You just surprised me. I hear a small amused chuckle. Can I come in then? No! I yell out, perhaps a little too loud, to which Takumi laughs. Just wait out there. I'll get dressed and be right out. Takumi makes an affirmative noise, and soon enough I hear his footsteps going away from my bedroom. I stand there for a few seconds before moving to get some clothes on. After getting dressed and calming down a bit, I finally come out to the living room. Takumi looks up at me from his spot on the couch. We need to talk. Yes, we do. I agree. I take a seat on the other end of the couch, leaving plenty of space between us. Things feel beyond awkward now since I remembered who he is, on top of everything that happened last night, and just now. Still napping? Yay. Napping is good. Got home from work. I hope you had a good day at work. I'm glad you're enjoying story time. But Takumi looks completely unaffected. He continues to look at me evenly. Seemingly not wanting to waste any time, he starts talking. What was it that you originally called me for yesterday? Well, I don't think I can attend Hagiwara anymore. I need to explain, so I'll start over from the beginning. But before I do, are you really familiar with the other world, like you said? Takumi nods. My family has had ties with the supernatural world since before I was born. It's just not something we ever publicize to normal humans like you. I know I had asked, but to actually hear him confirm it, to actually hear that the Arise have a hidden side to them like this feels shocking, to say the least. I don't know what to say, but Takumi just continues to speak. I've always known about the basement in Hagiwara, and I made it my goal to get down there this year to find out more. I don't know what happened with you, Kate, but I've seen enough supernaturals and incidents involving them to know something was up. Have you always had powers? I shake my head. I don't want to say it. I don't want to talk about it. Finally, I give in and sigh. It's pretty heavy, but just let me tell it all. Takumi nods without comment, quietly encouraging me to begin. It really only just happened, but my mother took me somewhere over the weekend. She drugged me and performed some kind of ritual on me, during which she told me the truth. Her real name is Shizuka. She's some ancient immortal sorceress who created me, a homunculus. I wasn't born, I was made. She made me to transfer her curse of mortality onto. She didn't ask me if I wanted any of this, she just did it. I meant so little to her that giving me a choice in my own life wasn't an option. I thought it was just all some kind of horrible nightmare until Hikaru almost attacked me. I pause, unsure of what else to say. The silence between us draws on for a while. I wonder if I'm really immortal now. Somewhere in the back of my mind, so deep that it's almost completely hidden, I feel a distinct sense of terror. I push it away, further down into the depths of my mind. No matter how much I don't want to think about it, the thought pops up. I'm not real. I don't have a father or a mother. Am I just a thing? I don't realize I'm even crying until Takumi puts his arms around me and holds me tight. Everything is going to be okay. I hide my face into his chest, clinging onto his shirt as he holds my shaking form in his arms. Takumi gently rubs my back as I cry, only quietly repeating, "It's okay" to me, over and over. I don't know how much time passes, but after a while, I just run out of tears. I wipe my face with my sleeve, but stay as I am in his arms. I don't look at him. I don't think I can just yet. "Hey, Taku, why didn't you come see me off that day?" Takumi pulls back, away from me. His eyes dart off to somewhere to the side. "I just got caught up with something and couldn't go, even though I felt terrible about it. It was a family emergency, right? Was it something to do with your grandmother? Is she okay?" "Yeah, she's okay." Takumi seems to want to leave it at that since he doesn't say anything else. He's hiding something from me, that much is clear. But even if I feel like he is hiding something, I don't pry. He's here for me throughout all this, so the least I can do is not pry into whatever it is he doesn't want to talk about. Takumi doesn't say anything more, and neither do I. I end up staring off into space, trying to shut out any intrusive thoughts. "Kate, if you want to talk, remember that I'm here. I was so excited to start school, to start a whole new chapter of my life, you know? But now everything is in shambles. My entire life has been changed because of Shizuka's selfishness." That's hard to say. "I might not even be able to die now, for God's sake. It's all her fault. How dare she force her problems onto someone else? How horrible of a person could she be to raise a child solely for the purpose of forcing that onto her? Onto me. And then she just left without even making sure that I could control all these powers." I clench my fists and stand up, seething. I glare at nothing in particular. Takumi stands up and moves closer to me. "Kate, you need to calm down." I turn to finally face him. "I want to find her." "Her? Do you mean Shizuka?" I nod. "I want to find her and make her take this curse off of me. Make her take her powers back. And if she won't, then I'll make her pay." Takumi looks unsettled at my declaration. He sighs and wordlessly falls back onto the couch. I look down at him with a single thought in mind. Are you going to help me or try to stop me? Taku sighs again and tiredly scratches his head. I'm not going to try and stop you, but I don't want to help you go down this path either. But still, I understand better than anyone that if you have a goal like that, you're not just going to forget about it, and that you'll only end up putting yourself in danger. He looks me in the eyes very seriously. Suddenly standing, he moves very close to my face. Are you truly serious about finding Shizuka? I nod and look away from him. I don't know how I can concentrate on my studies with something this big and unresolved hanging over me, without knowing if I might kill someone by accident, or if I can even die myself. Besides that, I won't be able to sit still not knowing if she can fix it. At the very least, she deserves some of the pain she's given me. Taku nods slowly and sits back down. He sighs again. I promise I'll help you as best I can to find Shizuka. Do you happen to have any ideas of where to start looking? I shake my head and sigh. No, I don't. I sit down next to Taku. We sit in silence for a while, both thinking about where to start with this whole thing. Where do we start? It's not like she left a trail of breadcrumbs for me to follow. No, maybe there is something, a slim chance of it, but I need to talk to my dad about Shizuka. I look down at my hands, and I'd like to just see him anyway. I've missed him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Takumi begin to move, then stop for a moment, only to put an arm around my shoulder anyway. It's been a long time since I've seen your dad. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. Are you going to tell him about everything that's happened? I practically jump away from him. No, I can't tell him. I trail off, my eyes fall back down to my hands. I can't Tell him that I'm not human? That would be a hard conversation. I want to explain more, but my body refuses to cooperate. It's too painful, much too painful to say it, and so the words won't come. As silence passes between us once again, it feels like it drags on for centuries before Taku speaks up again. Hey, I haven't actually told you about my job yet, have I? I look up at him and shake my head no. I just assumed you knew because you asked me for my help finding your mom. But then I realized you couldn't know. Taku stands up and points to himself rather dramatically. Well, you've picked the right guy for the job, 'cause I'm a detective. A detective? Yep. Well, a private one, but that's what I do. Wow, really? When did you start doing that? Taku crosses his arms, looking particularly proud. About 3 years ago. But my mom doesn't know about it. It's complicated. Complicated? Why? Taku, what kind of detective work is this exactly? I mean, you're so young. What could you possibly be doing? Want to see it for yourself? I love this song. I'm sitting on the back of Takumi's scooter with my arms tightly wrapped around him. Maybe a little too tightly, but I don't want to fall off. So where are we going exactly? I had a job tonight, but I was worried about leaving you alone. So this works out better for me now that you want to hire me. Job? What kind of job? Is it dangerous? Nah. Well, kind of. But this guy should be easy. Guy? What guy? Tell me what we're doing. Don't worry about it too much. Oh, okay. I won't. I'll protect you. I always have, right? I remember him trying, but it was always Yasu who actually helped us. I don't want to say that, so I just stay quiet instead. Right? Well, if you say so. Takumi sighs. I'll explain after we finish in the store. The store? What store? It's so late. You'll see. Taku stops in front of a building with shops. Why are we here? This place is closed. I know. Can you get off now? I'll be right back. Okay. I unwrap myself from Takumi and hop off. Before I can ask further, he drives off with his scooter. I stand there waiting, wondering what the hell is going on. I don't have to wait long because I see Takumi calmly walking back towards me. Not saying anything, he takes something out of his pocket and kneels down by the door. He waves something black in front of something that I can only assume is a sensor of some sort. There is a faint beeping sound from within the building and the doors slide open. Takumi doesn't give me a chance to say anything. Come on. He grabs me by the wrist and pulls me along inside. As we go inside, Takumi drops my hand and keeps walking, leaving me standing in place. I look around the dimly lit shop with an intense feeling of what the hell? Takumi starts humming and looking around, pulling clothes off of shelves and examining them. I snap out of my frozen state and quickly walk to Takumi. What are you doing? What are we doing here? We're going to get caught. Takumi just keeps doing what he's doing without glancing up at me even once. No, we're not. You heard that beep. That was the alarm disarming. What size do you wear? I almost answer out of reflex, but quickly stop myself. That's not really any of your business, is it? And why does it matter? Takumi pauses and finally turns around to face me with an armful of clothes. You can't go on a mission dressed like that. He turns back around, hangs something back up, and grabs a black denim jacket while continuing to talk. Rule number 1 of dressing for a mission. Dress for mobility and safety. Rule number 2? Dress coolly. You can't do a good job if you don't feel like you look cool. For a while, all I can do is stare, not knowing how to react to something like that at all. But Taku, are you a thief now? The store is closed. He shrugs. I know the owner. I'll pay her tomorrow or whenever. Then he turns back to me again, his eyes examining me a little too closely. You're probably a medium, right? What? Taku? Takumi just smirks and turns back around. If you want to say in the colors. You should come over here and help me. Fine. Grudgingly, I obey and go to him. As we stand next to each other in the dim light, Takumi gives me countless suggestions on what kinds of clothes to get. Just as his rules suggest, they're all comfortable, made for movement, and cool looking. But whatever he does suggest, I find that I have to keep asking him the color of things since I can barely see. While he rummages through yet another rack of clothing, I watch him carefully. Taku, how the hell can you see so well? Taku looks at me without saying anything for a minute, then he shrugs. Cool, good genes, I guess. Takumi ignores the suspicious look I give him and shoves a stack of clothes into my arms. Go try these on, and if they don't, find sizes that do. I'm going to go change into my gear. And before you ask, yes, I store it here from time to time. Taku walks away without another word. I'm left with no option but to go try on the clothing, even while feeling like this is all extraordinary bizarre. I step out of the dressing room after finally trying out everything. Although I had to change a few things out, I did manage to find fitting clothes, even if I can barely see if they look alright. Well, hoping they do. While I was in the dressing room, Taku told me to put my hair up so it wouldn't get in the way on the mission. When I step out into the general store area, I see Taku standing there in some weird-ass, although admittedly badass, ninja-esque gear. I wonder if this is what he meant by look cool. While I'm busying myself examining his clothes, he turns around to look at me. Seeing me, his face lights up instantly and he claps, gloves in hand. You look good. I look away the moment I feel my face heat up at the unexpected comment. I quickly gather myself and turn back to him. So do you. Really cool. Super cool. Really? I only catch the briefest hint of pink on his cheeks before he turns away. Thanks. Come on. Taku starts walking toward the back of the shop and I scramble to follow after him. He pushes open a door that I hadn't noticed before, one that's hidden behind some shelves, and steps outside. I glance back at the shop before following Taku outside. As I step outside, I feel a strange shiver pass through me. One look around and it's clear that we're now in a completely different area. Huh? Is this the same area we were just at? Is it? Something's different. Because it is. I'm sure you felt that feeling just now when we went through the door. That was a gateway to the supernatural part of the city. Chua. Chua? I look around. A few people are out on the sidewalks, but they hardly spare us a glance despite how Taku looks. The people themselves all look normal, save for some strange hair colors. I look back to him and notice that Taku is leaning against a wall, hidden away in the shadows. He makes a hand motion to follow him, and I obey. We begin walking, keeping to the dimmer parts of the street. We leave out of the brightly lit area into a darker one. I look around as we move through the street, noting down the different shops and their names. I've never heard of any of these before. Taku stops next to a closed shop, standing in the shadows. How could people not see an entire part of the city? And this looks pretty normal to me. Are you sure it's supernatural? Takumi laughs. Do you think I wouldn't know about the place I've been hanging out in for 3 years? And you'd be surprised at what supernaturals can do. There's a spell over this place that prevents humans from going in. Anyone who suspects anything will find themselves disoriented and confused every time they try to go in. There are lots of entrances though. The one I showed you actually isn't an official entrance at all. The owner made a portal for her own personal use. Pretty amazing, right? I nod along at everything he's saying so casually as people walk around us. Takumi looks around at the people passing by, then back at me. Kate, I need you to hold on to me as tight as you can. What? Just trust me, okay? Wrap your arms around me and don't let go for anything. What? How can he just tell me to do that? Just trust me? Well, why should I with a request like that? Oh, trust him. But no, he wouldn't ask without a good reason. I've known him for years, even if he looks so different now. He's not that kind of guy. While I go through a variety of emotions, Takumi removes a tiny white bag from somewhere within his clothes. A tiny black gem catches my eye. It immediately stands out against the white material of the bag. As he reaches his hand into the seemingly impossibly small bag, he mumbles quietly, "I really wish it could have been black. White's classy, but stands out too much. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess." My eyes grow wide as Taku pulls out, like some sort of magic trick, something that looks suspiciously like a steel gauntlet. He fastens it onto his wrist, under his jacket sleeve, and looks up at me as he puts his arm around, puts his arm straight up in a strange pose. Sorry. "Are you coming or what? Hang on to me tight, okay?" I start to open my mouth, but Takumi stops me before I can say anything. "No time for a million questions, all right? I'm already running late. Let's go." There's something commanding in Taku's voice as he says this, something that makes me close my mouth. He pulls up his mask and stares at me. I sigh. And he used to be such a cute little boy. I do as instructed and move very close to him. Hesitantly, I put an arm around his shoulder. "Like this?" Takumi grabs my other arm and puts it around his neck, so close that our faces are nearly touching. With us being so close, I can see how soft his cheek looks, and how he still has a bit of that baby fat that I remember. That calms down my heart a bit, but only somewhat, because I also feel how unsurprisingly hard his chest is. Ayo? Taku reaches around me and presses something on his gauntlet. "Here we go." Ah! I can't precisely process what's happening, but the entire world seems to move strangely, twisting around. My vision is locked onto the rapidly receding ground as wind whips around us. There's a strange clicking sound that like some sort of cog or mechanism whirring, and I begin to understand what's happening. We must be flying through the air? I try to move my head, but my body doesn't cooperate. A feeling of being completely lost at what to do in the situation overtakes my senses. Before I can do anything else, the whirring slows, and suddenly the side of a building is coming straight at us. But Takumi kicks off with a little grunt, and as we come back towards the building, he yells, "I'm gonna throw you!" "What?" We come closer and closer to the building. "Just tuck your arms and legs in as much as you can." No big deal. As we come even closer, I find myself being tossed towards the rooftop of a building. I feel the urge to flail, but manage to sort of curl up instead and make contact with the ground, rolling as I land. Ugh! Oof! I just slide there on the ground where I landed, too stunned to move. I stare up at the night sky in a daze. Chapter 3. Shattered Illusions. I push myself up out of my stunned state and sit up. And when I do, I freeze again at seeing Takumi in midair. He spins, flapping in the air, and lands with a much more elegant roll than I assume I did. I just sit there in shock at everything that just happened. Takumi stands up, dusts himself off, and walks up to me. "Sorry about that. I didn't really think about how I was going to get you up here." He offers me a gloved hand, which I gladly take, and he pulls me up to my feet. I take a deep breath to regain some of myself and look around. I nearly gasp at the stunning view of the city, so breathtaking from here. It makes me a little dizzy, too, being so high. I swallow hard and focus on Takumi instead. What the hell was that? What was any of that? Why are we up here? Taku holds up 3 fingers. Magic grappling hook. Puts 1 finger down. Flying through the air. He folds down a second one. And last, because this is how I like to get around for my jobs. He puts a 3rd finger down and lets his hand drop. It's way faster than walking or getting stuck in traffic. That's true. That everything? What about the bag? There's no way you could have fit a whatever that was in there. Bag? Oh, you mean the Sal. Yeah, that's a Salazar bag. Enchanted bag that can hold way more than it should. Takumi takes the bag out again and holds it out to me. See, the gem tells me how much it holds. I bend down and squint at the white bag. It's so small. I take it from Takumi and turn it around in my hand. It feels heavier than a bag that size should, and my curiosity gets the better of me. I pull it open and stick my hand in. And to my amazement, my hand disappears into the bag. How? It's so small, but it feels so spacious. It feels so weird to see half of my forearm gone. It feels like it shouldn't be real, that I'm seeing some really neat trick. I feel around inside the bag and wonder, and my hand brushes against something sharp. Ah! The bag slips out of my grip, but Takumi catches it before it can hit the ground. Careful! There's a lot of dangerous shit in there. You shouldn't just go sticking your hand in someone's bag, especially someone like me. Takumi takes my hand, and I notice that there's a tiny bleeding cut. He takes out a black cloth from his bag and applies it to my cut. I watch his fingers skillfully work to stop the bleeding. My eyes travel up to his face. And just who is someone like you? Takumi looks up at me and something flashes in his eyes, but it's gone so fast that I can't catch it. You know who I am better than anyone. I don't say anything, and Taku takes his cloth back and stuffs it into his bag. Do I, though? It hasn't been that long since we saw each other, but he seems completely different. Still, he is taking care of me now. Then what was all that fancy spinning business about? You couldn't do that before. Ah, that. Well, I learned parkour. That's how I get around. Parkour! Damn, that'd have been a good time to have that sound clip. When you want to move in the shadows and get in lots of little places, it's more convenient to come in from above. The only bad thing about being solo, though, is that no one gets to see how cool you are. He removes his mask and leans down, moving closer to me. He looks into my eyes. So, did I look cool? Oh yeah. I was too busy being thrown to notice. We'll give him his moment. Very. I knew you'd be able to appreciate something like that. Who wouldn't? You were awesome. Thanks. Takumi moves away and pulls his sleeve back, revealing a black and yellow sports watch. Anyway, I'm running late, and I want to catch this guy tonight. He pulls up his mask. I didn't really plan on how you'd follow me, though. Takumi stares at me for a few moments before nodding. Yeah, the guy's pretty close to here, and he should be making his deal any minute now. So why don't you just stay... Takumi cuts himself off in the middle of the sentence. Wide-eyed, he stares at something behind me. Taku? I turn around to see the one person I'd never expect to see. Shizuka stands just a few feet away from me. I feel as if my heart stops at seeing those cold green eyes staring back at me. Just like that night. A frantic heat rises throughout my whole body, and yet I feel cold. So very cold. I want to escape, to be anywhere but here. All I can do is stand rooted in place. Why is she here? How? How did she even know we'd be here? Slowly she comes towards us. A cold, taunting smirk plays on her lips. She holds up her hand and I can see darkness playfully dancing around her fingers, gently caressing her skin. I bet you didn't think you'd see me again. Move, 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 damn it. I try to force myself to move, to even turn and look at Taku, but I can't. As her eyes momentarily drift behind me, to Takumi, I suddenly wonder what she might do to us. To him. Why is she even here? What else can she do to me, after all? All the questions I ever wanted to ask instantly fly out of my mind. Not yet. I wasn't ready yet. Why now? Why is she here now? She gives me a cold smile and holds out her hand. The darkness around her arm slowly moves forward. Tendrils of the shadow move and shift and reach for me. A memory of Hikaru standing in front of me like this, holding his hand out just like that, rushes to my mind. Distantly I hear a yell. Move, idiot! By the time I realize that I'm falling, I already hit the ground with a painful thud. I look up to see Taku throw something at Shizuka, one after another. Whatever it is, they make contact with Shizuka's wrist and the shadows from her hand fade away. As it fades away, Shizuka frowns and holds her wrist. Taku pulls out another 3 shuriken from somewhere within his sleeve and glares at Shizuka. I look back and forth from him to Shizuka, unsure of what to do. I turn my focus onto Shizuka. Why are you here? Why now? Why not now? Besides, I could ask the same of you two. Next time, they won't be dull ones. When Takumi speaks, his voice sounds like an octave lower than usual. Instead of answering, Shizuka chuckles. You're persistent, huh? Just drop the act already. Act? Don't lose control, Kate. This person here, they're not really who they look like to you. If you're seeing your mother, forget it. This isn't her. This guy is an illusionist by the name of Hussam Saib. Not known for attacking people, though. As he's explaining all this, Takumi doesn't take his eyes off of Shizuka even once. Your girlfriend wants a word with you. I can hand you over to her or directly to the police. What will it be? The two quietly stare at each other, and I turn my focus inward, attempting to get a grip on my emotions. Shizuka breaks the eye contact between them first. Without warning, she starts to walk towards me. Can't you help me, Kate? We can fix this. Go back to being mother and daughter. I stare at the woman standing before me, not knowing what to think or feel. My eyes drift to Takumi, who glances back at me. Don't you dare listen to his bullshit, Kate. I look back at the Shizuka. Her eyes seem to shine with deep regret and sadness. My eyes meet Takumi's again. Are you sure? But before I can finish the sentence, I hear a metallic click. Shizuka no longer stands there. Instead, a strange man is in her place, aiming a gun right at me. Your girlfriend really is an idiot. I'll do you a favor and get rid of her. There's no way I'm going back to mine. Husam's fingers move to the trigger and I freeze. But then, everything changes in the blink of an eye. 1 second, Hussam is standing there, and the next he's screaming, holding his bleeding wrist, a blade stuck deep in him. The gun clatters to the ground between us. My eyes didn't mean to do that, sorry. My eyes follow it as it slides along the ground. Takumi runs up to Hussam, grabs him by the jacket, and punches him. Hard. Hussam flies to the ground, still clutching his bleeding wrist. Takumi walks up to him, and for a moment he just stands there, quietly looking down at the bleeding man on the ground. Without warning, Takumi violently steps on the shuriken in Hussam's wrist. Hussam cries out in anguish, desperately clawing at Takumi's boot as tears fall from his eyes. What are you doing? I hurriedly push myself up and run over to them. Takumi doesn't move, though. I run up to him and give him a push. Why? Takumi's eyes glint at me dangerously, but I don't back down and glare right back at him. What are you doing? He's got no weapon. You've clearly got him. You need him alive, right? But he could have killed you. He says it so quietly that I barely managed to catch it. Takumi finally removes his foot without further comment. Hussam lies groaning on the ground, and Taku looks down at him. He pulls out what appears to be handcuffs from his jacket and bends down. As soon as he places them on Hussam, I breathe a sigh of relief. We don't say anything else. I stand there watching Takumi's back as he starts to retreat the moaning man's wound. And as I do, I can't help but wonder, just what happened to you in the last 3 years, Takumi? I stand alone on Yoru's main street. Takumi is dropping Hussam off at his girlfriend's home, and I'm waiting for him to be done. I wonder what exactly happened to make his girlfriend come after him like that, and just what is she gonna do with him? Having no desire to follow that particular train of thought, I shake myself off from it. Takumi comes out of the girlfriend's house and makes his way to me. I bet you have some questions. Yeah, you might say that. I cross my arms. Ding, ding, ding. You win the prize. However, did you guess? Takumi starts to walk down the street, and I follow him, arms still crossed. I feel like you've been expecting me to just go along with you on your word all night. You didn't mention anything about parkour, or rooftops, or, the chance to be nearly killed. I sigh. I know we were friends, but I really don't know. You do. You do know me. And I bet you haven't changed much either. You still read manga, right? So do I, though I don't have much time lately. And I bet you still sleep with some kind of adorable pajamas, right? He's got me there. My bunny pajamas. Alright, fine. Maybe I am being too dramatic. But you have to admit, you just dragged me through a lot of crazy shit with no answers. He nods. And I'll give you some, just as soon as we get to my mentor's house. Wait, what? What mentor? Why can't we go to my house? because you look exhausted, and I'm pretty tired too. Her house is closer, and she'd be able to actually help you with this magic control problem. I saw you about to lose it back there. Do you really want to blow up innocent people? Almost everyone here in Yoru at least is a supernatural, and with the way things are here, you probably won't even notice if you did explode. Just how bad is Yoru? Are we still in Chuwa then? Taku nods again. Yeah, this is, well, you might call it a red light district. But don't freak out. Plenty of normal people live here too. And there are nicer areas of it, which is where we're headed. I look around the street that only feels threatening above anything else. There are really nicer areas? Well, sure. Crime Boss has got to have somewhere nice to live too, right? I frown at Taku's joke and he shakes his head as we walk. He takes his mask down and smiles at me. Don't worry about it too much. Aurelia is a super kind person. Most of the time. And her home is safe. It's the best place to stay in right now. I don't know. Oh, and did I mention she's an information broker? She might have info on your mom. I turn his words over in my mind, and the more I think about it, the more it becomes clear that this Aurelia sounds perfect. A place to stay where I won't hurt anyone, and she might be able to help me with my magic without trying to control what I do. Plus, she might have information. Yeah, that'll be perfect. I smile, feeling like I finally heard some good news for the first time in a while. Yeah, alright. Let's go meet your mentor then. I was surprised when we entered a fancy-looking, well-kept building and went up an elevator. I guess crime bosses really do live here. Though that thought doesn't make me feel particularly safe, I suppose it is better than staying in some run-down shack. Takumi knocks on the door. As the seconds tick away, I stare at the door, my nervousness only growing. The moment I think to ask Taku if he's sure that his mentor is home, the door opens. I blink, seeing no one there. Immediately, I look down to see a tiny yet intimidating-looking woman. I know it's rude to stare. I know. But I find myself awkwardly examining her. I'm surprised by how small she is, and the unnatural silvery undertone of her skin. She almost doesn't feel real. I'm struck by her beauty, and the silver freckles dotting her face. As I stare at Aurelia like an idiot, her eyes turn from me to Taku. Who's this? Takumi pulls me by the waist to him. My girlfriend. Aurelia's expression doesn't change, though. Sure I am. No, I'm not. Come on, you can't. You gotta ask me out first. Come on. No, I'm not. I am not. I'm his friend, Kate. I need your help. Aw, you're no fun. I wouldn't have believed you anyway. Harsh. Aurelia steps out of the way and gestures for us to come in. Let's talk inside. Wow, her place looks amazing. As I walk inside, I can't help but look around. Yoru looks so much prettier from up here. Although it's dark, I can see some of the buildings I saw in Chuwa in the distance. I quietly admire the sleek monochrome design of the place, and even though I don't know Aurelia at all yet, somehow it still feels very her to me. I look back at Aurelia and almost gasp. She looks so good against the backdrop, so much so that I half wonder if I'm not just looking at a painting. Someone explain. Takumi glances at me and pulls down his hood. This is my childhood friend, Kate. She just came back to town a few weeks ago. Some things happened, and she discovered she's a sorceress now. Her powers are out of control, though, and there's no one to train her. Aurelia's eyes dart to me. She has no one? How did she just discover her powers, then? Taku looks away. It's complicated. I'll tell you tomorrow if Kate's okay with it. If it helps you help me, then it's fine by me. I see. She looks back at Taku. So what do you want me to do? Can't Hagiwara handle this? Well, like I said, it's complicated. But basically, she doesn't want to go to school right now. She wants to find the person who awakened these powers. And I was hoping you could help with that. Help us control her powers, and help give us some information on that person. And maybe give us a safe place to stay? I wouldn't be the best teacher, though, since I'm in and out of here all the time. I jump slightly when Takumi drops to his knees, all of a sudden clasping his hands together. Please, Aurelie. You're our best chance. Our only option. The silence drags on as she stares at him. No expression. Nothing said. But as Takumi continues to stare back at her, she sighs. What's in it for me? I can pay you if that's what you want. You guys are a mess. Well, whatever. You can stay here for tonight, and I'll figure it out tomorrow. I just got back and I'm exhausted. Taku stands up with a grin. Thanks, Aurelie, but you do look tired. Had another late night out with Pax again? Ugh, don't remind me. I'm going to bed now. Night, kids. Without another word, Aurelia turns and disappears into another room. Takumi and I look at each other, and Taku smiles. I'll show you to your room. Taku takes me to a luxurious room, and I get a strange feeling of nostalgia. It feels like some fancy hotel, or Dad's house in Paris. Well, let me know if you need anything. I'll be on the couch. Good night. Wait. I reach out and grab his arm. He slowly looks back, looking somewhat flustered. That doesn't last long, though, as a mischievous glint appears in his eyes. What? Want me to sleep with you? Wow. I immediately drop my hand, letting him go. No thanks. What I want is an explanation. A thorough one, to what's been going on in your life and what all this is. And what exactly happened tonight? He sighs and turns around. Fine. In a nutshell, I'm a private detective in Shuwa. I primarily work here, in Yoru. I help who I feel like helping. I take my jobs at nights and parkour is how I get around. Aurelia trained me. I carry a variety of magical weapons to help me deal with supernaturals. That guy today, he had the power to create illusions. His magic was known for showing people who they feel the strongest about. You'd think they'd be a lover, but no. It's usually someone who you have strong regrets about, or who hurt you. So I knew you were probably seeing your mother. I would have warned you, but he just suddenly showed up in the wrong place. Either my info was bad or he figured me out. His eyes searched my face. I know it's a lot to hear all at once, but does that about sum it up? Can I go to sleep now? He's right. That was a lot. I stare at him blankly, but before remembering myself enough to nod. To think anyone is out there doing what he does, and to think that there's someone with powers like that. I was so certain it was Shizuka. She looks so real. Takumi begins to leave, and I call out to him before he can get through the door. I want to go see my father tomorrow. He might know something about Shizuka. Taku puts a hand in the air, waving an acknowledgement before closing the door behind him. He's like, dude, I am tired. Like, alright. Once he leaves, I waste no time diving into bed. It doesn't take even a minute for me to pass out. Taku and I woke up late as hell today. Aurelia wasn't there when we got up, so we scavenged through her cabinets and ate whatever we could find for breakfast. After a quick call to my dad to make sure he's going to be in, we arrive at the Shinamura offices after working hours. As soon as Dad sees me, he smiles. Before anything else, I pull my dad into a big hug before he can even attempt to get up from his chair. Oh! He hugs me back just as tightly. It's good to see you, sweetie. I nod and let go, moving to stand next to Takumi. Dad, this is... Dad's smile widens suddenly. Takumi Arai, of course. I wouldn't forget your childhood best friend. And yet, somehow, I did. He turns to look at Taku.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Thank you for the lurk, Tinkies. I love you. Thank you for the lurkies. Hope you're having a good day. It's been so long, Takumi. It's nice to see you again. You too, sir. I clear my throat, drawing attention to myself. Sorry to just bring it up like this, but I'm here about Mom. Hearing the word Mom, Dad's smile falls and he glances at Takumi beside me. Anything you have to say, you can say in front of Taku. He sighs, rises, and walks out from behind his desk to stand in front of us. Dad suddenly looks so very tired. Your mother called me last weekend. She told me she would not be coming home anytime soon, if ever. You don't look surprised. He nods. I knew this day might come eventually. Do you know about what happened to Kate? Wordlessly, he gives us the smallest hint of a nod, but just that single gesture sends me reeling. I feel like I've been punched in the stomach. I breathe out in a whisper. You knew? Father only stares back at me, the response in his guilty eyes. I stumble backward, nearly tripping over myself before Taku steadies me. I stare at the man I chose to call my father. In that moment, I feel like all of that vanishes and I'm staring at a stranger. Something snaps inside me, and I feel white-hot anger come out like a flood. I clench my fists and glare at the man before me. What do you know? Where are you hiding Shizuka? Were you in on all this too? Tell me everything. Takumi gently pushes his hand on my shoulder. Kate, calm down. Takumi's voice is so calm and steady that I find myself backing down a little. He looks down with a sad sigh. I have known that Shizuka was an immortal sorceress for many years, and I have known that she has been trying to look for ways to fix that, so we could leave this world together in the end. He looks up at me, and I do know that she didn't want the solution to be you. I want to cover my ears, to block out everything he's saying. Oh, so she didn't want to use me, but she went right along with it anyway. He knew beforehand, and he didn't tell me. He just let it happen. My whole body shakes with restrained emotion. Only a single worried glance from Takumi keeps me from completely exploding. Do you know where Shizuka is? If you would even tell us if you did. He slowly shakes his head no. Although I deserve Kate's anger, and even hate if she so desires it, this is very difficult for me too. I love my wife. I have for more than half of my life. And now I'm uncertain if I ever will see her again. Is that all he fucking cares about? That he might not ever see her again? What about me? I have to live like this now because of what she's done. How can you even look at me after saying that? After everything that woman did? You're... Kate. I freeze at the sound of my name on Takumi's lips. He quietly leads me to the side near the window. If you keep going like that, we'll get nowhere. I understand that you're angry. I do. But stay quiet and let me investigate a bit with Rokuro. My head and my heart don't seem to agree. I want to continue to yell at that man until I can no longer yell. But logically, I do understand that it would be better for me to stay quiet and let Taku handle it. Especially since I can't calm down enough to do it myself without shouting. I don't want to agree, but I nod and follow Takumi back. Do you have any information you can give us about your wife's past activities? Shizuka was often doing things on her own, and I never looked into her affairs too deeply. The answers to my questions are what might help us find her, so please don't hold anything back. Even the tiniest bit of information could be helpful to us. Under Takumi's intense stare, he hesitates, then sighs. She didn't keep anything like paperwork in our home, and she most likely had her own financial accounts, but there is one unusual thing that comes to mind. During late spring of 2013, she was seen spending a great deal of time in Yoru. I had someone watch her from afar for the first time ever during that period. But I never interfered. I did it out of worry. He walks back to his desk and after rummaging through a drawer pulls something out, something far too small for me to see. He hands it to Takumi and as it changes hands I see that it's a USB drive. This is all the information that I have. It may not be much, but it still might help. And I've always assumed that she kept her personal things elsewhere because she never kept anything in the house. So I would think that location holds more information. Thank you for your help. Taku slides the thumb drive into his pocket, and after a quick bow, he leaves the room. I follow after Taku, but something compels me to look back at my father. He looks so terribly sad that the sight of it painfully squeezes my heart. But sadness quickly turns back into anger as I remember that this is the man who kept a terrible secret from me. A man who let me be sacrificed so that he and his wife could be happy. I turn on my heel and follow Takumi, leaving the office and my father behind. We make it down to the eerily quiet lobby. Takumi seems lost in thought, so I retreat into my own mind. I didn't expect to find out what I did. How could I have? I sigh. So far, we found out that whatever it was that she was doing, she kept it well hidden. Possibly hiding it in some other location? But how is that helpful? It's not like we can just know where whatever secret place she might be Oh. The house. The house that she took me to. That could be it. My stomach twists at the thought of that place. Dad, that man didn't seem to know anything about it, so this might really be it. I have to go back there. What? Go back where? I sigh and quickly explain my train of thought to Takumi. As I say it out loud, it really hits me. I have to go back to that place again. I clench my shaking hands into fists. My heart beats in my throat. The air around me suddenly feels heavy. Everything around me starts to shift, and I fight to keep myself from shaking. Takumi glances at me and quickly pulls out his phone to check the time. I work best at night, so let's just go now. His voice seems to ground me a little, and I manage a nod. With Takumi leading, we head out of the Shinimura building, intending to ride Takumi's
But Daddy is a state of mind, you know what I'm saying?
You're my daddy. Hello, Daddy. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hope you're okay. Hi. With Takumi leading, we head out of the Shinimura building, intending to ride Takumi's scooter to that place I'd hope we'd never get back to. Chapter 4. Enigma. Better? So tired? Needed that nap? Yeah. Ghost Daddy said you were napping. I'm glad you're better, though. Flu is no fun. When we get to the house, everything is so quiet. The grass gently blows in the wind, and the scene looks like it should be a peaceful one. But somehow, it's creepy. It's empty and wrong. I take a few steps toward the house, but with each step, my dread only grows. This house is built on the land my ancestors lived on hundreds of years ago. They lived and worked here. They spilled blood here. Her words ring in my mind so loud, loud enough that I almost see her right in front of me. My skin crawls and I hold back a shiver. It's as if I can actually feel the souls of those people here, and all the bad energy that I myself created from what happened. Panic begins to creep onto me, crawling and grabbing at me like millions of cold and clammy hands trying to tear me apart. It grips at me, holding on so tight that I'm rooted on the spot. My eyes dart around. Every cell in my body is screaming for me to run. I turn around, about to break into a run for the scooter when Taku places his hand on my arm. I jump and jerk away from him, panting. An uneasy feeling is in my stomach, making me sick with terror. Takumi examines me, but I can't guess what he's thinking. Whatever you're feeling right now, it's only in your head. There's no danger here right now. I'm with you now, so everything is going to be fine. He moves a little closer. I'm here with you, Kate. There's no danger here. Just take deep breaths and you'll be okay. Taku keeps repeating his words over and over in a soothing, steady voice. Listening to him, I nod and he takes me back to the scooter. I sit down on the seat and slowly take deep breaths until I feel myself calm down a bit. A few minutes pass like this in silence. Only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves and grass disturbs our silence. Do you still want to go in? I look up at him with only one thought in mind. Hell no! Run, bitch, run! And I'm good, Daddy. We're chilling. I'm reading another story. So sit back. I tuck you in for story time. But I have to do this. Yeah, I have to. This is my mission, right? Takumi grins under the mask. His eye is the only real clue to that, and nods. Yeah, pretty much. It is. We're here because of you, so you should go too. I swallow the lump forming in my throat and set my sights on the house. I hop off of the scooter and start walking toward it, stealing my emotions and forcing myself to keep on moving, step by step. Slowly, I start to slide the door to the house open, but Takumi stops it with his hand. Let me go first. With that, he slides right past me and goes inside. As Takumi slides the door open, there is nothing inside but an empty room. I stare at the room and feel myself drawn into a memory. Mother comes in carrying a tray of snacks and some tea. She glides across the room and gently places the tray on the table in front of me. Now we can have our chat a little more comfortably. A voice whispering into my ear snaps me out of it, bringing me back to reality. I'm done checking out the place, so you should hurry and look around. I nod, even though I have no idea where to start looking. But regardless, I feel determined to find something. I looked through every little nook and cranny that I could find. I did find some weird flasks, some empty, some still full of something that I wouldn't even know how to begin to describe. There were many books and languages that I couldn't recognize, and an old pendant with the main jewel missing. I sigh. I found plenty, but at the same time, I found absolutely nothing. I sit on the floor and lean back against a scroll on the wall. A tiny thud catches my attention. I look down to see that an envelope stuffed with papers fell down right next to me. Ooh. What the? Takumi looks at me, then at the envelope on the floor. Cool, you found something. Nice job. I grab the envelope and quickly to open it up. I pull the stack of papers out and begin to sift through everything. I'm deeply absorbed in my task when Takumi speaks in an oddly cheerful voice. I thought there was someone here. What? Oh, he probably said that like, I thought there was someone here. Confusion, and then an overwhelming sense of fear creeps over me. I look up to see a hooded man standing there. He grins, and a pair of very sharp fangs glint in the light. I jump to my feet and back up against the wall. A vampire. That's a vampire. A vampire. What in the hell? How vampires? They're real? Even though I'm looking right at one, I can't bring myself to actually believe it. Turn me! That'd be me. Like, turn me. A vampire. A real freaking vampire is right here in the same room. The vampire speeds toward me. All I can see is him disappear in a flash of black. I feel like screaming, but no sound comes out. I can't move. Before I realize it, Takumi is in front of me, a dagger already in the vampire's stomach. Then he jerks the dagger out and stabs him in the shoulder as well. I gasp at how the unseen unfolds. Yeah, suck me, daddy. Ooh, ayo.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Hey, Will, don't suck me dry. I want to turn. I want to turn. Don't suck me dry. I want to be a vampire. For anyone who doesn't know, that's like my like life goal. I see a vampire and I'm like, yes, do it. I want to be one. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. I got too excited. I gasp at how the scene unfolds. I can barely believe the violence occurring right in front of me, especially from Takumi. As if ignoring the stab, the vampire only grunts and rips out the dagger. Blood spills to the floor and Takumi darts forward to grab his weapon. Oh, you'd be turning, ayo. The vampire almost catches him, but Taku rolls out of the way just in time. Taku yells behind him. Kate, are you gonna do something? Yeah, really. But I can't move. I can't react. I'm completely frozen in place. The vampire lunges for Takumi in rage, but Taku dodges him. Then a deep female voice rings out throughout the room. Stop. The vampire immediately stands up from where he had fallen, as if at attention. I look behind Taku to see a gorgeous woman walk in from the hallway. It's as if she coalesced from the shadows themselves. She looks at Taku, then at me. Everything about her screams, danger, run. Her eyes stop at the vampire for a brief moment, and then quickly fall right back onto me, this time with much more interest. She begins to speak with a light accent in her sultry voice. Well, well, how fascinating. You look just like her. Who are you, and how are you related to the woman who owns this house? I hear myself sharply in hell. Who are you? And how do you know my Shizuka? Takumi silently moves to stand closer to me, but his eyes never stray from the strange woman. Why would I tell you that? I'm the one in control here. Only I can ask the questions. She eyes us suspiciously. She seems to be considering what to do with us. She looks at the papers in my hands. What are you looking for here? Why the fuck should we tell you? Maybe I can help you. If you can help me. Yeah, sure, that's believable. I open my mouth to tell her as much, but Takumi cuts in before me. If you tell me what you're looking for, I'll tell you why we're here. Or we can just fight. Taku shifts his stance just slightly, readying himself for a fight. The woman stares at him for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling. Fine. I am looking for something the woman who owns this house owes me. You'd know it right away if you saw it. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. Do you always trust this easily? The woman pulls a large gun out. As she aims it towards us, Takumi throws some strange flask on the floor. The flask shatters upon impact, creating a thick fog like a cloud. I can hear coughing and swears, and I feel myself being lifted up. Takumi throws me over his shoulder and runs the hell out of the house before the fog can lift. Takumi puts me down, and we run through the field in a mad dash. My lungs feel as if they're on fire, and my legs feel like they'll give out right under me. The only thing that keeps me going is Takumi dragging me along after him. We reach his scooter and quickly get on. Wasting no time, Takumi starts it up and we ride off into the night. Whew. We don't speak until we get back to Aurelia's place. Somehow, it doesn't feel safe until we're inside. We practically collapse onto the couch from exhaustion. Takumi sighs and looks at me. That woman is the right hand of a vampire mafia family known as the Okuras. Her name is Azucena del Bosque. Azucena del Bosque, and she's an incredibly dangerous demon. What? Demon? First there's vampires and now there's demons? How? Takumi nods. Demons are said to be descendants of fallen gods. They live in a different realm than ours. Personally, I think vampires are much worse than demons. Just the process to become one is hellish. Just give it to me. I'll take demon for 100, Alex. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. What about a vampire demon? I want it all. Ever curious, despite my better judgment, I decide to ask Takumi. How does one become a vampire? What? Come on, you know how. I don't like blood. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I would either. It might be better to be a demon. But I don't know. I've always wanted to be a vampire. You are a demon. Hey. Yeah, shh. That's a secret. She's my daddy. What are you talking about? My daddy demon. The victim has to be drained of blood until they are near death. Then the vampire injects their venom. Victims report feeling ecstasy, followed by burning, boiling, searing pain. The heart goes into overdrive. Some victims say it feels like their heart is actually being crushed. It's nasty business. It's a big part of why humans and other supernaturals hate vampires. So it isn't uncommon for them to be together, like how Azucena is part of the Okuras. I see. And she knew Shizuka, well, enough that she owed something to her. Just what kind of dealings did Shizuka have with her? What could she have been doing? I don't know. But I promise we'll get to the bottom of this. For now, you should go get some sleep. I nod and manage to force my weary body off the sofa. Takumi immediately lies down where I was sitting and stretches out. I look down at him, looking so innocent with his eyes already closed. I try to reconcile what I'm seeing now with the man I saw earlier, but I vividly see Takumi pushing that dagger into the vampire's stomach with no hesitation. I open my mouth to say something. It feels like I should say something anyway, but I don't know what to say, so I close it. Takumi's eyes open, looking at me curiously. Thinking about joining me again? Yes. Hell yeah. You'll be a succubus, and I'll. Oh, daddy can be my. Wait. No, wait. You're talking about that daddy. Right. I'm not your daddy. Got it. Right. Still, the daddy tree. Still, I had to like picture it in my mind. Amen to that. Start the summoning circle. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Move over. Seriously? I mean, the bed would be more comfortable, right? Uh-huh. I reached down and smacked Takumi, giggling. Maybe some other time. Good night. Aw, boo. Don't tease me like that. Aw. I waved Takumi off and turned around. It isn't lost on me that Takumi's teasing might be genuine. It doesn't matter, because my focus is on other things right now anyway. I mean, who's to say I wasn't being genuine? I'm just, come on, game. Stop blue balling me over here. Takumi deserves better than some freak like me anyway. Aw. With those gloomy thoughts for company, I head to my room for sleep. Huh? Where am I? I blink several times as I look up at the unfamiliar ceiling. Slowly, sleep leaves my body, and I remember yesterday's events. I roll over and grab my phone. I squint as soon as I unlock it, blinded by the overly bright screen. Ugh, why is it always so bright? I don't know, my brightness is always turned down. 3 a.m. Uh-oh. Witching hour. The tiny numbers stare back at me from the phone screen. My stomach growls and I sigh, rolling back onto my back. I stare up at the ceiling. My sleep schedule is completely destroyed now. But what does it matter anymore anyway? Not like I've got school to go to or a job or anything. Oh, wait. I forgot to officially withdraw. I sigh again. I'll have to do that later. The longer I lay in bed, the more I realize that I won't be able to fall back asleep. My stomach practically screams in protest, and I know that I have to give in and go look for something to eat. I wonder if I should get up, though. Taku is sleeping out there on the couch, so what if I wake him up? It was nice of him to take the sofa, even though he's obviously known Aurelia longer. I offered the bed. I did. And it was nice of Aurelia to get me some pajamas. I looked down at my tank top, grateful that I didn't have to sleep in my clothes another night. The pajamas had been on the bed when I stumbled into the room. They've both been so kind to me. I wonder how they met, anyway. My stomach growls, and I realize that the smell of something cooking has been permeating the air. Oh, maybe that's what woke me up. I sit up in bed and see that there is light coming from under the door. So someone's up, then. With that thought, I get up to investigate. I walk into the living room to find Taku, now in normal clothing, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Aurelia is talking to him, all curled up in the chair. Both sit with plates of food in their laps, the dining room table completely ignored. I feel like I've interrupted some private talk between two old friends. I feel a little shy when their eyes land on me. Hey, you're up early. Food's on the counter if you want some. Thanks. You're the one to talk. You just got in, didn't you? The two continue chatting, and I shuffle over to the kitchen. I start rummaging through Aurelia's cabinets to find a plate. There's so many cabinets here. Maybe I should just ask her which one. I'm about to do just that when Taku and Aurelia's conversation turns to a topic of interest. You're not going to believe this, but I saw her. I saw Azucena. Aurelia stops eating for a moment and stares at Taku. At Kate's mother's home? Taku nods. She said she was looking for something. What did you do? I got us the hell out of there. I know I can't handle her. Good man. So it sounds like she had a connection to the sorceress then. Aurelia continues chewing thoughtfully, and I realize that I found the cabinet with the plates. I grab one, walk over to the counter, and begin spooning some of the food on it. Eggs with salsa, I'm guessing? My mouth won't stop watering at the smell. Then, when Aurelia begins stalking again, I'm instantly drawn back out of my hungry thoughts. Hi, Will. Then you'll find this little piece of information useful. I was going to tell you anyway, since I think it'll be useful for your Yasu case. Yasu case? I glance over at Taku, but his eyes remain locked on Aurelia. He looks so serious and tense that I decide to wait before asking anything. Feeling the tension in the air, I wait where I am quietly. I've heard this tidbit for a while, but I wanted to make sure it would grow into something you could use before I told you. There's a growing faction of vampires within the Okura Mafia that are planning to rebel against Azucena. They call themselves the Silver Dogs. They seem like they're getting pretty organized, so they might be a good starting place for info. Is that so? This may be a good time as any to step in. I walked to the dining table, sitting in the chair facing them in the living room. But, if I can ask, what does this have to do with Yasu? The pair look at me. The silence between us draws on, turning awkward. I wonder if it was okay asking that. But he was my friend too, and Taku hasn't mentioned him once. Did something bad happen to Yasu? Is he alright? Takumi and Aurelia both look away. Takumi then sighs and looks back to me. No, he's not okay. I gasp. Why? What's happened? Taku begins his story as Aurelia looks on. 3 years ago, the day you left, while on the job, Yasu was attacked by someone. Someone I believe may have been a vampire. He was critically injured as a result. He's been in a comatose state since that day. I rest my hand over my anxious heart. My God, he's been in a coma? For 3 years? Taku nods. Yeah, and I've been looking for the person who did it ever since. Oh no. Yasu. He used to always be so kind to me. He always looked after us. He was so cool and confident. Of course, I was so young, I couldn't help but admire him for it. And as time passed, I thought I was in love. And now he's... I look at Taku. Why didn't you tell me? All this time, I was thinking he was all right. I didn't see a reason to change that. There was no reason for you to know. No reason for you to suffer through knowing what you can't when you can't do anything. Isn't it kinder to just let you go on, as if everything is still okay? Taku's voice falls to a whisper. Sometimes I wish I didn't know. A silence falls in the room as tears drip down onto my food. Taku's quiet voice is all that breaks it. On that day you left, that's where I was. I had a bad feeling about Yasu, and I went after him. When I found him, I saw a woman with long black hair. I can't remember her face, though, for some reason. But I think that woman might have been Azucena. Azucena. The leader of the Mafia? Why would she have been involved? Because she's the fucking Mafia? Do we really need to question that? Taku avoids my eyes. She may have been involved with Yasu in some way. I can't say the specifics yet. I've been working this case on the side for the past 3 years, but it's tough because everyone who was directly involved with it disappeared a long time ago. All this time, he's been training, working, going to school, and working on this case too? That must have been incredibly difficult. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled. I had no idea that anything was wrong, so I was just shocked. But that's no excuse. I'm sure you've been through hell with this. Taku doesn't say anything, just looks away. I think for a moment, and then continue. But still, I'd like to see Yasu, if possible. Taku gives me an inscrutable expression, and I feel myself tense as he stares at me. I begin to wonder if I've done something wrong before he gives me an awkward smile. I feel the tension leave my body, and the atmosphere in the room immediately lightens. Wow, I never realized just how big of an impact Takumi's smile can have on my mood. Sure, but I'm kind of wiped out. Not used to having missions back to back. I'm sure you feel the same, so maybe we should take a break tomorrow. I need to go back to my apartment, get some things, and handle some other stuff. Then we could go see him on Thursday or Friday. A break? I hadn't thought about that. But yeah, you're right. I'm sore all over and tired. There's just been so much adrenaline lately. Yeah, I can't say you get that used to it, but it does get easier to deal with. Taku stands up and yawns. Kate, I'm tired of sleeping on the couch and you seem pretty rested, so I'm taking your bed, okay? Good night. What? Taku puts his plate in the sink and waves goodnight. He then promptly walks to the guest room and shuts the door. A tinkling laugh comes from somewhere in the room, and I'm surprised to see it's Aurelia.
Look at that,
Oh.
Mary.
Welcome to the neighborhood Cosmic Quill.
Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're here for story time. If you're a lurker, don't feel like you need to say anything. But welcome in. Hello. He's not really what you'd call a gentleman, right? Oh, hello, son. Using your boyfriend's account, we're on campus? Well, thank you for subbing with your boyfriend's account. Or following, rather. Hi, son, I miss you. Hope you're doing well, friend. I'm surprised he ever gave you the bed. What a jerk. I like that about him, though. He could have just told me. Wait, told me about what? I like that about him, though. Do you? Aurelia's voice seems just a little too amused to me. Use his credit card and social security number to gift 100 tier 3 subs. No, don't do that. Not like. Whoever said you did. That's right. But if you did, he'd be pleased. I don't really know what to say to that, so I just cough and clear my throat, which of course sends Aurelia laughing again. Well, I'll be gone on a trip with Pax for a few days soon, so you can have my bed if you want. Just wash the sheets after and I won't care. Wow! Oh, and no sex in it, please. I immediately shake my head. I really seriously doubt... No, that won't happen. So thank you. Desperate, I try to change the subject. So have you known your friend Pax a long time? Yeah, many years. Longer than you've been alive. She's an interesting sort. Wow, really? You look so young. Is she like you then? I'm a sylph. We come from Avalon. Pax does too, though I didn't know her then. They call her Pirate Queen Pax, actually. But while she may look the part, I can tell you that woman's no queen. It sounds like she's really fond of Pax. She sounds really cool. I'd like to meet her one day. Aurelia shakes her head. Be careful what you wish for. She's a force to be reckoned with, always dragging me into this or that. She sighs. But she has a good heart, mostly. Oh, that reminds me. Aurelia hops up lightly and I realize that there are tiny semi-transparent wings on her back. A little gasp escapes my lips, but I don't say anything. Should sylphs have wings like that? That's so cool. Aurelia goes and grabs what seems to be a heavy bag from by the door and comes to stand in front of me. Pax and I both gathered up a bunch of musty old books we had lying around. They're from our adventuring and whatnot that we never got around to selling. Can't guarantee anything about them, but they are magical texts if you want to take a look at them. They're even in human languages. Most of them, anyway. I think. Aurelia places the bag next to me. I immediately reach into it and grab a heavy old tome covered in dust. I rub the dust away, revealing part of a word. Necro... Uh-oh. Curiosity mixed with fear runs through me, but most of all, excitement. I look up, beginning to speak. But the door across the hall closes, and I realize that Aurelia is already gone. I shrug. Oh well, I'll just have to thank her properly tomorrow. Go for now. Thank you for coming in and following. I love you. Love and miss you. Mwah. I pull out all the books and spread them out on the table, carefully looking over each one. I love books, but I haven't had time to read any in ages, so I'm kind of excited to read something again. A small voice in the back of my mind whispers that I could read a lot more if I didn't drop out of school, but I ignore it. I pick what seems to be the most innocuous one, titled Magic and You, a complete and speedy guide to the beginning of a new you. I settle in on the sofa with the book and finally begin to eat my cold food. For the remainder of the night I read until I pass out where I sit. Chapter 5. Respite for the Wicked. Right now, Takumi is taking me somewhere on his scooter. But yesterday, like a vampire, I slept the entire time the sun was up. Though who knows if they even do that. Can't believe they're real. But when I woke up that evening, both Taku and Aurelia were gone. I took care of withdrawing from with Hagiwara, as much as it hurt to do so. But I know that I can't concentrate on my studies right now. If I try to focus on too many things, I'll just fail everything, so something had to go. I studied a lot more as well. Besides beginning to gain knowledge of what sorts of magics there are, I found out that even just a basic summoning of magic can take a long time to master, which is depressing me, honestly. Well, whatever. I'm determined to get a hold on it all until I find Shizuka and make her reverse this shit. I did practice controlling and calming my magic, though. After that, it was pretty easy to figure out that my magic is directly connected to my feelings. I studied control late into the night again, with never seeing Taku or Aurelia that day. And when I woke up this evening, Takumi was suddenly there, saying that he was going to take me out for a Friday night date. Having no choice but to agree, I'm now on Takumi's scooter, my arms wrapped tightly around him so I don't fall off. Admittedly, it's nice to feel the wind in my hair and to actually not think about anything gloomy for once. I wonder what Taku is taking me. I already asked 3 times, but he won't tell me. I can't hide my surprise when we walk into a big pool area. Of all the places I expected to go to, it wasn't here. This is where I work as a lifeguard. Or, well, did, up until yesterday. What do you mean by that? I have a feeling that shit is about to hit the fan, so I asked for some time off work. Indefinitely. Since I got a good track record, they agreed to let me come back whenever I wanted. If I ever do, anyway. Shit hitting the fan? And how do you know this exactly? With you suddenly coming into my life, and the possible breakthrough in Yasu's case, let's just call it detective's intuition. Anyway, I'll go get us some snacks. Taku leaves, and I turn to examine the pool. Other than some people playing with a beach ball, hardly any people are here. Although that's hardly surprising, considering the time of day and year. Taku quickly comes back with some snacks and points to the edge of the pool. We can chill over there. Unless you want to get in the pool. With what bathing suit? My thoughts exactly. Oh, Takumi, you silver-tongued devil, you. I'm fine. The air is kind of cold in here anyway. We go sit at the edge of the pool with our snacks, and after rolling up our pant legs, we dangle our feet in the pool. So, how'd you start working here? I thought you were really into swimming, but I still didn't think you'd be a lifeguard. I ask while struggling with one of the snack bags. Who even makes them so hard to open? The struggle doesn't last long. Takumi takes the bag from my hands, opens it for me, and hands it right back. Well, I needed money for my night job gear, and I was accepted into Hagiwara on a swimming scholarship, so it just made sense. Taku shrugs and takes some food from my bag. I stare at him for a moment, a little surprised that he'd just help himself like that. But what's more surprising, or perhaps not at all, is how natural it feels for him to do it. The familiarity of the situation brings back memories of us sitting together like this in the past and sharing whatever food we had. Some things really do stay the same. And you started your night job because after looking for clues on what happened to Yasu, I hit a wall. I met Aurelia during that time. It's a long story. I know you want to know anyway. You're as curious as ever. Well, Takumi moves a bit closer to me. It's almost as if it was unconscious, like he's seeking comfort for whatever he's about to tell me. Taku looks up at the sky through the glass. After you left, I started staying at Yasu's place, looking for clues on what happened to him. I searched Yoru as well. I was a young kid, and I didn't know anything, so I got beat up a lot in those days. Thinking back on it, those were some hella shitty times. I barely had enough to eat, and my parents thought I was at my grandmother's. 2 cops didn't even know their kid was missing. Eventually, I ran into vampires. I saw some things back then. But death, and worse, things I wasn't able to prevent. I was lucky to get out alive. I was such an idiot. Nerd. But now look at him, he's not a nerd anymore, is he? I did so many stupid things. Takumi sighs. I met Aurelia when she bailed me out from one stupid decision too many. She saved my life during that mess, and I kind of saved hers. After that, she thought I should follow in my father and brother's footsteps. She said I should try to direct all the passion and energy I had into helping others. She became my parkour mentor and helped me meet people that would teach me how to use weapons. With her help, I opened up my unofficial private detective agency as Dante Shirogane. And the rest is just history. Wow, that's... I look away. For some reason that I can't quite grasp, I feel incredibly sad. You were so busy while I was away. You probably faced so many hardships. Yeah. We fall silent and simply look up at the sky above together, our hands so close together that we're nearly touching. So close that I can almost feel him. As the sun sets, a cool breeze passes between us and I take my feet out of the water, pulling my knees against my chest. Looking down at the water, I begin speaking. You know, I didn't think we'd ever get to do this again. I thought that you never wanted to speak to me again back then. When you didn't show up to say goodbye that day, of course I always wanted to talk to you. I mean, I'm sorry. After you left the country, I didn't know how to reach you. I'm glad I was able to help Yasu, even if I was too late and too useless. But I always regretted never getting to say goodbye to you. So I'm glad you're here now. Taku hesitantly puts his hand on mine, and I glance down at it. Oh. Give his hand a squeeze. I give Takumi's hand a small, reassuring squeeze. I look into his eyes, trying to communicate that it's okay, that we're still friends. But Takumi looks surprised more than anything. After a moment, he looks away. After a moment, Taku sighs and pulls his hand away, putting it into his lap. Hey, Kate, when you were young, didn't you used to have a crush on my brother? What? His question throws me off balance. I try to gather myself a bit before answering. Well, it was probably a bit more than a crush, but yeah, I guess. I push a strand of hair out of my face. I mean, why are you even asking that now? Just wondering. So, what did you do while you were gone? How was the UK? It was nice. It's an interesting place. Very different from Japan and yet similar in some ways. I liked it, but I feel most at home here. Hey, watch out! I look up and see a ball coming right at me. In the brief moment between panic and understanding what's happening, I suddenly feel like I've been set on fire. The ball explodes midair before it can get close to me. Behind the flaming falling pieces of the ball, I can see the people's confused and terrified expressions. What? My skin feels like it's being stabbed with millions upon millions of hot needles. I can't turn it off, whatever it is exactly. I look at Takumi, and a small flame bursts into life and explodes midair, right where he was sitting before he suddenly hopped away. In a rush, Takumi gets behind me and covers my eyes as he pulls me up from the pool. Although blinded and confused, the sensation of Takumi's unexpectedly soft hands on my eyes feels almost calming amidst the chaos. Sorry about the ball, guys. Wow, that was crazy, huh? Gotta go. I hear him say even as he drags me along somewhere. In a strange moment of serenity among the utter panic, a single thought comes to mind. We must look like We must look like a pair of complete weirdos right now. Takumi desperately whispers to me, "Cover your eyes." He drops his hands and pulls me along by the hand instead. I do as I'm instructed, even as the fear settles in my head. Shit, what just happened? Did I do that? Did I destroy that ball? Did I almost hurt Takumi? Without another word, we rush out of the pool. I had to keep my eyes closed even on the scooter until the ride itself calmed me down. Afterward, I immediately felt exhausted to the point that Takumi offered to let me ride on his back, but I refused. I tiredly trudge past Aurelia, who follows me with her eyes. I don't have the energy to look back as Takumi starts explaining what happened to her. I fall into the bed, barely able to keep my eyes open. Damn these powers. I'm so worn out. I didn't ask for this shit. I need to find Shizuka as soon as possible. The door opens then, but I can't find the strength to push myself up to see who it is. Taku comes into view then. How are you feeling? Like shit. You really haven't changed much. Anyway, I wanted to tell you that I'm going out tonight to get something that will help you with your powers. I'm having Aurelia help me, so if something happens and you need us, just call me. We won't be too far away. I barely manage a nod before I fall asleep. When I woke up today, it was of course evening. Somehow, I've started to get used to hardly ever seeing the sun up anymore. But this time I'm sure I slept so long because of how exhausted I was from yesterday's power outburst. As I walk through the hospital with Taku at my side, I wonder if it's safe for me to be here. No, I'm fine as long as I can control my emotions, right? Takumi made good on his promise to bring me to see Yasu, but now that I'm here, I'm super nervous. We come to a halt in front of a door. Takumi briefly glances at it before focusing on me. Here it is. My mom usually visits on Saturday, so she's probably in there. Oh, you know what? I should probably save. Thanks, game. Oh, alright. I'm gonna go then. I need to finish getting you what I mentioned to you yesterday. Taku turns around before I can say much and starts walking away. See ya. Oh, okay, just let me. I'll just go deal with your mom. I haven't seen her in like 5 years. Okay. He doesn't turn around, just gives me a quick wave as he walks away. I stare at his back as he leaves, right up until he turns a corner and disappears from sight. I'm getting the feeling that Taku didn't want to be here at all. I wonder how often he comes to visit then. I turn back toward the door and steel myself, taking in a deep breath. He said his mother is in here. She always was so kind to me, but it has been a while. You can do this, Kate. With that, I push open the door to the hospital room. I walk into the hospital room and immediately see Takumi's mother, Nyoko. Ooh, this tea's still too hot. She turns, and when she sees me, she greets me with a smile. Kate, Takumi said you would be coming. It's been so long. I walk up to Nyoko feeling a little awkward and give her a small bow. Nyoko steps closer and pulls me into a one-armed hug. I freeze at first, not knowing what to do or how to react. But I quickly find myself smiling. Nyoko has never been one for formality, I guess. She hasn't changed at all. When Nyoko pulls away, I get a good look at her face, and it hits me just how much I've missed her. Whenever she wasn't working, she was always more of a mother to me than Shizuka ever was. You've grown so much. You're such a lovely young lady now. Though you always were the cutest child. Thank you. Nyoko's expression suddenly relaxes into a frown, and I realize that she must wear it far often than a smile. Did Takumi already leave, then? I nod. Nyoko sighs and looks away. Takumi doesn't like to see Yasu. He hasn't for years. I finally asked him why he doesn't come visit Yasu anymore. He said that he'll come and see him when he wakes up. Nyoko glances over at the hospital bed and I swallow, seeing the thin form lying there. I slowly walk over to Yasu, hooked up to various monitors. He looks deathly pale, but oddly enough, he doesn't seem to be wasting away. He grew into such a handsome man, but I hate seeing him like this. He looks so thin and pale and like death itself. I hate it. Nyoko comes to stand next to me. They still don't know what's wrong with him. She sighs deeply and says in a small voice, I just want my son back. I feel a stab in my heart at the weariness and pain in Nyoko's voice. Why did this have to happen? No wonder Taku is so determined to solve this case. He must want to bring some kind of closure to his mother at the least. I spend a little more time talking to Nyoko before I begin to feel like I can't handle it anymore. Being here with Yasu, who almost looks like he's dead, and a depressed and hopeless Nyoko, I can't take it. I want to cry or scream or do something. But what can I really do? And for some reason, something seems off with Nyoko. She won't look me in the eye at times and keeps cutting her sentences short. I wonder if there's something she's hiding, but I can't figure out exactly what it might be. In the end, I decide to leave soon after. With too much on my mind, I go back home to Aurelia's place. I found my way back to Aurelia's on my own, taking the train that Takumi had sent me information about. The feelings in my heart were so heavy that it had felt like I had to drag myself back. I'm so distracted that I forget that Aurelia had put in some new magical verification system and nearly tripped the alarm. Luckily, I remember quickly enough that I'm able to wave my hand in front of the crystal lock in time. I don't even want to think about what might happen if the alarm got tripped. When I get in, no one's there yet again. I sigh, feeling especially lonely. I guess they're both busy with whatever. I go to the kitchen, still feeling weird about rummaging through someone else's cabinets. But a girl's gotta eat, so... While I try to reach a box of cookies from the top shelf, something catches my eye. I turn and see books on the dining room table, stacked high. Forgetting food for now, I go over to investigate. After scanning through a few of them, I realize that many of these new ones talk about how to get control and power fast. Sounds a little suspicious, but I guess I'll have to take what I can get. I wonder if Takumi brought these in. I grab some food and settle in to study while I eat. Suddenly, I feel more awake and very thankful for the distraction from that depressing hospital visit. After reading for a while and checking the different books, it seems that all of them talk about something called death magic, a type of magic powered by souls. Sounds terrifying, but alright. As I read on, though, something else becomes clear. The user generally utilizes their own soul to power it. It's not uncommon for a user to underestimate how much of a soul they have used. Some users have even died due to power overuse. Wow, this shit is scary. I am supposed to be immortal now, though, so do I really have to worry about death then? Logically, I shouldn't, right? Besides, I could just use this to help me control these powers and find Shizuka. Then she can take her damn powers back. Still, I should ask Taku and Aurelia about the subject some other time. I continue to read on into the night. The next day, I'm startled out of sleep by a knock on my door. I jump out of sleep right into confusion. Huh? Come in? Still feeling bleary, I sit up in bed as I rub my eyes. The door opens, and Takumi walks in holding a purple shopping bag. I nearly hiss at the light being turned on. Me too. Good evening, milady vampire. I have brought thee a gift. I eye the bag in suspicion as Takumi places it on the bed next to me. Go ahead, see what's in it. I stare at him, but he just keeps on smiling. So I sigh and do as I'm told. I look inside the bag and pull out a piece of soft black folded clothing. As I unfold it, I realize it's a hooded dress. I look at Takumi, who only grins back at me. Why did you buy me more clothes? Because it isn't regular clothing. It's gear. You can sync it to a gear crystal, actually. I'll have Aurelia do that later. Do you know what a gear crystal is? I nod. I read about it. If you sync enchanted clothing to a gear crystal, you can change into it in an instant, right? Yep. And that gear is enchanted with really strong magic to help you control and focus. I heard it belonged to a powerful sorceress once. Hundreds of years ago, actually. Or so the legend goes. Or maybe it was some other kind of supernatural, like a mage. Legends are always kind of unclear. Another sorceress? I examine the clothes. The fit and style looks too modern to belong to anyone from hundreds of years ago. Are you really sure about that? Taku nods. Yeah, it looked very different before Aurelia and I had someone tailor it. Taku looks away. I, took some of your clothes. But not in a creepy way. Just so we could get a good fit. And I wanted to surprise you. I thought this style would look really good on you. Plus the hood will cover your identity. My cheeks suddenly feel a little hot, and I look away from Takumi's piercing gaze. I take a deep breath to steady my heart and examine the dress. Thank you, Taku. I really like it. No problem. I'm glad you do. So, have you been studying up on magic? I saw that pile of books has gone. I hold the dress to my body and look at Taku. Yeah, every night for hours. It's actually pretty interesting. At least the books you got me. Oh, that reminds me. I found out there's a spell that will let me teleport short distances using a person's soul as a beacon. So I'd be able to follow you without dragging you down while you're doing your ninja thing. I think I might even be able to see you while you're not there in this way. Although it's normally a really complicated spell, so I'd have to use my soul to power it instead. I tried it a few times last night and managed to port a short distance once, though it really exhausted me. Taku nods. That sounds perfect. You can get some real practice in tonight then. Tonight? What do you mean? Are we going somewhere? Yep, not a job though. A mission. We're going to try and meet the leader of the Silver Dogs. The name sounds familiar, but I have to think about it for a second before I remember. It's the name of that rebel faction within the Okura Mafia that Aurelia told Taku about. A faction that wants to take out Azucena del Bosque. What? Or why? I mean, how do you even know if they'll meet with us and not just kill us on sight? I don't. So then... Takumi says his next words with so much conviction, it's almost as if he's trying to convince himself more than anyone. Because I believe I can make them listen. I just spilled some tea. Whoops. I have to. I need this. We both do. This is our biggest lead to both finding Shizuka and finding out what happened to my brother. I have to know what really happened to him. Who he really was. There are signs, evidence that he might have been working with the Okuras, that he might have been Azucena's lover. What? The words hit me like a blow to the stomach. I can only imagine what the thought alone does to Takumi. That's why I have to do whatever it takes. That's why I have to solve this mystery. I need to know what happened in Yasu's final days. We stare at each other in silence. I search Takumi's eyes and see a sort of intensity and confidence that I have never seen before. Finally, I drop my gaze and give a slight nod. I'll do my best not to get in your way. Taku frowns down at me and puts a hand on his hip. You can't have that kind of attitude on a mission. I snap my head up to look at him. I know this is a lot to handle all at once, and I'm sorry about that, but I wouldn't bring you if I thought you couldn't handle it. I've hardly ever known exactly what I'm doing when I go on missions. Every night I go out, I'm nervous. My heart won't stop pounding. It's racing right now just thinking about what we have to do. Taku steps over to me and takes my hand, pressing it against his chest. Even through his jacket, I can feel the heat radiating from his body, the thumping of his heart against my hand. Sometimes I'm so anxious that I feel sick to my stomach. Every night, everything in me screams that I might not be able to do it this time, that this night might be the one I don't get to go home. I'm no different from anyone else. I get stressed. I get nervous. I'm afraid of failure. I don't want to die. But even though I'm terrified, I do it anyway, because I have to. I do anything I can to get the job done. I couldn't live with myself otherwise. But with you, this time I won't be alone. With two people, I know we've got a better chance. I won't make you do anything you can't handle, Kate. But I believe in you. I believe in that strong little girl that I always went on adventures with. Aww. Who, when pushed to it, can have more courage than anyone. You've been studying hard, practicing. You've got to trust yourself a little. Have some confidence in your own abilities. This time, I won't be alone out there, so I know I'll be stronger for it. I'll work hard to protect you, Kate. I just want you to watch my back. If you can do that, then I'll find your mother and find out what happened to Yasu. I swear on my life I will. I'm stunned at Takumi's sudden impassioned speech, but looking into his eyes, hearing his sincerity as he poured out his heart to me, his deepest fears, I know that I can trust him. I squeeze my new gear close to my chest and nod. I'll do whatever I can to protect you too. Takumi holds out a fist to me and I stare at it. Oh! Quickly realizing what he wants, I lightly bump his fist with mine. That means we're partners now, so I'll hold you to that. Go ahead. I don't break my promises. Taku nods, smiling, and turns to leave the room, but before he does, he stops, holding onto the door. Hurry and get ready. I'll be waiting for you. With that, Takumi leaves and shuts the door, leaving me alone. I can do this. I have to do this if I ever want to have another chance at a normal life, at a happy life. Hold on. Oh, I see what's happening. It's like I'm not spilling this, but I'm getting water, like tea everywhere. I see why now. The tea bag was like hanging out, like the string of the tea bag was leaking. Okay, hold on. Okay, there, that should be better. Sorry. The irony of doing something crazy to get back to normal isn't lost on me. But I'm starting to realize that this universe has quite a sense of humor. I just have to rely on Takumi and help him however I can. I'll do whatever it takes to help him. I get out of bed and begin to get dressed, having reaffirmed myself and found new strength. Chapter 6. Shadows Crawl. Takumi and I used the grappling hook again, but this time I wasn't as scared. It's still mildly terrifying, though. This time, Taku did a better job of positioning us, so I was able to grab onto the ledge and pull myself up. Thank the stars and everything in existence for that. I don't ever want to be thrown like that again. I'm going to teach you at least some basic rolling techniques when we get in some time, or maybe have Aurelia do it if she's around and I'm not. Jumping and rolling is so much faster and safer. Right. Totally looking forward to that. Takumi suddenly pulls out his sal bag and rummages through it for something. Finally, he pulls out a cigarette, of all things. What? You smoke? Takumi doesn't look at me. He just puts the cigarette in his mouth and lights it to the end. He takes a drag of his cigarette before speaking. Not what you're thinking. I'd never smoke that shit. This is just medicinal stuff for supernaturals. For humans, it acts as a drug, gives you an edge, magically enhances you beyond human limits. All I heard was positioning so I could grab on, and that grabbed my attention. Ayo. I don't like the sound of that at all, but I can't really judge him for it. What Taku does on a regular basis is scary, and not much different from what I'm doing with my magic. I want to ask him more truthfully, but he won't even make eye contact, so I gather he doesn't want to talk about it. Takumi soon finishes and drops the cigarette on the ground, putting it out with his boot. So, what's the plan? Takumi begins to explain, his voice slightly deeper than usual. It's like he gains this persona It's like he gains this persona when he puts on his gear. I wonder if he realizes he's doing it. Thinking to myself like this, I realize I've missed some of what Taku said. I'm going straight to where the leader is holding a meeting, which seems to be a shitty, decrepit apartment. Ayo, daddy. Hey, calm down now. You know, the usual location for such scrupulous deals with men of refined taste. We're going to bust in there and declare our intentions. You think they'll just let us do that without attacking us? I saw how fast that vampire was last time. It's likely I'll have to hurt someone, but I won't let you get hurt, Kate. Well, not seriously hurt. If you have any other doubts, now is the time to force them away. Lock them up somewhere deep inside, because doubts can get you killed. I shiver and nod slowly. Okay. It's not far, so I'll run there and you can try that spell thingy you mentioned. Is there anything I have to do for it? I nod again and hold out my hands. Give me your hands. Taku nods and places his hands in mine. I close my eyes and begin to focus on summoning my magic. Wearing this gear, I find it incredibly easy to grab hold of my power. It feels like it freely bends to my slightest whim. It's so different from before that it almost surprises me enough to make me let go. But at the last minute, I steady myself and focus my power onto Takumi. Onto the bright, brilliant light I can see even with my eyes closed, the light that is his soul. I draw power from within myself, from my own, albeit tinted in green, light, and pushes a small part of myself forward. His soul reaches out to mine so eagerly that I have to again stop myself from opening my eyes in surprise. We form a link, like a thin silvery string between us. I open my eyes and step away. There, you can go now. I'll be able to see you and should be able to hear you if you call out to me. With my voice? I shake my head. With your mind. Your soul. I may not be able to hear the exact words, but I think I should be able to feel the pull. Taku stares at me strangely for a moment, examining me. Then he nods. All right, I'm off then. Taku makes a little salute and runs off. I watch as he dashes with incredible speed and makes a running jump, using his hands to propel his legs forward and his whole body downward to a lower rooftop. I run after him toward the ledge and spot him leaping over something in his way, then speeding off to the next. I watch him in shock until he disappears out of my sight. Wow, Taku, you're so amazing. I close my eyes to use my far sight. As soon as I close my eyes, I can see him, albeit very blurry and vague, running without slowing down, making terrifying jumps. But I can see something else. 2 bright lights, so many of them everywhere. I can only assume they're souls of other people, seeing through the walls building... Okay, sometimes there are like so many fucking typos in this game. It's overall like, not like, I like the game overall, but it's like I really want to like offer to do some QA for them. Like sometimes the typos are like really bad. So I'm sorry if that makes me stumble. I can only assume they're souls of other people seeing through the walls or seeing through the buildings as if the walls were transparent. But there's something else too. Vague, shadowy things standing on some of the rooftops that I almost don't notice at first. But the moment I try to look closer, they seem to disappear. Huh? I rub my eyes, half wondering if they'll reappear, but I don't see them again. What were those? Maybe I'm just seeing things. Or maybe I did something wrong? I don't know. I don't have much time to worry about it because I feel a tug within my chest and quickly turn my focus on Takumi. The image is so blurry that it's barely there, but I can see that he's stopped and is looking around. I swallow. He's waiting for me. Okay, I can do this. Just focus on moving toward him, moving all of me and my soul toward him. I feel my body burning up again. My whole body tingles like it's fallen asleep. It feels like I can feel every cell in my body. Yet my consciousness feels like it's moving far away from my body. I feel like part of me is standing on the rooftop. I recognize the feeling from the day I accidentally teleported, and it gives me enough of a hint that I'm doing it right. Another part of me is starting to get the feeling of being somewhere else entirely, with my back against a wall. I allow the sensations to take me, briefly hoping that I don't end up falling out of the sky this time. The sensation is dizzying, and I open my eyes reflexively to steady myself before I can fall over. Only to realize that Takumi's broad shoulders are right in my field of vision. He's holding on to me, keeping me from suddenly crumpling to the ground. You seem kind of unsteady, but you did it. That's so cool. I can practically see the stars in his eyes. When the dizziness passes, I notice that I don't feel half as tired as before. Maybe I'm learning to use my powers more efficiently, or maybe it's the gear helping me. I hope so either way, because maybe that means I'll use less of my soul's power. Taku lets go of me, and I take the chance to look around as he begins to talk. Their place should be at the end of this hall. I feel bad for any of the other residents we might disturb, but there's a chance that this place is nothing but shady people anyway. I doubt they'd hold meetings anywhere that might actually be caught by anyone else. Oh, yeah, I guess we can't be quiet. I hope there are no families here. We'll make this as quick as possible. Keep your hood up over your eyes. I'm going through the window, so be careful. What? Taku grins and rushes off so quickly that it takes me a moment to realize that I need to run after him. I start to, even though I know I have no hopes of catching up to him. I almost trip from the shock as I watch Takumi literally kick a foot through a darkened window. He throws what I assume is a flash grenade, judging by the immediate flash that follows. There's screaming and yelling as Takumi dives right into the fray, and my stomach drops in anxiety. No, Kate, gotta back him up. I swallow as I stop in front of the window and see the smoke pouring out. I made a promise. I get ready to climb through the broken glass after Taku, but the sound of a door creaking open makes me look back. I see the door to the apartment now ajar. Did Taku actually open this for me? How? Not wasting any time, I open the door and rush in. As soon as I run inside, I start to cough at the smoke. I put my hand up to my mouth and try to process everything that's happening through the sensory overload. At first I can't see Taku at all, but as the smoke clears I begin to understand the scene. There's a vampire with a knife in his shoulder, and another one with a shuriken in his chest. Both are angrily watching Takumi having a standoff with another one as he holds out a dagger. Wait! 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 Everyone turns to look at me except Taku, who takes the chance to dart toward the vampire he was facing off with. With lightning speed, Taku punches him in the stomach. Then he moves behind him and, grabbing his shoulder, he forces the vampire to the ground. Taku bends down and throws an arm around his neck, forcing the vampire's head back toward his own chest. Taku puts a dagger to his throat. I look at the scene, thoroughly impressed and bewildered, all at once. Taku looks up at me with a wink, though his voice sounds rougher than before. Thanks, partner. For what? Taku looks at the other two vampires. Do you want your leader to die? In an even deeper, gruffer voice that's almost unrecognizable, he barely speaks above a whisper. Believe me, I know how to kill a vampire. Has he really killed someone before? The two vampires only glare back at him while the one on the ground starts speaking to Takumi. What do you want? Who are you? Taku laughs. It's a kind of scary, almost evil sound to my ears. Oh, like I would ever tell you. Honestly, though, I just want to talk. Sunio, is it? Sunio snarls. What do you want to talk to me for? All traces of mirth disappear from Taku's eyes. You three are leading the silver dogs to kill Dabask, right? All three vampires look shocked, and Taku continues talking. I want to help. Maybe. If you give me some information. You've seen my skills, and I'm not charging you. All I want, Taku presses the dagger in deeper to the vampire leader's throat, is a tiny, worthless piece of information. What the hell do you want to know, then? Azucena, did she ever have dealings with a sorceress? Did she ever have anything to do with Detective Yasuhiro Arai? The vampires look at each other before the leader, still on the floor, begins to speak. If that's all you want to know, fine. But let me go first, and I'll tell you. I have absolutely no reason to do that. I can always get the information from someone else. He's bluffing, I think. He's been 3 years and he still hasn't found anything. Still, if this guy doesn't talk, will Taku... There's an oppressive silence in the room as Taku presses the blade even closer to Sunio's throat, and he begins to cough. Should I say something? No. Trust him. I need to trust that he knows what he's doing. Takumi's eyes dart to mine for just a moment. Though I can't tell why, I get the feeling he's wondering what I'm thinking. I'm worried, but I trust you, Taku. Fine, fuck you, man. Sunia spits out some blood, but Taku barely lets up. Yeah, a few years back that bitch had some deal with some alleged sorceress. When word got out about it, everyone freaked out. Something to do with chaos or death magic or some shit. It sent everyone running, but I was smart enough to not look into it. I knew nothing good would come out of sniffing out the boss bitch's business. And Arai? I know she was always talking about some Arai guy, but I was a small fry back then. You're lucky I heard this much. That's all I know, man. So are you gonna help us or what? Taku remains silent for a moment before getting up and letting Sunio finally fall to the ground. He grins down at the coughing man on his knees. Maybe. If you make any real plans in this shitty little hovel, then let me know. Taku throws a piece of paper to the ground and begins to walk toward me. The other vampires glare at him. It seems like they're about to make a move, but one look from Taku and they look away instead. I see the cold look in Taku's eyes and move out of the way, but he stops and looks down at me. Let's go. With that, I gladly walk out of that place, leaving the silver dogs behind. Takumi and I trudge into Aurelia's home, both exhausted. For once, we find Aurelia already home, sipping some sort of drink from a wine glass as she sits on the sofa with a book. She glances up at us as we walk in, her eyes silently following us. Takumi throws himself down onto the sofa next to Aurelia and lets out the most exasperated noise I've ever heard. Ugh. He sprawls out onto the sofa, somehow still managing not to get into Aurelia's personal space. I sink down into the chair opposite them and let out a little sigh of my own. Aurelia looks back down at her book as she begins to speak. Rough night? Yeah, I guess. How many? 3 vampires. Any injuries? Just some minor ones. Kate is good. What? He didn't mention anything about injuries? Want me to take care of them? Later. Taku yawns. Don't think I have any energy left to use for healing. Get anything good at least? Taku grins and leads forward. I did. It seems like these two have had this sort of exchange before. Maybe many times before. Aurelia looks at Taku out of the corner of her eye without putting down the book. She looks interested for the first time that I've ever seen. Do tell. We were able to confirm that Shizuka and Del Bosque had some sort of dealings with each other. Sounds like nasty stuff, though. Dark magic. That's all the guy knew, though. Anything about your brother? Yeah. The guy said that Azu was overheard mentioning him a lot, but I wasn't able to confirm the nature of their relationship. The room goes quiet as Taku looks down and Aurelia turns back to her book. Finally, she sighs and puts the book down. She puts a small hand on Taku's arm. You're doing well. You've finally made some progress. It looks like Azucena really is the missing link, so if you get to her, you'll find the truth. Though I wish it weren't her. She's incredibly dangerous. Taku sighs and stands up. Aurelia and I look at him as he does a little stretch. I know, but what can I do? I have to follow this through to the end. For Yasu, and for Kate. Taku glances down at me briefly before looking away. I'm going to bed. Good night. With that, Taku leaves the room, leaving me alone with Aurelia. My thoughts swirl as I think of everything that happened tonight. He's right, though. We confirmed Shizuka's connection to Azucena. That's better than anything else so far. I just have to hope she can somehow lead us to her. And Yasu. Maybe finding out what happened to him could help Takumi and his parents somehow. An image of Nyoko's pained face and hushed voice flashes in my mind. I feel a wave of sadness wash over me. I sure hope so anyway. And Takumi tonight. I've never seen that side of him. He was always pretty energetic, but he was also a gentle boy. What happened, really? Has he already murdered someone? Can he really stand much more of this? He seemed... I think back to Taku's crazed face back there and shudder. I don't think I'll ever forget that expression. I nearly jump in my seat, suddenly realizing that Aurelia is standing right in front of me. I look up to see her looking down at me, a wine glass in her hand. You look like you need a drink. Aurelia pushes the glass at me and I'm forced to take it. She then goes and sits down with her book again. I sigh and look into the wine. Thanks. Just got a lot on my mind. Aurelia nods, looking up at me over the book. Life isn't usually easy, but you're going through a lot right now. And I'm sure that trying to adjust to the new Takumi is difficult. Can she read my thoughts? I mean, it's probably a possibility. I don't know what abilities sylphs have. Aurelia smiles at me for the first time. She's so pretty when she smiles. It's not that you gave anything away. I've just been around for a while. It's obvious you're pretty bummed, even after your new lead. One of the things that could be about is Takumi. It's obvious that he's not the same as he was 3 years ago. He doesn't even have the same look in his eyes. His innocence is fading fast. He's been through too much. I wish I could have prevented that, but a normal life is something Takumi threw away a long time ago. This is the path he's chosen to walk. I know that this is how he needs to live in order to feel completely fulfilled. I just hope he doesn't lose himself in the harsh reality of this world. Aurelia looks up at me. But he's never stopped talking about you, or thinking about you. Aww. I think you're the bright light in his life that can keep the darkness from overcoming him. I listen to Aurelia somberly and find myself tearing up. Why am I crying? I take a sip of my drink to hide it and suddenly wipe my tears. I don't know why, though. Why he would feel that way about me. When I think about it now, all I've been thinking about is myself since I came back. I've never ever been good to him. Not half as good as he's been to me. You can change that now, can't you? Your future is always left up to you. With that, Aurelia closes her book and sighs. I'm sure Taku will have a new plan tomorrow, so you should rest up soon. With that, she stands up and gives me a little nod before going to her bedroom. I'm left alone in the spacious living room. Alone with a lot of complex feelings and thoughts, ones that I can't even begin to try to unravel. Or maybe I just don't want to. I sigh and move myself over to the couch. I'm way too tired to study tonight. I lay down and close my eyes. I barely manage half a thought before I'm already out like a light. I'm dragged out of sweet slumber by someone shaking my shoulder. Huh? I blink and rub my eyes, pushing away any remainder of sleep. I look up and see Takumi's smiling violet eyes staring into my own. Immediately, I jump and sit up. What? Where? Confused as hell, I look around, before remembering that this is Aurelia's house and I'm on her couch. Oh, right. Yeah. Wow, you were sleeping like the dead. You never used to be this hard to wake up. Ugh, sorry. I guess I was just really tired from yesterday. Magic can take a lot out of you, I read. Apparently. You even slept in your gear. Anyway, get up. We're going to go meet my dad for dinner. Your dad? Wow, I haven't seen him in forever. Is there any particular reason why we're going to meet him, or is it just to catch up? You're starting to catch on. Yeah, no. When I'm focused like this, I don't like to waste time playing around. We're going to meet him because I want to try and check Yasu's case files again. My dad's the only one who could possibly help me. Now that he's been promoted, he might have the power to access them. You tried before and couldn't get through? Taku nods, looking almost annoyed. Assholes had it locked down, so we didn't have the authorization. As Taku says this, he actually makes finger quotes. He's probably bullshitting us anyway. He's a chief inspector now, though. Well, I hope that comes with a big pay raise, too. I stretch and stand up. All right, then. I'll take a shower and get dressed so we can go. As I get ready, I think about Takumi's dad. I remember he always looked like a pretty gruff guy, but he was actually always really nice to me. I'm nervous, but I'm also looking forward to seeing him again. Takumi brought me to a cafe in the Chuo district called Blue Sky. Somehow, I half expected him to take me to some shady bar or something, although we are meeting his dad, so this makes much more sense. I look around as we make our way to one of the empty tables. The place is unexpectedly light and airy, especially compared to the places I've been to recently. I have to admit, this is a nice change. For the first time in days, I relax as all the tension leaves my body. We sit down next to each other at one of the tables by the large windows, and now we wait. Everything about the atmosphere here is so completely different from the places we've recently been to. It's hard to not just sit back, relax, and forget yourself. I glance around the place, watching the many different people sitting around the cafe enjoying their meals. I wonder, just how many people here are human, if there even are any. I quickly find myself absent-mindedly humming along with the song playing in the background. My eyes meet Takumi's. Well, except for Taku anyway. We quietly smile at each other. He opens his mouth to say something when a different voice suddenly cuts through the silence. Hi, Taku. And a girlfriend? Huh? Takumi and I look around as a blue-haired woman walks up to our table, a knowing smile on her lips. Whatever it is that her smile tells him, it causes Takumi's face to turn bright red. I shake my head. I'm just a friend. Childhood friend, actually. Oh? Well, that's even more perfect. You two will definitely end up together then. Besides, Takumi has mentioned you before in the past. Mrs. Yukamura, please. Can we just order, please? My dad'll be here soon. Oh, Suramatsu is coming? I haven't seen him in weeks. Ever since he got that big promotion, I guess he's been too busy to come around. Yeah. Well, I'll just have to go ahead and prepare his favorite then. What drinks do you two want? Tea for me is fine, and whatever you suggest to eat. I'll have the same. Good choice. It seems like you two need to relax. With one last smile, Mrs. Yukamura gives us a little bow. She then turns on her heel and walks off to get our order in. Takumi sighs, drawing my eyes to him. Do you come here often? Are you trying to hit on me? Taku laughs. Yeah, I do. I have ever since I started doing investigations. It's a good place to come and relax without being judged. I knew Mrs. Yukamura before Tatsuya, actually. It was her whole idea that we become roommates. Though I'm not around often enough to actually call myself that. Oh, is she related to Tatsuya then? Not only that, but she's his mother. Mother? A rough, low voice interrupts us. Hey. We look up to see Tsurumatsu. Takumi nods at his father as he takes a seat across from us. His violet eyes examine me carefully, and I have to fight the urge to fidget under his tense gaze. After a few moments of silence, he finally smiles. Kate? It's been a while. Oh, yeah, it has been. I mean, yes. Yes, sir. Tsurumatsu laughs. No need to be nervous around this old man. Though you've grown up pretty fast, that I bet you make all the boys nervous wrecks. I try to laugh away the awkwardness. I don't really know about that. I look away at Takumi, who looks pretty embarrassed. Dad. So what's so crucial you couldn't say it over the phone? Takumi grows serious and looks around before speaking in a low voice. It's about Yasu. Tsurumatsu instantly turns serious at the very mention of his other son. I found my first solid lead in 3 years. I don't want to say much about specifics yet, but I need access to Yasu's restricted case files. You know I can't give you that. Even though you've been promoted? He nods. Even still, his case is locked down. I've looked, and I couldn't find his most recent reports anywhere in the archives. There are other cases that no one is permitted to look through, too. Tsurumatsu lowers his voice. I have an idea of where they're being kept, but there's 24/7 security there, which only makes things look more suspicious. Tsurumatsu nods and then pulls out a piece of paper from his briefcase. He begins to draw something I quickly realize is a map. As soon as he stops drawing, Tsurumatsu pushes the paper towards us. He taps a room marked Archives with a pen. This is the ordinary archives room, but there's a door inside that will take you to a service hallway. Tsurumatsu follows a line with his pen and drags it to a room marked question marks. According to the building's blueprints I obtained, one of the doors should be just a janitor's closet, but there's a security guard guarding it at all times. He looks at me and Taku seriously. I don't think it's an ordinary guard either. I believe it's a vampire. Vampire. A cold chill runs down my spine at hearing that word again. My mind instantly goes to the vampires we've already encountered and fought. Won't we be in danger again then? Whatever reaction I expect from Taku, I'm not sure, but he only grins and pounds his fist into his hand. This is almost proof that everything is connected. We've got to take this lead. Thanks, Dad. Before anyone can say anything further, Mrs. Yukamura appears out of nowhere. She sets down a pot of tea, along with a bowl of soup and a pastry she sets in front of Tsurumatsu. Long time no see, Tsurumatsu. He nods and picks up the pastry, taking a bite out of it. Thanks, Shizaki. They've been keeping me pretty busy down at the SSU. Tsurumatsu chuckles. I can see why the pay raise was so high. Mrs. Yukamura, or Shizaki as I just learned, and Tsurumatsu begin to chit-chat about daily life while Takumi studies the map. Takumi looks at it with such seriousness and intensity that I can't keep my eyes off of him. I don't want to. It feels so strange to even think it, but seeing him like this, despite myself, I can't help but find it attractive. Shizaki brings our food and Takumi eats while still staring at the map. Eventually, we finish eating. After Shizaki leaves, Taku gets up and I quickly follow suit. Thanks for everything, Dad, but we have to get going now. Tsurumatsu looks up at his son, and for a moment he doesn't say anything. You know your mother doesn't want you doing this at all, but I know I can't stop you, so just be careful. Protect Kate. Yeah, I will. Sir, I won't just be protected. I'll help Takumi too. I'll protect him the best I can. He looks at me in surprise. Then surprise quickly turns into a smile. I don't know the full story, but I didn't think my son would burden himself with someone he didn't believe in. So I trust you. Take good care of each other. Takumi and I both nod, and after saying our farewells, we leave the Blue Sky Cafe. We arrive back at Aurelia's place to discuss our next move without the chance of being overheard. As soon as we get through the door, Takumi goes and starts pulling things from random cabinets and drawers. So, what, are we going tonight then? We're really going to break into a police station? Yep. Taku pulls a vial out of one of Aurelia's cabinets along with some strangely colored liquids and powders. Aren't you worried about getting caught at all? This is the police. Yep. Taku starts mixing everything together. Yep to what? To both? What are we even doing? Preparations. And yep to both. Taku stops and looks me in the eye. Like I mentioned before, I'm always worried about getting caught or getting hurt, but other than suffering and death, life doesn't have any guarantees. So if you have things you need to do in order to achieve your goals, you gotta suck it up and do them anyway. I don't know at all what to say to that. What can I say? When did he become so dark? Ignoring my speechless state, Takumi continues and pulls out a syringe. He uses it to pull the liquid mixture into it, and then shoots it directly into his wrist. What the hell is that? What are you doing? I told you, preparing. It's medicinal. Sort of. Anyway, why aren't you doing the same? Get in your gear, study, practice, whatever. We don't have time to waste. Rebuffed by his words, I numbly turn around and head for the guest room. I'm not at all certain what to think, so I resign myself to reading up on some books. I just pray that Taku knows what he's doing, that all of this crap is worth it to the end. Chapter 7. Night Fight. I pant, sitting on the cold stone floor inside the SSU. Taku stands flat against the wall next to me as he looks around. Takumi and I successfully navigated the rooftops again. My spell to teleport in after him worked as well. So far, so good. Although I did end up falling right on my ass as I poured it in. It was otherwise a complete success. Takumi had explained that because this is a police station, coming from the rooftop quietly was of the utmost importance. So I'd had to wait until he was already inside before porting to him. I take a deep breath to calm myself. It's almost too quiet in the hallway, although I can hear some faint whispers coming from somewhere. I finally look down the hall and immediately freeze when I see them. All along the walls, hidden away by the shadows, I see dark shapes in the distance. I don't know what I'm seeing, but I feel my blood run cold. Even all the way from here, I can hear them whispering. I can't stop myself from gasping. Do they see me? Although I can't make out what they're saying, I get the strangest feeling that they know I'm here. I scramble to stand up and flatten myself against the wall like Taku is. Takumi turns to me, worry shining in his eyes. What? What is it? With a shaky hand, I point towards the end of the hallway, at the dark figures. They remain where they are, much like us, hidden away in the shadows. I get the sense that they're suddenly looking right back at me and I want to run. The whispers get louder, but the words sound unfamiliar to my ears. Taku looks to where I'm pointing with cautious eyes. I push away the feelings of dread and move closer to him, whispering frantically, Don't you see all those people? Taku narrows his eyes. What people? I squint at the shadowy, wavy figures and then they seem to just disappear. What is going on here? Am I losing my mind? Or it's probably just me seeing things. Actually, breaking into a police station has me really on edge. My mind might be thinking I see things because I'm so paranoid about getting caught. I glance up at Taku, who is still staring at me. I swallow the lump forming in my throat. Never mind. I just thought I saw something. Let's go. Taku stares at me for a moment more before finally nodding and signaling for me to follow him. We walk down the dark hallway as quietly as possible. I take great care to step as gently as Taku has tried to teach me in a crash course earlier on the roof. But thankfully, no one seems to be here. We finally reach the door that Tsurumatsu had indicated in his hand-drawn map, but no one is there guarding it. Do you think they aren't here at night? Didn't he say 24/7? I whisper to Taku as we stop outside the door. He did. Maybe the guard stepped away for a bathroom break? Or they're changing out guards? Or maybe your dad was misinformed. All of that's possible. Let's just go inside while we can. With Taku leading, we enter the room. Upon entering the room, Taku immediately looks in every nook and cranny before going over to where the actual files are kept. Watch the door, all right? I nod, and Taku begins working on the lock to a drawer in the file cabinet, which seems to be a digital lock from what I can tell. He softly whistles as he begins tapping on the screen. In a whisper, we begin talking as he works. Fansai. There must be a lot of good shit in here. I keep my eyes trained on the door. If there's anything else useful, we can take it, right? Maybe sell it or something? Wow, Kate, you've been hanging around me too long. Taku takes out a phone and connects it by USB to the lock. But nah, best not to take anything, or we could end up getting a lot of people into trouble. It's complicated, but the way of the ninja is to never let anyone know you were there. Ninja? Aren't you a detective, though? I was trained by one, though, as well as others. It's a long story. With a beep, the lock opens, and I hear Taku pull the drawer open. I listen to him shuffling through the case files when something catches my attention. Shadows move in the room, just out of the corner of my eye. But the moment I turn to look, they disappear. What is this? Do I need to get my vision checked, or could it be something to do with my magic? I stare at where the shadows were just seconds earlier. Or am I really just going crazy from too much stress? I sigh and turn back towards the door. My eyes land on a figure, a real one this time, standing in the doorway. The vampire stares back at me with cold gray eyes. I open my mouth to scream, but the vampire moves so fast I can barely blink. He forcefully grabs me around the waist, pulling me to him. He covers my mouth with his other hand. The vampire spins me around with ease to face Takumi, who drops the files he was looking through back inside. He slowly stands up and glares at the vampire as I frantically claw at my captor, but my struggle doesn't seem to faze him at all. With his large hand covering my mouth and nose, more than anything, I just want air. I can't breathe! I grab onto the hand covering my face, desperately trying to pull away from me. I said I wouldn't be in the way. I have to do something. Not knowing if it'll work, I chomp down on the vampire's hand and elbow him in the stomach at the same time. I hear him gasp just before his grip on me loosens enough for me to run. I dash over to Taku, heart pounding wildly. I half run, half stumble over to him. Takumi catches me in his arms, but the force of impact propels us both backward toward the window behind us. Looking at the vampire that's recovering, Taku quickly pulls out something from his sleeve. He presses it against the glass seconds before we collide with the window, all while holding me tightly against his chest. The glass shatters just as Takumi falls backward, pulling me along with him. The world around us seems to slow down. I clutch desperately at Takumi's jacket. My whole body feels weightless. What's going on? The whole world seems to be upside down. The shattered glass falls around us, shimmering in the air like stars in the night sky. Reality seems tenuous here, plunging through the time and space like this. The wind in my face, the spinning scenery around us, it all quickly serves to push away the confusion. That's right, we escaped. By falling out a window. Takumi lets go of whatever it was that he used to shatter the glass with. He tries to reach into his sleeve to grab something while still holding tightly on to me. I need to do something. It's obvious why we're about to be cast upon the ground below, shattered and broken. If I hadn't gotten distracted, if I had been watching the door like I was supposed to, then we wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't have to die like this. We need to safely land. A spell comes to mind, one that I've been working on for a while, to land lightly in case I ever fell. Feather fall. It was meant as a precaution since Takumi prefers to stick to the rooftops. But it's a spell I haven't been successful in trying before. Why am I even worried? If it works, we live. If it doesn't, well, we're gonna hit the pavement soon enough anyway. I close my eyes and grip onto Takumi tighter. The howling winds in my ears quiet down as I focus inwards. Stillness overtakes everything. I reach into myself, grasping at the shimmering green light within me. Warm. So very warm. It shifts with my presence, moving away and closer all at the same. In one swift move, I grab onto it. Like a lightning strike, a sudden shock runs through my whole body and I nearly let go without meaning to. Somehow, I managed to hold on, ignoring the almost overpowering electric feeling threatening to overtake all of my senses. I feel our descent begin to slow down, enough that we're almost floating in place. I open my eyes to Takumi's violet ones staring back into mine. Are you doing this? Yeah, but I have to concentrate to keep us... Oh, sorry. I'll shut up now. Taku watches me with a gentle smile, and I feel his arm squeeze around me just a little bit tighter. You're amazing. He whispers so quietly that I almost miss it. I want to smile back at him, but I can feel my consciousness begin to slip away. No, I have to hold on. If I pass out, we'll start falling again. My vision begins to fade. No, come on, you can do this, Kate. Just a little bit longer. Come on, Tars! I rest my head against Takumi's chest. I struggle against myself to keep my eyes open. Just a little longer. My body feels as if it's burning up, like I need air, and slipping away like this is the only way I can breathe. I close my eyes. Just a bit. Come on, Tars. No. My heart beating out of my chest, I jump. My whole body shakes. Where? I take a deep breath to calm my racing heart and look around. We're not falling anymore. We're not falling. We're safe. Taku, where's Takumi? Is he okay? I need to find him. I need to know. As I put my hand on the bed to push myself up, I find that I'm touching someone, and I nearly scream. Sitting up, I look over and sigh in relief at the sight. Even in the darkness, I can see Takumi, still in full gear, sleeping peacefully in bed next to me, albeit sprawled out and not particularly close to me. Looking at his sleeping face, I manage to pull together a tired smile. He's okay. We're okay. I can't believe I managed to save us. To save him. I lay back down, keeping my eyes on his sleeping form. I managed to keep my promise to his father. I don't know how I would ever face him again if I hadn't. I wonder, though, was everything we did for nothing? Or did Taku manage to find something before the vampire interrupted us? I sigh and put away that thought for later, lying back down. Looking over at Taku, I'm reminded of how we used to fall asleep like this as children. Some things really haven't changed after all. Calmed by Taku's rhythmic breathing, I slowly drift away. Oh, it's so cute. It's almost been a full day since our thrilling fall out of the window. By the time I woke up, it was already evening and Takumi out of bed. When I got up to eat, I'd found Takumi talking to Aurelia about yesterday's events. He explained to her that he only managed to find out that Yasuhiro hit a roadblock in his last case, the disappearances in Yoru. However, Taku mentioned a partner, one that he hadn't seen in 3 years, not since right after Yasu had been admitted to the hospital. After we ate, Takumi said that we were going to talk to this partner and see if he had more insight on the case. He'd admitted that he was hoping that he just hadn't asked the right questions last time they spoke. Takumi's father, Tsurumatsu, talked to the detective force beforehand, and he had agreed to meet us tonight, which is why we headed back to the MTD building right now, this time as visitors instead of trespassers. Takumi, you said this detective is in a special department, right? What did he and Yasu do? They were a part of the SSU, the Special Security Unit. It's a secret unit created just to handle supernatural cases within Shua. Both supernaturals and humans can join the unit, but you have to already know about it or get recommended. And then you have to go through this insane special training. Hagiwara has a training program for it, and that's what Yasu did. He finished early even. Really? Wow, he must be really good. Well, Yasu was always really good at everything he tried, so it's not a surprise. We turn the corner and keep headed for the SSU building. We reach the department and are now in front of the office door of Yasu's old partner. Taku knocks on the door and then takes a step back. You know, Detective Moon rose through the ranks to become the top case closer in the SSU. Which is something that my brother was headed for himself before the coma happened. He doesn't look at me when he speaks. His voice sounds strained, and I can only imagine the sort of emotions he's holding back. Before I can even think of how to reply, a deep voice calls out to us from inside. Come in. Taku immediately pushes the door open. When we walk in, my eyes land on a man leaning on the edge of his desk, silhouetted by the city behind him. He stares at us, eyes drifting from Takumi to me and back. His gaze seems to pierce right through us. I can't help but immediately feel impressed with his poise and serious demeanor. He almost seems like a detective from a noir movie come to real life. Under his scrutinizing gaze, I begin to feel a little like I want to go hide before he can draw out all my secrets out of me. I take a tiny step closer to Taku, who stands staring back at the detective with his hands in his pockets. It's like they're sizing each other up. Although only a few seconds have passed since we stepped foot into Detective Moon's office, it feels like an eternity before one of them finally speaks. Yasuhiro's brother, Takumi Arai. That's right. And you're Jinsul Moon, Yasu's old partner. As I quietly stare at each other, I hold back the urge to roll my eyes. What's with all this stoic manliness and posturing between them? Seriously. I sigh and step out from behind Takumi. Hello, I'm Kate Sith, Takumi's friend. I was also a friend of Yasuhiro's. We were hoping you could tell us some things about him. Jinsul looks at me before his eyes dart back to Takumi. I could, depending on what you want to ask about. What should I ask? We'll let him take the lead. I'll just let Taku ask. Takumi? Takumi jumps in as if he'd been waiting for the opportunity. I want to know everything about what you last worked on with Yasu. How this happened, why you let it. Yasuhiro. Jinsu looks away, and for a moment, he doesn't say anything. He seems to come to a decision as he turns to look back at us. He was working on a case known as the Yoro disappearances, a string of potential murders of many criminals and some of their family members here in Yoru. No one was all that interested in the case. Why? They believed that everyone was better off if there was a serial criminal murderer. And what did you believe? I believe that even criminals deserve not to be killed in cold blood. That they deserve to have a right to a fair trial and justice as much as anyone else. And Yasu? Yasu was much the same. Besides that, he saw it as shirking his duty if he didn't look into it, and so did I. We were a good fit as partners in that way. Anyway, you want to know how that case ended, I assume? Well, I don't know the answer either. We were taken off the case, and I stopped pursuing it. I knew we had dug too deep and hit some kind of danger, but Yasu didn't want to stop. What happened? We had an argument. He said that he would pursue it regardless of danger. That kind of corruption was all the reason we needed to push further. And did you not agree? Jinsul shakes his head slightly, crossing his arms. It's not that I didn't agree. It's that I wanted to slow down our progress somewhat, look into some things first. Try to go about it as safely as possible. But your brother was always reckless, so he went ahead looking into the case anyway. I didn't try to stop him. Takumi's face hardens. I know I should have now. It was my responsibility to look out for him, as his partner and as the older, experienced one. But I failed the Arise, and I'm forever sorry for that. Then, instead of moping about it, just help us now. What was the last thing you heard about the case from Yasu? Well, I don't know if it was the last thing that happened in the case or merely the last thing he felt I should know. I have a feeling he knew more than he was letting on, but he had hit some resistance, as expected. People weren't talking, weren't giving him the necessary files he needed to pursue the case. He said he was going to try and talk to the superintendent, to try and get him to keep some of the pressure off so he could investigate whatever lead he thought he had gotten. I'm not sure what happened after that. Yasu... Jinsul trails off, and Takumi remains quiet, looking as if he's deep in thought. I take this as my chance to step up and ask about what seems to be the most obvious option. Couldn't we just go talk to the superintendent then? We could, but... Let me guess. He won't talk to you. Jinsul nods, looking a bit pained, although I can only guess why. You're investigating what happened to Yasuhiro, right? So you must have a reason for coming to me now. What have you found out? Taku folds his arms and looks at Jinsoul. You seem like a real by the rules sort. You always play good cop, right? So why don't you just sit back and let us handle it from here? I'm not bound by the same rules you are. Sure, I play by the rules, but don't think I won't break them if it means justice will be dealt. Let's go, Jinsoul. Jinsoul turns and pulls a hat off a hook. He puts it on. If you're going to the superintendent right now, I'm coming with you. I owe Yasu at least this much. Taku and Jinsoul stare at each other levelly until Taku finally turns and opens the door. I'll trust you, only because Yasu once did. With that, Taku leaves the room and I follow him along with Jinsoul. We file out into the hallway, with Jinsoul and Taku leading. As I stare at the two side by side, I notice how broad Taku's shoulders have gotten, and how straight and tall he stands now, especially when compared to the dorky, skinny kid of the past. Focus. It's time to focus. Get your shit together. He and Jinsoul walk in long strides, with a confident gait, and I find myself standing a bit straighter in spite of myself. He isn't going to just see you, you know, if he's even here at this time of night. True, but like I said, I don't play by anyone's rules but my own. Jinsoul examines Takumi, but he doesn't say anything as we step into an elevator. The three of us step out into another hallway, and Jinsoul leads us to a door at the far end of the hall. This is his office, but it seems like he's not there. Hey, what are you doing, Arai? Takumi bends down and starts to fiddle with the lock. He's using some kind of tools he seems to have pulled out from nowhere. I briefly wonder if I should even bother asking about it when the door suddenly opens. Takumi stands up in surprise as a hooded stranger walks out. Another vampire. I didn't have to see the fangs to guess this one. Who the hell are you? I could ask the same of you. Were you just in the superintendent's office? So what if I was? Had to talk to him. Sure, you guys could understand why he wouldn't want me around in daylight hours? I answered your questions. I'm curious. Who are you guys? Why should we answer? Unless you can get us in to see him right now. And why would you want to see him after hours like this? Unless you got something shady to talk about. There's only one reason I can think of that someone would come to see the superintendent at this time. You, Okura? Oh, you, Okura? No cop I ever knew looked like you guys. What if I was? So you're one of us. Are you done speaking with the superintendent then? Yeah, I could be. Hey, now that I think of it, did you say Arai? That sounds a bit familiar. Taku and Jinsoul stiffly watch the vampire without a word. The vampire looks at me and then grins at Taku. You wouldn't happen to be against the Okuras, would you? Ooh.
Does someone need a hug?
Thanks for the hug. Hope you're doing well, Will. Takumi and I can't hide the surprise from our faces, while Jinsoul manages to maintain a neutral expression at the vampire's comment. Haha, yeah, I can see it on your face. No need to worry. The vampire leans in to whisper. So am I. Taku quickly recovers himself. Were you the crew that took down my brother the other day? Yeah, I figured because of the girl there, and they mentioned unusual eyes on the guy. Knew it had to be you. Only Okuras came to see the old man this late, and you don't look like Okuras. We watched the vampire, no one daring to speak first. Now, there's no need to panic. My brother offered you a deal, right? If you decide to work with us, I won't squeal on you now that I've seen your face. And before you decide to attack me, listen to this. I'll give you some choice info. I'm in good with the superintendent, so you can be sure I can get whatever you need. What is it that you guys need me to do so bad that you're willing to work with an outsider? And why can't you do it yourself? The vampire laughs. So you're interested then? It's easy enough. I'll do what you want if you do what we want. It's just taking out the trash. Just getting rid of one of that bitch's top men, a bastard named Junichi Okura. Do you mean killing him? Taku and Jinsoul say nothing in response. I find myself unable to say anything more to the vampire's crazy request. Rumor has it that he's Azucena's boy toy. I hear she comes around to see him an awful lot, for sure. Finally, Takumi speaks, looking deadly serious. Tell me where I can find him. I can only look on in silent horror as Taku receives the location of this Junichi Okura. I looked to Jinsel for something, some sort of support, for him to tell Takumi to stop. But the detective simply quietly looks on at the exchange. The vampire gives some instructions on where Taku can find him again after he's completed the mission, and Taku nods along. Apparently, having everything he needs, Taku turns around and begins to walk away. Let's go. I rush to catch up with Takumi and Jinsel's long strides. Wait! How do you know that vampire won't ride us out anyway? I don't. So what are you gonna do? Kill someone just because he said to? Just for a chance at information? Taku stops and spins around to face me. What choice do I have? A silence falls between us and I look away, unable to meet Taku's intense gaze. Jinsel quietly speaks up from behind us. I don't want to know if you're going to kill this Sakura or what you're going to do with him at all, but I do know that you need to come back alive. Without another word, Jinsel heads towards the elevator, leaving us alone with our awkward silence. As the elevator closes, Takumi looks away from me. Without meeting my gaze again, he begins to talk. You should go home, back to Aurelia's. I have to settle this tonight, while I know where the guy is. Why should I leave now all of a sudden? You never had a problem with throwing me across rooftops or even taking the bed when you want. Takumi looks at me at that, because this is serious. I'm pretty sure I know this guy, and... Taku trails off. And what? You won't be coming back? So how is that supposed to convince me not to go? Maybe I'm not as experienced as you, but you said it yourself. 2 people are better than 1. I can watch your back, and I promised I would. So I will. I stride to the elevator and push the button. Takumi comes up next to me without a word. We stand there quietly for a moment before he finally says something. Thanks. One simple word makes all the anger leave my body in an instant. Taku. He's really not used to relying on anyone, is he? I know he just wants to protect me, but... I sigh and look at him. There's no need to thank me. I owe you anyway, after messing up last time. Shizuka and the Okura Mafia are tied together some way, so this is my fight too. Besides, we're partners, aren't we? Taku gives a nod just as the elevator dings and we get on. Okay, we haven't saved in a minute. Of all the shady places I expected we'd go to, I did not expect this one. I don't even know if you could really call it shady. After grabbing our gear, we made our way to this beautiful and classy upscale piano bar somewhere in Chuwa. Because it's past midnight now, the few people that are here are hushed and scattered far from each other at different tables. There's a cute young girl playing the piano, and the whole vibe of the place puts me at ease. Don't let your guard down just because it's a nice place. I nod. I know, but it's hard not to. It's so nice and chill here. Taku sits at the bar, and I follow. When the bartender comes up to ask for our orders, he declines a drink. Right. He technically still is underage. Well, it's not like this place exactly checked our IDs anyway. We order 2 waters, and Takumi begins to look around out of the corner of his eye, scanning the room slowly. I should probably keep an eye out too. Or maybe not. This is important. What if I just mess it up and get us spotted? I sigh and take a sip of my water. Found Mr. Junichi Okura, Takumi whispers before getting up. I quickly put down my drink and follow Taku to the dimly lit table. There's a man in a red hoodie sitting at the table, looking out of place here. He sits by himself, drinking a glass of something I can't quite tell. He looks up at us as we get close enough to his table. He cocks his head to the side upon seeing Takumi. He looks pensive for a moment, as if trying to remember where he might know Taku from. His lips quickly twist into a smirk as his eyes look back onto Taku. So you found me. Took you long enough. I admit, I kind of had hoped that you would have given up and gone back to your life. Takumi stands there without a word, declenching his fists as he shakes with barely restrained emotion. I have to wonder what went on between these two for Taku to lose his cool so fast like this. He glares down at the man. I don't know how you found me, but I'm feeling pretty good today, so I'm willing to let you go if you leave now. I can't do that, Takumi says between clenched teeth. His voice is low and strained. Oh? And what is that you think you can do then? Takumi suddenly flicks his wrist, and a knife shoots out from under his jacket sleeve. In an instant, he thrust it at Yoon. June? Yoon? I'm not sure. He hops back out of his chair, knocking it back over before Taku has a chance to do more. What the hell? Fuck. No! Everything unfolds before me so fast that I don't know what to do. The people around us start screaming and backing away. I can see them running out of the room. I stand rooted on the spot, half wishing I could just grab Takumi and do the same. Takumi runs to the side, throwing shuriken at Jun, who easily manages to dodge all of them while looking like he's actually enjoying himself. By now, we're the only ones left in the room. Takumi throws the last few of his shuriken so fast that it doesn't look like Jun will have time to move. I see it happen in slow motion. The blades fly at Jun. They glint dangerously under the lights as they spin closer and closer towards their target. One of them flies right towards Jun's eye, but it doesn't seem worried. At the very last moment, he smirks. His whole body melts away into the shadows in an instant, and the shuriken hit the wall behind where he stood just seconds ago. I stare at the spot where he stood. What? How? An amused laugh rings out through the empty piano bar. You really do have to try better than that. Jun's voice calls out from somewhere. Everywhere. Takumi spins around, his eyes scan the room looking for any sign of the vampire. I can feel those steel gray eyes watching us from the shadows. A shiver runs down my spine. This one, he's dangerous. We shouldn't be here. We shouldn't have come here. I can't move. The sickening feeling of fear and utter dread keep me frozen in place. Every fiber of my being screams, danger. In a burst of shadows, Jun reappears and Takumi immediately focuses on him. I'm a nice guy, so I'll give you another chance. Walk away now, and that can be the end of this. Takumi pulls out one of his daggers and makes a beeline for Jun. Jun meets him dead on, grabbing his hand with a smile as Takumi struggles to stab him. Is this guy seriously enjoying this? Tell me, what was my brother's connection to the Okuras? Takumi is glaring daggers at Junichi. His whole body shakes, straining against Jun's strength, but while Jun doesn't seem to be having any trouble at all. I'm struck by how pointless it all looks. Like a child struggling to fight a giant, Takumi's efforts seem to do absolutely nothing. So that's what you're after. He chuckles and tightens his hold on Takumi, making him wince. Don't you dare mock me. I'll kill you. I gasp at the rage and frustration in Takumi's voice, but Jun doesn't seem to be impressed. Why so serious? You should just give up while you still can. Jun pushes Takumi away and he stumbles backward, but catches himself, dagger still out and at the ready. Takumi bends down so that I can't see his face, putting his hands on his knees. Suddenly, his whole body is shaking, and at first I think he's actually crying, but I can hear him laughing. A dark laughter, unlike I've ever heard from him before. Just how is it that you can stand being Azucena's pet like that? The temperature in the room seems to drop and Jun's whole demeanor shifts. Before either one of us can so much as blink, Jun grabs onto Taku's throat and lifts him up into the air. The dagger falls out of Taku's hand as he gasps for air while desperately clawing at Jun's hand. Jun only tightens his grip. Are we going to do anything, or are we just going to watch? Takumi! Ugh. Frantically, I try to think of something, anything that I can do. What can I do against strength like his? Think, Kate. Such a cocky little kid. I could crush your throat right now, and there's nothing you could do about it. You think you know so much. Got it all figured out, don't you? Jun effortlessly throws Takumi across the room. Taku hits the glass on the other side of the room with a sickening thud and crumples to the floor. Takumi! I run to his side and kneel next to him, horrified at the sudden blood I see begin to flow down his face. I look up to see Jun stroll up to us, hands in his pockets. He seethes from barely restrained anger. He looks down upon Taku with a bleak, distant look. It's unlike anything he's shown us so far, not even when Taku was actively trying to kill him. It's frightening. Takumi somehow manages to look up, blood dripping from his mouth. Just tell me. His words come out strained through heavy breathing. Jun snorts. Persistent one, aren't you? All right, I'll tell you something. Whoever told you I was here, he was playing you. I think I know exactly who it is. If he came to you with some shitty sob story, I want you to know that that bastard has hated me for years. He is one of the many fools that thinks he's in love with that hag. And he probably thought he'd be getting rid of 2 thorns in her side and his if he told you to come after me. He's just pissed that all he'll ever be is that superintendent's bitch instead of directly under that Miss Pain in the fucking ass Del Bosque. June turns and starts to walk away. But before he can take even a few steps, Takumi tries to move and ends up hacking up blood. Wait. June stops for a moment, but he doesn't turn back around to face us. Yo, Frank. Yeah, you've come in at a really intense time. Happy Monday. Oh, and yeah, your brother did come to us. He shrugs. Who can really know why, though? June walks away from us, and in a burst of shadows, he disappears. I'm left alone with a frustrated, angry, and very injured Takumi. The story got curses. Yeah, we're fighting vampires. Trying to find out more about my mom who cursed me, and we're trying to find out about his brother he's in a coma, dealing with the vampire mafia. That's very TLDR. Will killed it. They went golfing. Nice. I look down at Takumi and gently pull him up towards me, resting his head in my lap. I can see his eyes start to glaze over. No, Takumi, please. You have to stay awake. Come on, please. For me? Takumi lets out a weak chuckle. I would, but Takumi's eyes flutter closed before he can finish. Takumi! No, come on, don't pass out on me. Takumi! What do I do? I look around the place, but there's no one here but us. No one I can call to for help. Takumi, please, wake up. Blood slowly starts to pool on the ground around us. Oh God. Where are you bleeding? I try to check Taku over, but my hands won't stop shaking, and I don't know where to begin to look. What do I do? I hold Takumi's unconscious body close to me. You're such an idiot. Going against someone like that? Please wake up. Not knowing what else to do, I whisper it over and over again like a mantra. I know that I need to go get help, but I have no idea who to reach out to, and I have no desire to leave Takumi alone like this. Aurelia, I need to get him to her. She can help. She'll help. But how? I close my eyes and concentrate on Aurelia. I can almost feel her energy as if she was right next to me. Something grabs at me, at my shoulder. My eyes snap open at the feeling. A cold shiver shoots through me and I look around. What was that? I can't see anything or anyone around. Only a whisper and shadows just out of the corner of my eye. But like every other time, the moment I try to look, they're gone. Only this time, the whispers don't fade away. Vasmiertino. A strange voice whispers something right in my ear, something I can understand. I can feel the frigid breath of someone on my skin. The words don't sound familiar to me, and yet I feel like I can almost understand the words. At least enough to know that I don't want to understand. I close my eyes again and tighten my hold on Takumi. As I focus on Aurelia again, I hear it. I can't stop myself from shuddering at the sound. Cold slowly creeps over me. I can't stop shivering. I glance back, but once again there's no one there. I look down at Takumi's unconscious form and take a deep breath. I can do this. I need to do this. Ignoring everything else around me, I close my eyes and focus my all onto Aurelia. I can sense her, so close, yet so far away. Hold on, Takumi. I reach for her as I hold on to Takumi and pull us forward, to her. Chapter 8. Evanescent Souls. I port right into the middle of Aurelia's living room, kneeling down, still holding Taku's head in my lap. Aurelia's in the kitchen cooking when she looks up. Our eyes meet. Hey, sorry about this. Aurelia. She drops the spatula she was holding. Before I can even hear it clatter on the ground, she half runs, half floats so quickly to us that I'm not sure she didn't pour it over to us. I'm barely aware of the tears running down my face as I start to explain everything that happened to her. Aurelia listens to me talk as she places her hand over Taku. It glows with a faint silver light as she checks him over for injuries. Help me move him to the couch, as gently as possible. I nod and take Taku's arms. Aurelia takes his legs and floats up, quickly beating her wings as we lie him on the sofa. Takumi doesn't move or make a single expression as we move him. He's really out of it. Haven't seen him this bad in a long time. Get me some wet towels. She rolls up her jacket sleeves and begins to pull off Taku's shirt, revealing his way too toned chest. Calm down. Not right now. Not right now. Not the time. Not the time. What are you doing? Would you rather do it then? Healing works better with direct contact. Right. I turn to get the towels, but then look back at Aurelia. Will he be okay? I hope so. Hesitant, but having no other choice, I turn and run off to get Aurelia what she needs. Please be okay, Taku. I wake up with the setting sun shining in my eyes. I blink and rub them as I yawn. I sit up to see Takumi sitting at the dining room table across from Aurelia. Takumi, you're okay. Aurelia looks over at me. You're finally awake then. You slept longer than the injured guy. Not by much, but still. That's because I guess I used up a lot of my power yesterday. Even though I have my gear, it still seems to take so much out of me. And it's not getting any better. It might well be because of the type of magic you're using. Or maybe even the way you're using it. As interesting as that conversation sounds, I want to hurry up and talk about the info we gathered last night. Wow, calm down. You were just at death's door. Calm down. We've been waiting for you to wake up. Oh, and before you start worrying, I'm fine. Just a few broken ribs. How can he just brush off almost dying like that last night? That's what was left. But there's a lot more damage than that before I healed it. The memory of everything that happened last night flashes through my mind. The image of Takumi's crazed grin, and Jun's cold expression, and Taku coughing up blood. I can see it all still so vividly. As I refocus, I realize that Takumi and Aurelia are staring at me. Upon noting their unreadable expressions, I force myself to smile. Everything is fine. Just smile like everything's fine. Alright, yeah, let's talk about last night. With that, I go and sit down at the table with them. So, we basically confirmed Superintendent Tagawa is shady as fuck. That's right. I can confirm he's been taking money from all sorts of underground groups. He's been in with the Okuras for quite a few years, but my guess is that he's getting greedy. Complacent, too, if you saw one of his liaisons coming out of his office. Even if the Okuras will eventually end him themselves, we can't exactly let that go. I try to mind my business usually, but someone with that much power could really mess shit up. I nod. This also probably means that he had something to do with covering up Yasu's case. That's probably why your dad can't access the files. Exactly. Plus, since he's in with the Okuras, he may have had something to do with Yasu's coma. So, we get Tagawa, we expose his corruption, and we'll be one step closer to solving this case. Makes sense. So what's the plan? We need someone on the inside to get the evidence. Uncover proof that he's been dealing with the Mafia. I have someone in mind, but you're worried about their safety. Yeah. Well, that's understandable. If they failed, they could be in real danger. What about Jinsul? I don't trust him. I don't know enough about him to say if he'd be able to go through with exposing an official. He's too much of a straight shooter for me to feel comfortable. Hey, A9. You're home from work a little early. I appreciate you stopping in. I hope you had a good day. He's too much of a straight shooter for me to feel comfortable. And I don't want him knowing any more about our activities than he already does. Then who? My dad is too close to the top. I can't risk his position, and he's probably being watched since he tried to access the case files in the first place. But my mother is still just a sergeant. She can move freely from place to place, and she's got the guts to be able to do this. My mother is completely about justice. However, I'd also have to tell her about what I'm doing. She still doesn't know about my night job. She forbade us from dealing with the supernatural after Yasu. That's why Dad has a desk job now. He had to close down Arai investigations because she couldn't take the fear of what might happen. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. We sit quietly, weighing Takumi's heavy decision on our minds. I look at him out of the corner of my eye. It must be so hard for him to make a decision like this, one that might risk his way of life and his mother and father's careers and lives on exposing a corrupt official. In the end, Takumi made no decision that night, and we decided to rest for once. Just for tonight. Taku, Aurelia, and I ended up binge-watching some TV show all night. Throughout the whole night, I focused my all on the TV, ignoring the whispers I kept hearing at times. That's probably fine. Let's ignore that, yeah. Because for once we were having a relatively normal night, and I couldn't remember the last time we'd done that. And because I didn't want to think about what the whispers mean, or think about Shizuka, or anything really, I choose not to mention them. There will be plenty of time for weirdness and misery later. 2 days pass, with me studying and Takumi resting from all the healing he had to do. Though I researched them, I can't find anything on those black figures or the strange whispers that keep haunting me. I did come across some interesting spells though, like one for making people fall unconscious and another to regain lost memories. But I gave up practicing them because whenever I tried, they'd sometimes have completely opposite effects of what I was trying to do. Whatever that's about. Hopefully nothing is wrong with my magic on top of everything else. Takumi seemed moody and unlike himself, and was always either shut away in a room cleaning his gear or messing around with strange vials. Overall, we barely talked about anything worthwhile. Eventually, though, Takumi made up his mind, which is why we're now on our way to go see his mother. His father informed us that even though she wasn't scheduled to, she had gone into work in order to finish some police reports. Takumi now seems as quiet and somber as he's been for these past few days. I wonder what's wrong. Taku, why do you always keep everything to yourself? By now, I'm starting to get used to seeing the strange shadows at the edge of my vision. I barely pay them any mind, even as I see them on the street. With everything that's going on, I don't want to stress out Takumi even more. And being unable to catch Aurelia at a good time to talk, I've let them go without comment. After a quiet walk, we turn into the police station. Takumi comes out of the room where his mother's office should be. His eyes meet mine, and he shakes his head as he walks up to me. She's not there. Before I can respond, a man in a suit holding a stack of papers comes out of the adjacent room. He stops in his tracks when he sees us. Oh, hey Takumi. Are you looking for Nyoko? Takumi nods and the man points up. She said she was going up to the roof for a bit for a private phone call or something. Oh. This sounds mysterious. Thanks. Let's go, Kate. When we arrive on the roof, Nyoko has her back turned towards us. She has her phone in her hand as she stares up over at the city lights. Taku and I approach her slowly, but she still jumps when Taku puts a hand on her shoulder. Taku looks worried as he peers into her face. Hey, what's wrong, Mom? Oh, nothing. Taku, you scared me, coming up on me out of nowhere like that, on a rooftop. It's scary. Did Dujima tell you I was up here? Maybe. Takumi nods. Oh, and he brought Kate, too. How are you? For the first time in weeks, I stopped to think about it. How am I? I really don't know. I'm still just trying to get my life back to normal, honestly. I'm fine, Mrs. Arai. Mom, we need to talk. What is it that you're so serious all of a sudden? Takumi looks away, at me, then takes a deep breath and looks back at his mother. I've been looking into what happened to Yasu. What? Why now? You know I don't want you messing around with supernaturals, even for Yasu. Yes, but it wasn't just now. What? I haven't only been looking into this recently. I've been looking for the past 3 years, since Yasu went into a coma. I've been doing other jobs too. Every night I could. I've been solving mysteries and helping supernaturals. Just like Dad and Yasu. Slap! Ayoko slaps Takumi without warning.
He needs some milk!
He only looks away at the skyline. I watch them in silence. I don't know what to say in a situation like this, or if I should say even anything at all. Miyoko's whole body shakes as tears begin to well up in her eyes. How could you? Takumi says nothing as a chilly breeze passes between them. I suddenly feel as if I'm witnessing something very private, and that I should not be here. But I can't leave now, especially not after seeing a mother and son as broken as this. All because of what happened to Yasu. Because of what people with powers like mine did. Yoko looks away from Takumi. You knew. You knew I didn't want you out there. Your father and I didn't ask for this. Yasu wouldn't want you to get killed for him either. But I had to. Someone has to. I couldn't bear to lose another son. A harsh silence stands between mother and son. It seems like no one knows what to say next. Even though I feel like an outsider to the situation, I find myself stepping forward. Nyoko roughly wipes her tears away as I do and looks at me. Mrs. Arai, the reason Takumi is telling you this now is because we need your help. We're very close to solving what happened to Yasu, but along the way, we found out about, I lower my voice to a whisper, corruption in the SSU. Superintendent Tagawa's corruption specifically. I quickly explain everything we found out about Yasu. I only leave out the parts about Shizuka and how we got the information precisely. Nyoko seems to realize that there's more to the story, but doesn't ask, and only calmly listens to me. Placing a hand on her hip, she wipes away the rest of her tears with the other hand, while Takumi looks deep in thought. Once I finish the story, Nyoko looks at Takumi. So, you want me to help catch him, huh? Takumi timidly looks down at his mother and nods. Yes. I grappled with the decision to involve you for days, but I need your help, Mom. Nyoko stares at Taku for a moment before nodding and crossing her arms. I'm glad you're coming to me instead of trying to take on all this by yourself. This is my job, after all. Nyoko points to herself with her thumb and grins. I'll find the evidence and make sure that justice is served. Takumi finally smiles, which brings a smile to my own lips. Thanks, Mom. He steps back. Just be careful, please. I don't want you guys in danger or losing your jobs. Nyoko unexpectedly pulls Takumi to her in a big hug. Over her shoulder, I see Takumi wince. Oh no. Aurelia said his bones were almost healed, but he's still really sore. Nyoko pulls back. Who do you think you're talking to? I've been in the force since before you were born. And besides that, I'm not the one with broken ribs. Takumi seems as surprised as I am. Then he grins, and I meet his eyes with a smile of my own. Well, I don't know if she forgives him, but I think they'll be all right, eventually. With that, we say our goodbyes and head home. Takumi and I quietly walk down the street. Even though things ended well with his mother, Takumi seems down. I'm guessing that with how long it took him to come to this decision, he's still uncomfortable with the idea of putting his mother in danger. I hold back a sigh. Well, that's a perfectly normal reaction. It's not like everyone's mother is a cold, manipulative sociopath. Ever since Takumi lost to June so badly, he seems down. Could it be that it's still bothering him? We walk together in apparently similar moods. Moping like a pair of tweens, we walk down the street, looking down at the ground. I'm on the edge of completely spacing out when I walk right into someone. Oh, sorry. I look up to see someone I hope to never see again. I can't stop myself from gasping. June. A cold shiver runs through me. Drawn by my reaction, Takumi turns to me and his eyes immediately jump to June. He quickly pushes me behind him. What the hell do you want? Don't tell me you have nothing better to do than stalk us. June sighs. I'm not who you think I am. The hell is that supposed to mean? Exactly what I said. I'm not the man who did whatever you think he did. Taku scrutinizes his face. Bullshit. I think I'd remember the guy who broke my ribs. Taku reaches into his sleeve, holding something we can't see. I want payback. But I'll let it go for now because I want more info on Yasu. Huh. Stay away from June. You're safer that way. Having said that, June just walks away, leaving us standing there. Could he have a brother? A twin? I shrug. That would explain it. I didn't think June looked the type to dress that way anyway. Ugh. And then he just ignored me like I wasn't any threat. Like he was more concerned for my safety than his brother's. Not knowing what to say or do, I just take Takumi's hand, hoping to distract him from his apparent angst. Let's go. We go home, but Takumi stops just outside of Aurelia's apartment. Before I can ask why, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and pops one between his lips. Almost out of habit, I want to admonish him for it, but I find that I don't really care anymore. If the cigarettes are normally just for missions, why are you smoking now? Because I want to. Okay, fair enough. I told you that some of them have addictive properties. Taku shrugs, and I decide not to push it. Instead, I hold out my hand out just under his cigarette. Need a light? Taku offers me a little smile as he nods. I snap my fingers to create a little fire. But instead of fire, the cigarette just disappears, porting away to who knows where. What the hell? If you didn't want me smoking around you, you could have just said. No, that's not it. That wasn't supposed to happen. Lately, my magic has been unstable, even when I've done the spell before. You have been acting weird lately. Are you alright? Is there something weird going on with your magic? I don't think so. Without saying anything, Takumi pulls out his phone and starts making a call. What's going on? Hey, I need a favor. Sorry, but it has to be you. You're the only one who could keep quiet about this. I listen on as Takumi describes to someone that I have been staying with him somewhere the entire time, and that we've been handling my power control on our own, but now there's something weird going on with my magic. The more he talks about me, the more apprehensive I feel. Who the hell is he talking to? Finally, Taku hangs up and looks at me. Do you mind if we go out somewhere before going in? I shake my head. Are you going to tell me who that is? Is that who we're going to meet? Taku laughs. Always so curious. Yeah, let's go. Don't worry, you can trust this guy. With that, we leave the building. Takumi takes me to a grungy, shady-looking bar on the edge of Yoru. I'm not particularly surprised to be taken somewhere like this, although admittedly in the past I would have been. As we walk up to the bar, I am surprised to see the magenta-haired person waiting for us. Upon seeing us, he gives Takumi a little nod. Shinji! I follow behind Takumi towards him, suddenly feeling very nervous. He's not going to say anything about me disappearing that day, is he? Takumi sits down at the bar, leaving a spot open between him and Shinji. Hey, man. Hey, you've been gone for a while. The warm tone of their exchange surprises me. I didn't know these two were friends with each other. I was starting to think you might have gotten yourself killed or something. Nah, not yet. He dismisses it so easily, but I can't forget his unconscious body lying in a pool of his own blood. Yeah, not yet, luckily. I sigh and draw their attention to me without meaning to. Shinji smiles down at me. So, what's the problem exactly? You said her magic has been acting strange lately, but strange how? Well, I'll let Kate explain what's happening. Hesitantly, I look at Taku, but he continues smiling and nods at me to start speaking. Don't hold anything back. It could be important. It's alright. Take your time. There's no rush, so just talk when you're ready to. I describe some of the weird ways my magic has been acting, not losing control precisely, but at times doing something totally different from what I meant it to do. When I finish speaking, Shinji doesn't say anything, seemingly thinking over my words. Totally normal. I freeze at the sound of a strange voice in my ear. Oh no. Again? Out of the corner of my eye, I can see it. Dark, shadowy figures creeping closer. You see them. It's not a question. I gulp. You see those things too? Shinji's eyes flit to where the shadows are hiding and he nods. Yeah, I can see them. So I'm not going insane or anything? I've been seeing and hearing shadowy figures and whispers for some time now. And lately, it's been getting worse. I see. He watches the shadows straight on, and I wonder if they don't hide from his gaze. For a while, he remains like this, as if mesmerized by the shadowy figure's movements. Then he looks back at me. You've been using death magic then, haven't you? What? How do you... Yes. I have been using it. I didn't know any other way to get my powers under control quickly, and it just seemed like the simplest solution. Well, that explains how you got it all under control so quickly. I was wondering how you managed it, and it looks like I got my answer now. Shinji grows quiet, and I find myself unable to take my eyes off of him. Frozen in anticipation, I have to remind myself to breathe. We like I'm even in this storyline. It's hard not to. Look at him. Death magic is not something anyone gets naturally. No one is born with it. The only natural way to gain access to it is to have it touch your soul. Usually that means being possessed by a spirit. That's pretty much the only safe way to become a death mage, although I don't recommend it. Being possessed isn't exactly fun. The nice spirits would never possess someone, and the ones who would, well, I'm sure you can imagine. With this way, though, the death magic becomes a part of you, and it's not as corrosive to the soul as it would be otherwise. Corrosive? Even though I ask, I'm not sure I want to know exactly, but I need to know. Shinji nods. Yeah, the other way to obtain the abilities is to force it. You force your way by using the magic that isn't meant for the living. It seems that you tried to force it to come to you. Grasping and grabbing at it, you tried to make it work for you. It didn't come to you naturally, so it would wear at you more. Instead of just corrupting, it consumes. It corrupts your soul and eats away at it the more you use it. Although that's not something anyone can avoid, no matter how they got that magic. The more you use it, the more things change. It starts pretty small too, so you manage to tell yourself that it's nothing, just your mind playing tricks on you. Shadowy figures just out of the corner of your eye. They disappear every time you turn to look, so you think you're just imagining it up to the point where they don't go away. They hide, they move away, but they don't disappear anymore, not unless they want to. And then you start to hear them. They whisper things almost constantly. The better you see them, the more you're aware, the more they whisper. You can sort of ignore it after you're used to it, but sometimes they get more persistent. It's never quite anything you can understand. It's barely there, something you can recognize but can't comprehend. Shinji sighs and looks down at his drink. I admit, I fear the day that I'll finally hear them properly. The day I start to understand what they say, it may very well be the day they can finally get close enough. He looks up with a smile, but it looks so wrong somehow. My heart aches painfully at the sight. I can't tell if it's for him, me, or maybe both of us. I can already understand some words. The more death magic you use, the closer the shadows will start to get. Sometimes you can feel them reach out to you, grab at you. It's not a pleasant feeling. I stare at him wordlessly. Even my mind seems to have gone silent and still. Is there no way to reverse this? To fix it? You don't. But if you stop using it, it stops getting worse. It may go away eventually, but it hasn't for me, so I wouldn't know. He shrugs. It's too late for me, though. Death magic touched my soul too deeply, even without me using it at first. I don't want to get your hopes up, so I won't say that you may have a chance. It's a possibility, in theory anyway, but you pretty much have to test it yourself. Don't you have anyone else you can ask? Anyone who did something like Kate did and managed to stop it or reverse it or something? Despite the grave tone of the conversation, Shinji laughs. I guess. I don't associate with any other death mages exactly. I don't advertise that I am one, technically anyway. No one else is going to either, and if they do, I suggest you run. I'll try to ask around discreetly, but don't hold out any hope. My whole body feels cold. I feel like I'm not even in my body at all. My mind races a mile a minute. What have I done? What's going to happen to me? What happens to an immortal without a soul? Takumi looks strangely angry and ready to storm out the place. He gets up, nearly knocking over the bar stool, but he stops when his eyes land on me. His expression softens immediately. He sighs and looks at Shinji. Thanks, Shinji. I'm going to take her home now. I think we need some time to process what you said. Yeah, no problem. And if it gets any worse, let me know, alright? Yeah. Come on, Kate. Taku stands up and pulls me by the wrist until I get up and leads me away. It barely registers that we're leaving, or even moving. I feel like I'm locked inside my own head, screaming and screaming for the help that might never come. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? My thoughts run as if on a loop. I don't remember leaving or the walk back to Aurelia's house. Once we get inside, it's obvious that Aurelia isn't home. Takumi rummages through the cabinets with shaking hands, trying to pick a drink for himself. He pulls out a bottle of something and takes a swig of it. He's underage. He shouldn't. I sigh. Oh, you know what? Whatever. If he's old enough to be doing what he does at night, he can at least have a drink without me saying anything. Taku pulls out a pair of crystal glasses from another cabinet and turns to me. Want a drink? I don't normally drink, but yeah, I think I really need a drink right now. Taku nods and quickly pours me a glass of amber-colored liquid and holds it out to me. With shaky hands, I reach out and take it, but the glass slips right out of my grasp. It shatters as it hits the wood floor. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'll go and get a towel. I run off to the bedroom without waiting for a reply. I look around everywhere around the bedroom. Where did I leave my towel? I look under the bed. I know I left it here somewhere. My eyes start to water, and tears begin to stream from my eyes like a flood. I sink down to the floor in frustration as the tears roll down my cheeks. What the hell am I doing? I hear footsteps, and when I look up, I see Takumi appear in the doorway, simply staring down at me. My first instinct is to look away, to try and hide my tears. But it's Takumi. With him, it's okay somehow. His quiet voice echoes across the room. How could you just risk yourself like that? In truth, I'd feared this conversation ever since I had learned about death magic. I don't respond. I can't, so I just look away. Takumi walks up to me and kneels down. He grabs me by the shoulders and forces me to look at him. He looks directly into my eyes and asks again, "How could you risk yourself like that?" I focus on him, and my own frustration at him finally boils over. Couldn't I ask the same thing of you? Don't you go out and risk yourself for Yasu every night? What about all the crap you shoot up before missions? And the cigarettes you said were just medicinal? Taku stares at me and then backs away. I push myself up to stand, taking my chance to go on the offensive now. That can't be good for your health. Are those things even safe for humans? Taku doesn't answer. Or perhaps he can't. You're damaging your body to be able to compete with the competition, aren't you? It's basically the same thing, isn't it? Since you're still just a human? What you did wasn't even comparable to me risking my life. You're destroying your soul. I had to. I needed to be able to keep up with you so I could find Shizuka. It wouldn't have mattered if I was just able to get back to normal. I thought that anyway. And besides, I wanted to protect you too. We look at each other, breathing heavily. I break our eye contact, looking out the window instead. Even though I believe in what I said, I feel a little guilty for yelling at him. Takumi suddenly reaches out and grabs my hand. In one smooth motion, he tugs my arm and I stumble into his chest. Taku steadies me, pulling me into his strong arms. I'm too surprised to do anything but stand there. I'm terrified, and I don't want to lose you, or Yasu, but it feels like I'm about to lose both of you. Huh? Yasu, I'm stunned when tears fill Taku's eyes. They're about to let him go soon. Take him off life support. My parents, they can't afford to take care of him anymore. What? Then Nyoko. Now it all makes sense. But why now? When we're so close to figuring out what happened to him? Takumi doesn't seem to have any answers for me. Stunned, all my strength leaves me and I relax into his arms. We hold each other as tears quietly flow, neither really knowing what to say. And then, Takumi pulls back, away from me. I need to go. Go somewhere. Get some air. He mumbles so quietly that I almost don't hear it. Takumi starts to move away, his warmth leaving me, but I grab his hand and look down, pulling at him. Please don't go right now. I don't think either one of us should be alone. I don't want to be alone thinking about all this shit. I'm scared. I'm really scared. For Yasu, for me, for you. I look up at Takumi. I mean, when my soul's gone, will I just be left, alive, but empty? What happens when an immortal's soul fades away anyway? Takumi looks down at me, our eyes not straying from one another. He leans down and kisses my forehead. It'll be okay. I promise I'll help you. Just, my lips are down here, buddy. I'll figure it out. Please don't cry. I won't let anything bad happen to you. I look up and gently pull his face down to mine. There you go. I hesitate for a moment, looking into his beautiful violet eyes, our noses almost touching. We both bring our lips together. It starts out as a tender kiss, but quickly turns into one of need. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him back to the bed without breaking the kiss. I sit down, pulling him with me. Takumi places his hand on me and slowly begins to move his fingers up my body. His lips on mine, so hungry for me, not giving me a chance for breath. Clothes slide off to the floor and are fast forgotten about. That night, there aren't any worries or thoughts of the future. We live only in the moment, desperately taking in every ardent second without regrets. Aww. Yeah. Chapter 9. Solitude. When I wake up and turn in bed, I find that Takumi is nowhere to be seen. What's with all these fuckboys? Shinji, they always, don't stay in the bed. Okay? I don't like it. I sit up and look around. His clothes are nowhere in sight. Takumi? No response. I wrap the sheet around myself and get up. Taku? I quickly check the bathroom, but he isn't there. Wrapped in a sheet, I peek outside the bedroom door and see Aurelia there. Our eyes meet for just a second. Hey, eep. I duck back inside in an instant. I try not to think too much as I go take a shower, hoping that Takumi is out in the living room. I hope Takumi is with Aurelia. I ducked out so quick I didn't get a good look at anything else. Ugh, I also hope she didn't actually see me like this. She'd definitely know what's up then. Oh, she absolutely did. When I get dressed and come out, I finally get a good look around and see that Takumi is nowhere to be found. And I find that I can't even look Aurelia in the eye. I hope she didn't come back during all of that. Had fun last night? Oh god, why? I'm gonna die. I can't bring myself to say anything at all, or even meet her eyes as she hands me some breakfast. Aurelia just laughs and goes to wash the dishes. But as soon as she turns the tap on, she sighs and turns it right off. She turns back around to face me. Before you ask, I don't know where Takumi is. He hasn't been in the greatest emotional state lately, so he's probably off doing something stupid. Well, that makes me feel a lot better, thanks. My fork falls out of my hand, falling onto the plate with a clatter as I look up to meet her gaze. What? What do you mean? Do you know about all the things Takumi does to himself to stay on top of his game? The drugs he takes are medicinal for supernaturals, but extremely dangerous and toxic to humans. They're just like human drugs. You can take them, but you'll slowly damage your body until you die.
You know what I'm saying? I'm your daddy.
You're my daddy. My mind turns to the things I yelled at him last night. My stomach feels heavy. He's not satisfied with being human, and never has been. Yo, that's a fat mood for me too. And losing to June has really been weighing on him. I was expecting him to leave sooner, but I guess you were keeping him sane. He's probably out seeking some dangerous shit. I wouldn't even bother calling him because when he gets like this, he won't answer. Why? Why now? Was it because of last night? I sighed. I'd seen the signs too, even if I just wanted to pretend I didn't. It's clear that Takumi had some issues from all this. It's understandable though. Doing investigations like these every night takes its toll on you, and I wouldn't bother trying to find him right now. If he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. Aurelia's words, they piss me off because I know they're true. Takumi himself pisses me off. Damn. Ugh, why'd you have to do this now? If that's the case, then I want to go out and search for information on my own. We were getting so close, and Yasu doesn't have much time left, and finding Shizuka might be my only chance of saving myself from death magic. Where would you start? What would you do? Well, I quickly go over everything I know in my head. I think the next steps lie with Jun, since he's close to Azucena. I want to know more about him and where I can find him. He could just kill you on sight if he feels like it, you know. Yes, I've seen what he can do. And I suspect that was just a small portion of it anyway, since he was only fighting a human with no powers. But I don't know what else to do. We settle into quiet as I rack my brain trying to figure out how to keep going without Takumi. Oh, that other June. Hey Aurelia, you don't happen to know if June has a brother? I do know some things, but it's going to cost you. Of course. Alright, I can pay you. How much do you want? We can discuss that later. For now, I'll trust you. But usually payment is up front. June does indeed have a brother, a twin. Naoki Okura works as a professor at Hagiwara University. I don't know if you know anything about June's activities, but it's possible as they're rumored to be very close. Thank you, Aurelia. Too excited to stop myself, I jump up and hug the tiny sylph. As soon as I let her go, I rush off to get changed and run to find this Naoki Ukura. After asking around Hagiwara, I found out where Naoki's office is. I haven't been back here since that terrible day. The hidden basement itself still shocks me. I'm almost surprised to see it still here, that this wasn't all just a dream. A magical elevator that would only react to supernaturals and bring them down to the basement. Who would have imagined such a thing could really exist? Admittedly, I am a little nervous about getting caught by someone who might remember me, so I keep my hood up as I walk. When I enter Naoki's office, I find him sitting at his desk, apparently working on grading some papers. I pull my hood back and look at him. Hello, you might remember me. He stops writing and looks up at me. I'm the girl you bumped into last night. Can I ask you some questions about your brother? If I can get to Azucena through him, then I might be able to solve this whole mess sooner rather than later. No. I have no reason to share any information with you. He looks down and continues to grade papers, completely ignoring my presence. What? Naoki's short and direct response throws me off entirely. I said no. You can leave now. But please, I just need some information. My friend, he disappeared, and I don't care. I'm not telling you anything. So please leave. I stand there, stunned. No. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I need to know. I know I need to do something to help Takumi. I push my hand out forward, pushing the professor out of his seat and slamming him against the wall of the classroom with an unseen force.
Look at that, Mary.
Welcome to the neighborhood birthing underscore.
He needs some milk!
Birthing Hips, a fantastic name. Welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you for the follow. I grasp at his throat with an invisible hand holding him up. So dissonant to the situation, Naoki only looks down at me with interest. I can sense no panic in him, no fear, as I slowly walk up to him, hands outstretched. You'll answer some questions, or I'll kill you. It seems a bit drastic. Oh, it seems a bit drastic, but okay. Yeah.
Hey, have you ever been dragged to the sidewalk and beat until you pissed blood?
That's me right now. Completely unperturbed by my threat, Nao only looks down at me. Interesting. Very well. I will answer some of your questions. If you'll answer some of mine. Okay then. That was easy. I carefully let him down. He doesn't even bother to fix his suit, instead peering at me with full interest for the first time. Go ahead. Ask. Although keep in mind that I may not answer. Do you know anything about Detective Yasuhiro Arai's relationship with the Okuras? I do not. Then, where can I find June? Right about now, I guess he would be at the Fox's Tail Bar at the border of Yoru and Shuwa. At least if he's following his usual schedule right now. Are you done asking questions already? Oh, yeah, I guess I am. Your powers, I can tell. You're no mage. I've never seen a real sorceress in person before. You don't seem to be very proficient with them yet. How did you get them? When? This is what he wanted to know? I don't feel any desperate need to tell the story of it all, but I can see the truth in burning curiosity in Naoki's eyes, and I did agree. They were passed on to me by another sorceress very recently. She didn't stay to teach me anything, though. Naoki studies me quietly. That much is obvious from his expression. But when he doesn't say anything for a while, I start to turn to leave. Thank you for answering my questions, and I'm sorry for attacking you like that. But I'm gonna go now. Wait. I freeze. Yes? I've been thinking to talk to June anyway since I met you yesterday. I want to find the truth since I've been dragged into this mess, so I'll accompany you. Even though the thought of going anywhere with Naoki is odd, I can't really refuse him, so I nod. Let's go then. We had a very quiet, awkward, and uneventful walk together. Neither of us had any common subjects I know of to talk about, so I doubt that the awkwardness could have been avoided. The only somewhat exciting thing was that the two of us together got some occasional stares. People might have assumed we're a couple. A couple. A vivid image of Takumi looking down at me with pure need flashes in my mind. Concentrate. Not now. Why now? Yeah, concentrate. No. I don't really know what happened or what we are now, if we're anything at all. I nearly walk right into Naoki when he stops without warning. Before I can even ask, he wordlessly gestures towards one of the tables by the wall. June isn't that hard to spot. As we get closer to the table, I notice Jinsul already there, standing next to June's table. He seems to already be talking to June, albeit seemingly unsuccessful. Naoki walks up to stand next to the detective and June greets him, ignoring Jinsul and me completely. Nao, didn't you say you're too busy to come out for a drink? Well, whatever. Come sit. Sit. I want the truth, June. What's going on? Huh? So you two. It's nothing worth noting, really. June, I've been dragged into this out of nowhere, and you've been acting strange lately. So there's no way I'm buying that. I want to know. Please. I don't know if it'll be helpful, but I add in my part anyway. June's eyes move so fast that I barely catch him glancing at me. He sighs. You want to know what happened to Detective Arai? Fine. But it's on your own head if you end up dead after that. Knowing too much never gets you anywhere good. Especially not when that bitch is involved. That bitch? Wait, does he mean who I think he means? Anyway, he started digging into what he wasn't supposed to. The disappearances in Yoru were ordered to be kept a secret. Don't ask me why. Even I don't know that one. All I know is that Azucena wanted it kept quiet, and if anyone asked too many questions, they got reported to her. June shrugs. Don't know who ratted Arai out. He probably asked the wrong thing of the wrong guy, which got him hit on the head. Well, not so much a hit as an order to get rid of him. I liked the guy enough. I hoped he'd succeed, so I do wonder who gave him up. But what the royal pain in the ass wants, she gets. So she sent me to take him out. Wait, you? You're the one who attacked him? June shrugs again and takes a sip of his drink. Yeah, it was me. Azucena wanted him gone, and so I had to get it done. When June finishes his story, Jinsul immediately moves toward June. Pulling him out of his chair by his shirt, he slams him against a nearby wall, much like I did with his twin earlier. What happened to Yasu after you left him? Why is he in a coma? And who was the black-haired woman that was there afterward? Ugh, Mooney, chill out. Despite being pinned to the wall, June shrugs. I don't know what happened, but he was supposed to die. And I don't know who the chick was. If I wasn't there by then, how would I know? Naoki calmly but firmly pulls Jinsu off of June. Detective Moon, you have your information, so you can leave us alone. Jinsul points at June. I'm not letting you off next time. I will find you, and then I'll throw your ass in jail for everything you've done. I will find you, and I'll kill you. Yeah, good luck with that, Mooney. June rolls his eyes, but concedes and quiets down. I grab at Jinsul's sleeve and pull the shaken detective along with me. Come on, let's go. I convinced Jinsul to come back to Aurelia so we could figure out our next move together. I now stand in front of Aurelia, who's relaxing on her couch with a tablet in hand. She looks up at us curiously the moment we walk in. I gesture at Jinsul. Aurelia, this is Detective Jinsul Moon. He was Yasu's partner, and he just helped me out with June. Jinsul removes his hat and bows to Aurelia slightly. Hello. Aurelia nods slightly and gestures for him to sit down at the dining room table. Then she looks at me for an explanation. Under her scrutinizing gaze, I begin to quickly tell her everything that happened during my meeting with Naoki and June. I see. She looks at Jinsul. About what happened to Yasu between June leaving him in his coma? Have you calmed down enough to come to any conclusion? Jinsul doesn't say anything at first, but I can almost see the wheels turning in his head as he crosses his arms and puts a hand to his lips. Within moments, he uncrosses his arms and looks at us. The black-haired woman must have had something to do with why Yasuhiro is in a coma. June would definitely know how to kill a human properly. She is the only unknown left in the timeline between June leaving Yasu and Takumi finding him. Aurelia nods. Taku is the only one who saw this woman. So the final key to this mystery must be locked in his memory. Then he has to be questioned. We should go see him right away. About that, we don't know where he is. You should look for Takumi at his home. His roommate might know where he's at least. Then I'll go over there now. I turn to Jinsel and give him a slight bow. Thank you for your help. It was nice to see you again. But Jinsel shakes his head, putting on his hat, like he's not coming. I've been wondering what happened to my partner for over 3 years. I'm not going to leave when the answer is within our reach. I'm coming with you. I nod at the detective. It makes sense. After all, he must feel guilty about his partner. With that said, I quickly go get changed for meeting Takumi. After that, we bid Aurelia our thanks and leave the apartment. Jinsel and I walk out into the street and we're met with an unexpected sight. Naoki Okura standing near the entrance to the apartment building. When Nao looks up and sees us, he immediately pushes himself away from the wall and comes towards us. Okura, what are you doing here? Jinsel subtly takes a small step forward, getting in front of me. It's been on my mind. This mystery you both seem to be trying to solve. I'm very curious as to what caused Detective Arai's coma, so I've decided I want to know. Are you serious? My entire life is spent searching for knowledge. Often this means solving mysteries. If there's something I don't know or understand, I can't rest until I find out. This is a mystery that no one has been able to figure out in 3 years, and it's close to being solved. Naoki crosses his arms and tilts his head. There's no way I cannot be involved. My personal code won't allow it, so I'm coming with you. I promise my knowledge can help. I can see the resolve in Naoki's eyes, the first real expression other than interest that I've seen on his face. It doesn't seem like we could have much of a choice. I look at Jinsel, who only shrugs. I nod at Naoki. Alright then. We're headed somewhere now, so let's go. Remember that if you try anything, I'll be forced to use my extensive knowledge of fighting vampires. Nao surprises us with a smile, something I didn't know he could even do. I'd be interested to hear about that later, but you'll have no use for it on me. With our strange team assembled, the three of us set off to Chua proper. We stand outside of Takumi's apartment. Jinsel knocks on the door, but no one comes. No one home? No, I can hear someone inside. Jinsel nods and keeps knocking. Eventually, the door swings open to reveal a frazzled-looking Takumi, holding a cigarette of some kind. Immediately, he glares at Nao. Then he looks at Jinsel with suspicion. It only meets my eyes for a brief moment. Then he sighs and turns away. I get worried for a moment, but then he motions for us to follow him inside. What do you want? His voice sounds gruff, deeper, more akin to how he talks when he's wearing his gear. He doesn't look at us when he asks. Instead, he turns to go back to the kitchen. When we walk inside, I finally get a good look around the place. I feel my heart sink at the sight. There's syringes, clear plastic bags, and vials and things I can't even recognize scattered all around the apartment. Where's Tetsuya? Takumi pulls out a syringe out of his pouch as he stands at the counter. He's at his parents'. Actually, forget that. What are you doing? What is that? Takumi's whole body won't stop shaking as he uses the syringe. I run over to him and try to grab for it, but he jerks away and messes up the injection. Fuck! The syringe falls to the floor, and I'm relieved to see it hit the ground. What the hell are you doing? What are you even here for? I can only wordlessly stare at Takumi. I've never seen him like this before. I don't know how to handle it. Nao and Jinsel don't comment either, watching him with careful eyes. Jinsel steps forward and gives Takumi a brief run-through of what June revealed. Takumi looks on in horror as Jinsel says all this. Junichi said that Yasu was supposed to die when he left him, but it seems that black-haired woman came afterward. I believe that the answer to what happened to Yasu lies with whoever this black-haired woman was. You're the only one who saw her, Taku. So the answer must be somewhere in your memories. Somewhere in my memory. Sorry. If we find her, we can find the whole truth. I was thinking, I did actually see a memory spell in my studies, so I think that can help. I can also help with that. I'm a master of potions. I know 1 or 2 that can help with that. I'm gonna save real quick because we haven't saved. And remember this being a point that I fucked up before. Naoki looks at me. Although you can unlock his memories using a certain spell, you might risk destroying his mind, or worse. Fuck that. Why would I trust someone like Potions Master or not? You're June's brother. Your brother tried to kill mine. Who knows what kind of shit you might give me? Naoki continues to look calm in the face of accusation. His eyes remain steadily on me. My own eyes dart from him to the very angry-looking Takumi. Taku turns to me. I trust you, Kate. If it has to be risked, then I want you to do it, because I definitely don't trust that guy. But I'll let you decide. He trusts me, but Neo's right that this is a big risk. What do I do? I don't remember anything. Takumi may be right. Whatever Neo said, he is June's brother, and they do seem very close. He did get June to stop with just a single word, so who knows what's really going on here. I'll perform the spell myself. It's your lives. You know the risks. Neo simply moves to stand closer to the windows, folding his arms. I can't help but feel like he's judging us. Well, what else am I supposed to do? It's okay, Kate. I'm glad you're doing it. I nod, suddenly feeling nervous. Takumi, could you sit down? Takumi acquiesces and sits down on the couch. I sit next to him and turn to place my hands on his head. Okay, let me think. I close my eyes and try to recall the memory spell. I think it was something like mending connections. As I try to remember the details, I can feel everyone's eyes on me. Kate, please don't talk. I've almost got it. I visualize what Takumi's mind might look like, a system of pathways and connections. I channel my power into what I see in my mind. Please, try to recall the woman and what happened after Takumi. Takumi presumably does as I've asked him, since I can see a pathway glow in my mind's eye. It seems as if there is something blocking it, though. Something familiar. A familiar magic. Could it be? Channeling my own soul's power, I weave my magic around the one already present, trying to remove it. But it won't budge. I feel my brows draw down. It appears you're having trouble. Frustrated, I ignore him and channel even more power into my magic. But I can immediately tell it's too much. My power blows away the blockage, but does more than that. It blows away all the connections and pathways in Takumi's mind. Okay. I watch them disperse into particles in my mind. I drop my hands in horror and open my eyes. No! But despite my dramatic reaction, Takumi's eyes only roll back in his head and close. He slumps back onto the couch. Jinsul and Nao immediately rush over while I sit there, frozen in horror. Jinsul picks up Takumi's wrist and checks his pulse while Nao examines him. They look at each other with a grim expression and then back at me. What? What is it? Is he... I tried to warn you of the risk, but you chose to ignore me. He's dead. No. My baby boy! I killed him. Jinsul turns around and doesn't look at me. He pulls out his phone and begins calling for an ambulance, and then changes his mind and asks for a coroner. Tears roll down my face as I look at Takumi's body. I feel nauseous, and yet what I've done, I can't fully comprehend it. Naoki looks down at me in disgust and then turns away too. In the end, because of my overconfidence that day and Takumi's misplaced trust in me, another Arai was lost and the mystery never solved. As for me, it seemed that my punishment would be an eternal life empty and filled with regrets. I would think over and over again, if only I had listened to Naoki. If only I could turn back time. If I could find a way. But despite all my power, that's the one thing I could never do. Well, I could at least show you what happens sometimes. I remember, I'm glad I saved because I remember that happening the first time I played and I was just like, fuck. I remember messaging Shiggy like I killed my boyfriend. Whoopsie. Hold on. How do I? Anyway, that can happen. There you go. Alright. I'm a master of potions. I know one or two that can help with that. Naoki looks at me. Although you can unlock memories using a certain spell, you might risk destroying his mind. Or worse. Fuck that. Why would I trust someone like Potions Master or not? You're June's brother. Your brother tried to kill mine. Who knows what kind of shit you might give me? Naoki continues to look calm in the face of accusation. His eyes remain steadily on me. My own eyes dart from him to the very angry-looking Takumi. Taku turns to me. I trust you, Kate. If it has to be risked, then I want you to do it, because I definitely don't trust that guy. But I'll let you decide. He trusts me, but Neo's right that this is a big risk. What do I do? You let Neo do it. Maybe I should do the spell. No, Neo is right. If I mess up, it could be seriously bad. Yes. And with my magic going weird lately, I think it's safer if Neo does it. Naoki nods, but Takumi doesn't seem overly pleased with my decision. He turns to Neo immediately. First, I want to know, why the hell are you helping us? I am simply curious as to what caused the coma. Magical or medical, or something else entirely. I have no other intentions than to find the truth. Takumi, please, let him do it. You know what's been going on with my magic. I don't want to say it out loud. I don't even want to think about it. I don't want to risk destroying your mind. Or, murdering you. Fine. A wise decision. However, I will need a few days to prepare the potion. Taku, I don't know what you're doing here, but please stop. And don't go out and do anything crazy while Neo makes the potion. Taku doesn't meet my eyes, but he does give a faint nod. I will figure out a way to contact you once it's done. With no goodbyes, Neo takes his leave, walking out of the apartment. Let me know what happens, and stay out of trouble in the meantime. Jinsel nods to us and follows Neo out. With the two gone, Takumi and I are left all alone. Chapter 10. Immortality's Trial. There's only 4 chapters left. I'm left standing, staring at Takumi as he looks away, the empty syringes and trash on the floor between us. Takumi doesn't respond or look up. He just keeps holding his wrist where he had tried to put a syringe needle in moments ago. I take a few steps toward him until I reach him. I take both of his hands in my own and stare at his wrists, at the faint scars that line his arms. Why don't we get some fresh air? Taku doesn't protest as I lead him by the hand to the balcony. Now, out on the balcony, I stare up at Takumi's eyes until he finally looks at me. Why were you doing this to yourself? And why all of a sudden? I found out... Takumi sighs. I found out that my mom was attacked by Azucena after trying to get the evidence I asked them for. Oh no. My dad managed to help my mom, but I'm pretty sure Azucena is going to come after my family now. After me. So I decided I have to end this. I have to go straight to the source and find out what happened and get revenge and protect my family. I'm the only one who can do this. I see. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. And I understand why you wouldn't tell me about it or ask for help after seeing what happened to your mother. But still, you said we were partners. You said you'd rely on me for help. So why all of this? I rub the scars on Takumi's arm, some marks still bleeding. It's not like it's for fun. I knew if I was going after her, I'd need every advantage I can get. Azucena, she's a demon, and she's surrounded by powerful vampires. I'm only me. I'm only human. I stare up into Takumi's eyes as he continues, my eyes filling with tears. I feel inadequate, especially when I'm with you. I'm forced to face how weak I am when I have someone to protect, and I feel my limitations even more. When I think about how even you turned out to have magic, how you're even immortal and I'm nothing compared to you. No matter how hard I work or how hard I struggle, no matter how much I improve, I'll never be able to compare to any of you. I'll never be worthy of you. I feel anger bubble up inside me. The tears won't stop running down my face as I glare up at him. How can you say that? You're the most amazing person I know. I respect you so much. You've been struggling by yourself against immense odds since you were just a teenager. Even though you were so young and had no one holding your hand to guide you, you made yourself into this incredible person who can compete with almost anyone. You've pushed yourself to human limits and beyond just to make others' lives better. How can that not be amazing? I drop my head and look away. I'm so scared for you all the time. I'm so worried about you all the time. At any time I could lose you to something beyond our control or even to yourself. You always do your best and treat your friends with kindness. So why can't you use some of that kindness for yourself? Why aren't you allowed to mess up or fail every once in a while? Why aren't you allowed to feel sad about things and cry like everyone else? Why aren't you allowed to rely on others sometimes? I just wish that you'd treat yourself even half as kindly as you treat everyone else. Tears stream down my face while Takumi only stares at me. Then he hugs me. I put my arms around him after a moment and he gently wipes my tears away. I rest my head on his shoulder. Taku leans down just a little and whispers in my ear, "Thank you for caring about me so much, and I'm sorry that I made you cry. I'm sorry that I've made you worry about me." I can't stop sobbing, can't stop my body from trembling in his arms. He pulls me back to look at my face. I try to wipe away my tears with my sleeves. "Actually, there's something I want to give you." Taku rummages through his pocket. He pulls something out and holds it out to me. I outstretch my palm and he drops something that feels like a necklace into my hand. "Taku, what is this?" It's a gear crystal. I've been carrying it around for a while now. I kept meaning to give it to you, but the timing never seemed right. I kept it so long that I ended up thinking of you every time I saw, and, well, I'll be happy if I can see you wear it now. It's synced to your gear. I look at the necklace. It's silver-colored chain. Oh my god. Scary. Oh, I'm awake. Thank you for the Silent Hill alarm. I'm definitely awake. I look at the necklace. It's silver-colored chain and deep blue gems inlaid in a wing-shaped pendant. The color of the gems is so deep that they look black at first. Oh, it's beautiful. It reminds me of the night. That's kind of what I was going for. The wing reminded me of you, how your mother used to call you Little Wing. Gonna make your heart beat faster? I mean, it's beating faster. We're having a moment. And how freeing it feels when I'm rooftop running. I was hoping it'd remind you of me, too. Aw, Taku, that's so sweet. I'll cherish it, thank you. Aww. I almost start tearing up again, and I cover my face with the hand I'm holding the necklace with. Takumi gently moves my hand and then suddenly places his lips on mine. He gives me a soft, gentle kiss that only lasts for a few seconds. Surprised, I don't know what to say or do. Then a chilly breeze passes through me that makes me shiver. Let's go inside. Takumi takes my hand and opens the door, leading me in. I'm going to bed. You should just go back to Aurelia's house. No, absolutely not. He tries to move toward his room, but I refuse to move, still holding on to his hand. Yeah, He looks back at me and I pull him closer to me, clinging to his arm. I don't meet his eyes. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, with you. Wherever you go, I want to go too. Takumi says nothing, but begins walking toward his bedroom again, this time pulling me with him. In the dark bedroom, there's only a moment before Takumi sits on the floor, pulling me with him. I fall into his lap, and he easily catches me and pulls me into a kiss. I lean into him and slowly push him down to the floor. The kiss begins slowly, but becomes passionate and desperate. I still don't know what we are, but I know that I care very much for him, and I know that I want him right now. I don't want to be away from him more than anything. The night between us is tinged with a different kind of desperation than before. A neediness to be close to each other, more so than ever before. I wonder, is this what making love means? And does it mean that that's what we are? In love? Yeah. Yeah. When I wake up this time, I find Taku right next to me, still sound asleep. Yeah. I watch him sleep for a little and sigh. I have to go. The thought of the morning after conversation is not something I feel like I want to suffer through right now. Don't be the fuck boy, okay? Like, we... don't do this. We finished him. Absolutely finished him. Slowly, carefully, I move out of bed so as not to wake him. I grab some piece of paper and quickly write Taku a note. I'll be at Aurelia's, so come over when you're ready. Like, we have to have the conversation anyway. Don't do this, people. Don't do this. When you bang, you can't just leave like this. Don't do that. Especially when you love them. Like, no. Like, don't. You can't just leave like this. Morning after cuddles, you fuckers. Yeah, seriously. I leave it right next to his sleeping face so that it's easy to find. Not that Taku would probably ever miss anything anyway. I'm fully aware that I'm chickening out of the whole friends who have slept together multiple times and need to figure out what they are thing. But I don't feel like I can face him right now, because I'm confused too. I mean, that's... Oh shit, that scared me. Not right now, voices. Not right now. I gather my clothes and try to get dressed without making too much noise. And not now. I don't want to know what that means. Shadowy figures flicker into my view, just in the corner of my eye, but I continue to get ready. It's still here. The side effects of my death magic still haven't disappeared. Not that I expected it to, but because there isn't exactly anything I can do about the creepy shadows, I've just gotten used to them. I finish getting dressed and quietly sneak out of Takumi's apartment. Since getting back from Takumi's, I've been trying to do some more research on death magic. With several books spread out on the dining room table, I take notes on what seems to be relevant. I try to ignore the occasional whispers that like to make themselves known from time to time. I hear the front door open and close, and when I look up from my notes, I see Taku and Aurelia walk in. She's with him. Good. Relieved at the sight of the two, I finally realize how worried I was that he might not show up if left alone again. Aurelia's eyes meet mine. Naoki contacted me. He said he'll be over here in about 5 minutes to give the potion to Takumi. Oh, that's sooner than I expected. I thought it would take at least a few days, but Nao works fast. That's good. I glance at Takumi, who gives me a little smile, and I feel my face heat up. Aurelia stares at us wordlessly. Before anyone can say more, there's a knock on the door. She goes to answer it, and of course it's Naoki, perfectly on time. The two stare at one another for a moment. Even from here, I can feel an odd tension in the air between them. Takumi and I look at each other for answers, but it doesn't seem like either one of us knows what's going on. As if snapping out of a trance, Aurelia finally moves out of the way. Come in. Nao nods slightly and briskly walks in. He pulls out a small vial out of his jacket pocket. Arai, sit down at the table. Takumi eyes the vial in Naoki's hand before obeying the instruction without comment. I sit down as well. I grip at the table, and as I watch Nao hand Taku the potion vial. Remember to breathe, Kate. Me? We're not the one taking it. Aurelia stands behind me. She puts a hand on my shoulder, and I put mine on hers. Takumi examines the vial in his hand. This better not kill me, or I'll kick your ass. And then he downs it. Seconds pass by with no reaction at all. Takumi opens his mouth to say something, but he freezes. What? Ah! Naoki stands next to him and continues to calmly watch. Taku grabs his head and groans in pain. He bites down on his lip as tears form in his eyes. His whole body shakes. I move to get up, to rush to his side, but Aurelia holds me back with a firm grip on my shoulder. Oh God, what? Takumi! Again I try to run to him, but Naoki grips onto my other shoulder so that I'm left struggling against both of them. Finally, Taku passes out, slumped forward, though I'm not sure he isn't dead. Takumi! Petrified by the very thought that he might be dead, I give up struggling. Please, please. Aurelia looks at Nao. Check on him. Nao obeys and leans down to examine Takumi. A few moments pass and Aurelia begins to look impatient. She opens her mouth to say something again when suddenly Takumi lifts his head. Leaning forward with elbows still resting on his thighs, he opens his eyes. He stares blankly into space ahead of him as tears stream down his face without pause. I take the opportunity to get rid of Naoki and Aurelia's grip and rush to him. Takumi holds his head when I bend down in front of him. I search his eyes. Takumi? Are you okay? He only shakes his head. Takumi. He lifts his head up and looks straight at me. In between gasps of breath, he manages to slowly speak. His voice sounds strained and tired. The woman. Black hair. It was your mother. A gasp escapes my lips, but it barely registers in my mind. What? Her? Was your mother the sorceress you mentioned? The one that passed down her powers to you? I can hear him, but my body refuses to let me respond. I can't so much as nod. She was. Aurelia answers for me. Even in my frozen state, I feel grateful. I see. Then the coma that was placed upon the detective has to be a magically induced spell. Since no one can figure out what it was, it would be reasonable to assume that it was a very obscure one. Perhaps even one that only someone who had at least some chaos manipulation abilities could use. Her? Yeah. Was she funny or something? Immediately, Neo turns around and heads for the door. Where are you going? Neo stops and turns to face her. I'm going to do some research to find out what spell it might be. I'm interested to see if it's possible to wake the detective up. It would mean my deduction is correct and the mystery would be solved. A loud thump at the door makes everyone pause. Another loud thump. No one has time to say anything. The front door is kicked off its hinges and falls open. Neo only stares as it falls just a few centimeters away from him and hits the ground with a loud thump. Standing on the other side is a vampire. But the real surprise is when Azucena del Bosque steps around him. She leisurely strolls into the apartment, evaluating everyone with her eyes. Azucena stops right in front of Naoki, arms crossed. She leans in toward him until she's right in front of his face. Your plan sounds solid, but I can't let you wake up Detective Arai. There's no need for him to ever wake up again. Neo just stares coldly back at her. Takumi moves in a flash. He springs out of his chair, but that's as far as he gets before Aurelia places a hand on his chest. Her eyes never stray from the intruders, however. Azucena looks at Takumi. A smart decision, especially when you don't know what's at stake. Turning back to Naoki, a positively evil smile comes over Azucena's face. Naoki, you and your brother have always been so close, haven't you? Azucena laughs. You really should have taken better care of my pet in the future. Without looking away from us, Azucena signals her lackeys and they drag in a severely beaten up June. They unceremoniously dump him at her feet and one of them stomps on his chest. June quietly grits his teeth but doesn't make a sound. Azucena turns to Naoki, who looks like he's barely restraining his anger. The man who tied up my loose ends 3 years ago will help tie up the last one. A kind of poetic end to a long drawn-out story, right? If you should decide to resist or wake up the detective after all, then after you attend your brother's funeral, you can join him in death. Vampires enjoy sleeping in coffins, right? A deep, intense hatred burns in Naoki's eyes, but he doesn't answer her or make any other moves. Azu smirks at him, and she looks at me. The girl is coming with me. Taku tries to move, ignoring Aurelia, but Azucena motions to one of her lackeys, and one of them dashes forward, to me. The next thing I know, the vampire grabs me with one arm around my waist and wraps a hand around my throat, squeezing painfully. As much as it hurts, though, as much as I'm scared, I'm even angrier that they're using me against Takumi. I'm supposed to be his partner, not some damsel in distress. But when I manage to turn my watering eyes toward Takumi, I can see he's just as pissed. He shoves Aurelia away and lunges for the vampire holding me. Chaos erupts in the room the moment Takumi pulls out a dagger. June breaks the leg of the vampire who was holding him down. As he screams in pain, Neo speeds over in a blur. He pushes the vampire, sending him flying into a wall. He slumps down with a loud groan. Aurelia hops into the air, her wings fluttering behind her, and delivers a swift kick to the vampire holding me. She grabs my wrist, pulling me away from the vampire, and we step back just in time to avoid Takumi's dagger sinking into his stomach. Takumi follows up with several more stabs, and I can't help but cringe, still unused to the raw violence. No, they're twins. Behind Takumi, I see another vampire charge forward, knife in hand. Oh no, you fucking don't! I push my hands outwards to create a shield around Takumi, but the vampire suddenly screams in pain. The knife falls from his hand as he drops to his knees with a gurgle. Blood drips from his mouth, ears, and nose, and he just drops to the ground, completely still. Oh God. What did I do? Listen. Oh God. No. Stop being a pussy. I can feel myself shaking. I can't take my eyes off of the motionless form on the ground. Is he... I hear a metallic click right next to my head, and the feeling of cold metal suddenly against my temple. In this moment of stillness and absolute fear, my eyes drift to Takumi. I see that he's grappling with the original vampire that held me. He's lying on the floor, on his back, a knee in the vampire's stomach as he's relentlessly stabbing him. I know he's doing it to survive, but it's an image I don't think I'll ever forget. Tossing the vampire off of him, he rolls to his knees. He's about to get up when he looks at me. Then at the gun pointed right at me. And finally, at Azucena behind me. No. There are some questions you should be asking yourself right now. Should yet another person die because of you? Is your comatose brother really worth your pretty little girlfriend dying? Will you make yet another mistake due to your own recklessness? Can you live with the guilt of this one? Taku is visibly thrown off and stares at her with wide eyes, trembling. Even in this tense situation, I find myself wondering what Azucena is talking about. Mistake? Does she know about something in Takumi's past? Karma for running out after sexy time. I know, right? Like, now I'm being held at gunpoint. That's what I get. That's what I get for being a fuckboy. That's what I get, I guess. I mean, he did it to us twice. No, wait, once. We ran out on the second time. Alright. Oh my goodness. Okay. He doesn't react, even as the other vampire rips his dagger away from him and throws it. He then jerks Takumi's arms behind his back, holding them there. Just saying, never run out in the morning or you'll be held at gunpoint by vampires. Yeah, I mean, that's the lesson. If you don't learn anything else from this stream, that's the lesson. Morning after cuddles are mandatory or you'll be held at gunpoint by vampires. That's just the moral of the story. Alright? Alright? Alright. Or yeah, get vampire gunned. Yeah, we're about to get fucked by a vampire. Not in a good way. Not the kind... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. And Takumi just lets him. I'm scared, terrified, out of my mind, but I try not to let it show. I feel like my smile comes out as a grimace instead. Taku, remember, I'm immortal, so there's nothing she can do to me. Azucena practically whispers, all traces of her smile gone. Could have gotten double fucked. But no. Oh, tank strap in. It'll make you question a lot. I am so terribly curious to see what will happen to you then. A sort of primal fear grips me as I realize that I am prey in the clutches of a predator. She looks at Taku. Hey kid, is it true? Is even your girlfriend more powerful than you? Something flashes in Takumi's eyes and I swear I see him twitch. He tilts his head, his eyes wide and uneven. Why don't you find out? With that, he headbutts the vampire behind him, breaks free of his grip, and lunges for Azucena. Oh, fuck. Yo, Tank, thank you so much. Yes, please get going. Please take care of yourself. De-stream, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. But as he does, I hear an extremely loud bang go off. I feel cold. Strange. So cold. It's so cold. Everything shifts and turns around me. Oh, I'm falling. I can't hear anything. Just a high-pitched sound ringing through my head. There's something warm flowing down my ear. I want to reach up to touch my face. There's an obscenely searing pain in my head, my face, or maybe everywhere. It hurts so much it seems to overtake everything. But I don't reach up. I don't move. Not really. All I can do is fall, and all I can see is the abject horror in Takumi's eyes as he reaches out to me. Everything feels extremely far away, like the world is fraying at the edges, slowly disappearing. Oh, I must have been shot. Yeah. No, Takumi will be sad. He'll blame himself. Not like this. Not like this.
Not like this. Not like this.
It's too hard to think. The darkness swallows me as I feel my consciousness slip away. Not like this. I feel my body hit the ground. And then... Oh no. We died. We dead. Chapter 11. Daywalker. Only 3 more chapters. We're getting towards the end. All there is darkness. Sometimes I dream things. It's strange. Sometimes I can remember the dreams. Other times, I only know that I did dream. But trying to remember them feels like trying to gather water with a sieve. Time passes. I think? Maybe. I dream about many things. Shizuka and my childhood memories, the ritual, and the time I spent together with Takumi and Yasu. Are they really American Beautying you right now? Maybe. There's one dream in particular that stays so vivid in my mind. It's a dream of one of the last times that I can remember with all 3 of us being together. I'm talking to Yasuhiro. The evening sky casts its light upon his beautiful face. He curiously looks down at me as I shuffle to my feet, a patient, good-natured smile on his face. Yasu is really handsome and cool. Plus, he's a teenager, so I can't really be his girlfriend, but I'll be a teenager too soon. I'm already 12, so why won't he look my way? Was there anything else he wanted to talk about? Oh, I mumble. I smile, but can't manage to look directly up into his violet eyes. Even still, I have to confess to him. He has to know. I need to tell him. I continue. I just wanted to tell you. Yasu's eyes immediately widen and move from my face to something to his side. I turn to follow where he's looking. All I get is a glimpse of white hair and yellow before Takumi throws his arms around my neck. It's all I have time to process before we both fall over from the force of the sudden hug. Ah, Taku! We both fall to the ground, Taku half on top of me. He pushes himself up and looks down at me, smug. Angry, I push him off me. I glare at him as we both sit on the ground. Taku, what the heck? I continue to stare at a blank Takumi, demanding an answer. He looks away, clearly troubled, before turning red. He jumps up and begins to stammer. I just thought you had a bug on you. I stand up, balling my hands. I lean forward into Taku's face and he reflexively leans back. So you tackled me? What kind of bug needs to be tackled? I don't know, have you seen some of the bugs in Australia? Probably those. Taku simply stares back at me with wide eyes. Silence stands between us, at least until I hear laughter. We both turn to look at Yasu, who is now nearly bent over, wheezing with laughter. What? Yasu slaps his leg in mirth, and Taku and I both frown. You two. You're so weird. Hey! Taku begins, unhappy. I feel my face become warm as I realize that my crush thinks I'm weird, thanks to freaking Taku. Yasu stands up straight then, wiping his eye. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Especially when you've got each other to be weird with. You two will make a cute couple someday. Aw, foreshadowing. What? I screech in a high-pitched voice, causing Yasu to start laughing all over again. How could this have gone any worse? I'm so mad at Taku that I don't even bother to look at his reaction to this. Later, I would scold Taku for bothering me and giving Yasu the wrong idea, but he only listened with a sad smile. Oh, that's sad. Back then, I couldn't possibly have imagined that I would want Yasu to be right about us. I open my eyes to a now familiar place. So very tired. My whole body feels so heavy. I almost want to give in, close my eyes again, and simply sleep. I allow myself to just stare out the window, my eyes going out of focus. I watch the stars twinkling into existence in the night sky as they always do. I don't know how much time passes, but the bedroom door opens and I automatically turn to look. Seeing Aurelia gives me a sense of both relief and disappointment as she turns on a light. You're awake. She quickly checks me over, putting her cool hands on my head. I sigh at the unexpectedly soothing feeling of her skin against mine. As she finishes, she begins to explain what happened to me. You've been asleep for over a week, but obviously you didn't die even after suffering a shot to the head. You've got a pretty nice scar to commemorate it, though. Oh, I'm like fucking Harry Potter? Does it look like a lightning bolt? Aurelia touches my hair on the side of my head. I touch the painful scar myself, feeling the rough, unfamiliar pattern under my hair. What happened to Azucena? Is Takumi alright? Naoki was able to subdue Azucena with Takumi's help. He went completely crazy and was able to disarm her. Takumi was like an animal, desperate and wild, and like nothing I've seen from a human in years. He was completely out of control. Along with Azucena losing you in June, her trump cards, she ordered a retreat. Guess what? I guess what I'm trying to say is you're Harry Potter now, we think. She probably guessed she had done enough, with you apparently dead. June tried to hold Takumi back while Neo and I examined you, but even for him it was hard. Aurelia explains that when Naoki told him that my heart was beating, Takumi finally calmed down. Wide-eyed, he broke down into tears and started sobbing. Naoki suggested that I be taken to the hospital, but Aurelia had objected. She thought that Azucena might attempt to finish me off, or at least try to capture me again. So they brought another healer in that Taku apparently knew well. But Taku wouldn't stop crying. It was like he was a broken man. Neither Naoki or Junichi knew what to do with him, and I eventually got so frustrated with him while we were trying to help you that I told him to just get out if he was going to be like that. Aurelia looks away. I regret that. Taku left then, sobbing about how he couldn't stop what happened to you, how he couldn't help you now, and how he was so useless. He hasn't been seen since. Oh, good. Great. Good job, guys. Aurelia seems more than ashamed of her actions, so I don't feel a need to say more. as I did. Don't worry, I said it. It's fine. Yeah, like, you know how he feels about this shit, and then yeah, okay, alright, it's fine, it's fine. Taku, I'll leave you alone for a while. I've got some things to do now that you're awake. Aurelia leaves me with my thoughts. And soon enough, I find myself crying out of stress and frustration of the whole situation. I stay in bed the whole night, still exhausted from healing. Before sleep can come, my thoughts drift to Shizuka. What did she do to Yasu back then? Can I even undo it? Whatever the answers are, I know that I have to find Takumi first. The next day when I wake up, even though Aurelia tried to dissuade me, I left the house to look for Taku. I decided to go to Jinsul and ask him for help to find him. I'm still exhausted, but I now stand in front of the detective. Having explained the situation to him, I await his answer. Of course I will. It's my duty, especially after what happened to Yasu. If he ever woke up, I know that he'd want to know his little brother was safe. I look up at Jinsul in surprise. His words bring back a thought I had last night. That's right. Actually, we might be able to wake Yasu up. It's a long shot, but I want to talk to Naoki again. I remember him saying something about having an idea to wake him up. Really? If so, then what are we waiting for? Yasu could have the plug pulled on him at any time. We need to go down there immediately. I nod, terrified by the thought that they could have killed Yasu while I slept in a coma of my own. With Jinsul grabbing his hat on the way out, we leave to find Naoki. Jinsul and I enter Naoki's classroom to find him just about to leave for the day. Professor Okura. It's you. So you really did survive. You may very well be immortal. Yeah, no, we can talk about that later. I definitely am, but we'll talk about that later. Thank you for helping me. You had no reason to do so, but you did anyway. I had no reason not to do so either. Naoki bends down to stuff his papers into his briefcase. Unable to argue with Professor Okura's logic, I change the subject. I'm here because... Do you remember talking about there being a way to wake Detective Yasuhiro up? Naoki slings his briefcase over his shoulder and looks at me with disinterest. I already figured out the spell and put it aside days ago. Now that I know, I have no interest in it. Really? Well, I'd like to attempt the spell if you'll show it to me. His whole demeanor changes immediately. You actually want to? Even though you probably killed a man back there with your unstable magic? I know, but... Yasuhiro's been in a coma for years. Taku's family can't even afford to keep him on life support any longer. If I did somehow kill him, I'd probably be doing him a favor. Jinsu put a gentle hand on my shoulder. I understand that this is all or nothing as well. I nod. I'm ready to accept the burden if it happens. But this is his only chance at truly living. I can't let fear stop me from grasping at whatever chance he could have for a real life again. Seeing my resolve, Naoki goes to his desk, puts his briefcase on it, and pulls out a book. I don't do magic myself, but I don't mind trying to teach you what I figured out. It's not a complex spell, at least not the one I found. It's based in death magic. Oh, wait, listen, we've been trying not to use death magic. Please? So there's a price to pay. Naoki nods. But Takumi would pay it in a heartbeat, wouldn't he? Teach me, please. This is a unique spell. Please. We're trying not to, I'm trying not to use the death magic. I'll try to find some leads on Takumi's whereabouts then. Jinsul heads off, and not wanting to waste any time, Naoki begins teaching me what he understands of the spell he believes will save Yasu. Because I had studied death magic before, it wasn't that hard for me to understand how I was supposed to perform the spell. As always with death magic, the spell was simple enough. It was always more about the price I was going to have to pay with my soul. After leaving the university, I called up Jinsul and told him to meet me at the hospital. And despite my own nerves, I called up Taku's mom and dad and explained the situation. Like, don't pull the plug! Hold on! Wait! They told me they would rush right over when they could, so now I prepare alone to go to the hospital, to perform the spell that will either save Yasu's life or end it. When I get to the hospital, Jinsul is there, and so is Yasu's mom and dad. No pressure at all, right? I look down at Yasu's thin and extremely pale form as his mother watches with big, worried eyes. Nayoko looks like she's trying not to cry, while Tsurumatsu looks just as worried with his arm around her shoulders. I take a deep breath and pull up a chair to Yasu's side. I try not to think about how gaunt his face looks or how much life he's lost up until now, and how he might lose it all if I don't do this right. I tug on my necklace, twisting it between my fingers. I feel a little nervous about activating my gear crystal here like this. But the thought of Takumi giving it to me calms me. I hold back the little smile threatening to form and activate it. I place my hands slowly, hesitantly on Yasu's head, almost jumping away when I feel how cold he is. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he was already dead. Keep it together, Kate. You're his only hope. Please, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I steel myself and close my eyes, taking deep breaths. I reach deep within him and see Yasu's soul in my mind. Surrounded by a thick fog, I can barely tell what's what. Somewhere in the distance, I see a light. Okay, hold on. This screen makes me nervous. Please, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Trapped and tangled like a fly in a spider web, it sits almost completely engulfed by the fog. That's it. That's what I have to get. Carefully, I work on untangling the web around his soul. Somehow, the power around it feels familiar to me. Oh my god. Investigate it. This power, it's... Those green eyes staring down at me, so vivid and bright, yet so completely cold and void of emotion. Any words I could say get stuck in my throat. I feel like I'm going to pass out again. Oh, no, I'm not there. This isn't real. I'm not back there again. I'm not back there again. With a wave of her hand, my lips snap shut. Now completely paralyzed, all I can do is watch. No! Shizuka kneels in front of me. She takes out a small vial of some strange liquid. Please, no, I'm not. This isn't real. Not anymore. This isn't happening. Leave me alone. I don't want to remember. I don't. I start to feel the connection to Yasu's soul start to slip away from me. No, come on, Kate. Hold it together. I grab onto the web surrounding his soul. Shizuka stares at me, and I can feel the green of her eyes start to swirl and change into brown. I feel a sharp pain in mine at the same time. I want to scream as the pain spreads from my eyes to the rest of my body. The pain from the memory feels so real that I desperately grasp onto the web holding Yasu, so as not to let it slip away completely. The force behind it makes it tear away and fall apart completely. I did it? A chilling cold settles on me. Something screams. It doesn't sound human. I don't have to open my eyes to feel the shadows moving closer. One of them passes right through me and I can barely breathe. They move to Yasu, grabbing and clawing at him, at his light. No, no, no! But I can't move. I can't move. I can't do anything to help him, to stop the shadows. I fucked up. I feel sick. I understood. I understood. I can't even open my eyes, but I feel some of the shadowy figures looking at me. One stands right in front of me. I can feel its frosty breath against my skin. Please, please, no, don't take him. They all whisper at me, but it's all a jumbled mess. I see one of them hold a small flickering light in its hand. Yasu, no! They disappear. Nyoko looks at me. What's wrong? Just then, Yasu's monitors start beeping faster. I fucked up. I don't answer, my eyes locked entirely on Yasu. I can almost feel myself being pulled back into the nightmare of that night. Or did I never leave it? Was all this just a dream to escape the pain? No, I'm not back there again. I'm here. I'm supposed to be saving Yasu. Nyoko shakes off her husband's hand and runs to me. She grabs my shoulders and shakes me. What's wrong, Kate? I look at Nyoko, unable to hide the silent horror in my eyes, and then back down to Yasu. I wordlessly shake my head as nurses come running into the room. One touches Yasu's neck, searching for her pulse, while another checks his wrist. The nurses look at each other in muted horror as the monitor suddenly flatlines. No. Oh, I killed him. I killed him. Oh, man.
Oh, God!
I'm just killing this whole family. It's fine.
No!
Tsurumatsu holds Nyoko back as the nurses tear open Yasu's hospital gown and bring out the defibrillator. I'm pushed out of the way and I watch as everything seems to go into slow motion as they try again and again to bring him back to life. The sounds of Nyoko's wailing, the nurses and doctors yelling, and Yasu's lifeless body as I see his soul fade away continue to haunt me for years to come. I lost a piece of my own soul in the process of trying to save Yasu, but that doesn't matter now. None of it matters, because none of the Arayas ever talked to me again. I never saw Takumi again, nor did I find out what happened to him. For all I know, he could have suffered his brother's fate, dead at the end of some pier, murdered by Azucena's hand. And even though whatever happened to him wasn't directly my fault, I would still bear that guilt as if it were every day. My remaining years were ones of an empty, immortal life, with a corrupted, damaged soul and nothing but regrets to fill it. This one is hard. This story. See, I'm glad I saved. This screen is nothing but bad news. Alright, so we ignore the thing, ignore it, I ignore it, and can focus solely on untangling the mess in my mind and separating the web from his soul. I can't tell the exact purpose of it all, but it feels like Shizuka put some sort of metaphysical net over Yasu to capture his soul. Just what is she trying to do? As I touch the tangled construct, I get the odd feeling that time almost comes to a stop. It's like it loses all meaning. I draw from myself and the web begins to respond at my touch. It slowly unravels itself under my will. As it falls apart, it disappears, fading away completely. Somehow, I know that the construct only responded to me without lashing out because it really did belong to Shizuka. It felt so much like me that I have no doubt about it. As the very last strands holding onto Yasu disappear, I open my eyes and take my hands off of him. Breathing heavily, I can feel the sweat of my brow. The world and all my senses come back into focus once again. I look down at Yasu, praying that everything went well. I don't hear any medical equipment going off, so... Did it work? Yasu's eyelids flicker, just slightly, and I gasp in relief. The minute his eyelids move, struggling to open, his mom and dad rush over to him. I only get to see a glimpse of his violet eyes before his mother is hugging him and his father is blocking the view. With my job done, I let my gear crystal turn off with a single thought. I stepped back and watched the scene unfold with a smile. I did it. I brought Yasu back to his family. I'm so happy. I can't wait to tell Takumi. Yasu tries to use his voice, but whatever he wants to say comes out as only a series of raspy gasps. Jinsel, get the nurse! Jinsel seems unusually flustered and runs to go obey Nyoko. Seeing the happy reunion, I feel rather out of place, so I quietly walk out of the room too, exhausted. That took a lot out of me. I look around the hall for somewhere to sit down. Only Naoki really knows what sort of magic I actually used for this. I can't really imagine telling anyone. Death and chaos combined into one? Yeah, I can already see how well that would go down with people. I sigh. I used up a tiny piece of my own soul to wake him up, but it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. To see Mr. and Mrs. Arai happy like that, and if Taku was here, he'd be ecstatic about it too. Just need to actually find him to tell him that his brother is awake. A nurse almost passes by me, but she stops and doubles back to me. Are you okay, dear? You look rather pale. I shake my head and give her a little smile. Thank you, but I'm fine. It's just stress. The nurse smiles back at me kindly. Just remember that you can ask someone to look at you if you start feeling worse, okay? After I nod, she continues on her way. I wonder, if I keep doing this crap, can I end up as a literal zombie since I can't die? I hear faint footsteps behind me, and a familiar voice calls out to me. Hey! I spin around to see Jinsul. He carefully examines my face. You alright? I nod, a little too hard, perhaps. Yeah, the whole thing just took a little bit out of me. Even though you didn't do it for me, I want to thank you for waking up Yasu. I manage a smile and nod again. Did you need something? I might have found a lead on Takumi. Really? Suddenly, my vision blurs for a moment and I press my hand to my head, swaying. You might think that you're fine, but you look very ill. You should go home. We'll talk more later when I have more information. Do you want me to take you home? I shake my head. No, I'll be fine. You should help with Yasu. I'm sure his parents will appreciate the support. If you're sure, call me if you run into any trouble. Any at all, okay? I feel far too exhausted to even attempt to argue. Somehow I manage a nod and we part ways. I hope I can make it to Aurelia's before I pass out. Just let him help you. A few days have passed. Those few days have been spent feeling anxious over Takumi, or rather, the very noticeable lack of him. Aurelia hasn't just let me stay in bed, however. She's been making me practice some basic self-defense with her, or study up on my magic. I've practiced a few new spells, but I can't know if I'll be able to do them correctly until I'm actually fighting. Today, I've been awake for a while, but I still can't find it in me to get out of bed, even though I know Aurelia might come make me. I sigh and turn over. My feet tangle in the bed sheets, but I can't find it in myself to care. I know that thinking about him is pointless right now, as I haven't been able to get back in contact with Jinsul, and I only just started feeling like I'm not going to drop from exhaustion any minute. My mind slowly drifts as I look out the window. Why did Shizuka put Yasu in a coma? Why was she in contact with the Okuras? Was she just evil all along? My phone rings, interrupting my train of thoughts then. I quickly turn back over and grab my phone. The name Jinsul Moon flashes on the screen. I nearly drop my phone trying to answer it. Hello? Hey, I need to talk to you in person. Okay, sure. Where do I? Come to the hospital, to Yasu's room. Okay, I'll see you soon. I end the call and jump out of bed to get ready. Although curious as to why we're meeting here, I got dressed and made it over to Yasu's hospital room as directed. I open the door into Yasu's room and stop, completely stunned. A vaguely familiar tall man stands in front of the windows. His black hair is styled to absolute perfection. Every single strand of his hair seems to be deliberately placed just right. He's working on fixing his cuffs on his expensive-looking suit as he looks down at Jinsul, who's sitting on the edge of the hospital bed. They turn to look at me, and I'm suddenly struck by how handsome this stranger is. Only, it's not a stranger at all. Yasu. Yasu is no longer the sickly, gaunt-looking Yasu, but a built, strong, and sturdy-looking man. The Yasu standing before me looks so completely different from when I saw him just a few days ago that I don't know how to react. Am I seeing things? Did I finally lose it? Hey, Kate. You finally came to see me. Feeling better? Whatever words I do try to form come out as incoherent noises instead. Yasuhiro finishes fixing his suit and walks right up to me. I find myself looking up at him, still unable to get myself out of my shocked state. Was he always this tall? Yasu smiles down at me, that kind smile that always made me feel so calm and safe when I was younger. There's something different about him. And it's not just the fact that he's somehow gone back to looking like he was never in a coma in the span of a few days. Something I can't quite put my finger on. Something strange and different, yet somehow weirdly familiar behind his eyes. You're surprised to see me like this. He chuckles. Not that I blame you. Even my parents were surprised by the speed of my recovery. As it turns out, getting turned into a vampire really helps with that sort of thing. A vampire? I can't catch up with everything I'm seeing, hearing. My brain doesn't want to understand this turn of events. Yasuhiro nods, an odd smile playing on his lips. Not exactly my first choice, but preferable over dying in some dingy alleyway alone. And anyway, it's useful, so I'm not going to complain. Suddenly he moves in even closer, taking my hands in his big ones. I feel so small like this. Thank you, Kate. Yasu's smile turns wider, and I can see his fangs glint in the last rays of the setting sun. I'm told that it was you who woke me up. And when you came in, I felt it. The same kind of gentle energy that reached out to me back then. Wait, he can sense me? How? I'm not entirely sure that I want to know the answer to that. You've grown up so beautiful. I really missed a lot. It's strange to suddenly see you like this. It feels like yesterday that I saw a teenage girl in front of me. Well, it basically was for him. My lips twitch into a smile. In my heart, I feel for him, to wake up after years and as to something entirely different. It must definitely feel far stranger than Yasu is willing to admit. And it's at this moment that it finally clicks. Yasuhiro is as handsome and suave as ever, but my heart just doesn't pound for him like it used to. Someone clears their throat, and Yasuhiro and I turn to Jinsel. Jinsel nods towards the doorway, and we finally realize that Miyoko and Tsurumatsu have just walked in. Yasuhiro calmly steps away from me and turns to greet his parents with a smile. Mom, Dad, it's good to see you. Oh, Kate, you're here. Good. Tsurumatsu and I wanted to thank you. You brought our son back to us. There are never going to be enough words to properly show you our gratitude. And... Jinsel clears his throat again, drawing everyone's attention to him. What, dude? What? What is it? I apologize for interrupting, but there is something urgent that I need to tell everyone. I'm fairly certain I found Takumi, and I believe he's with Azucena. What? I feel a lot of mixed emotions, but mainly relief. I don't know about relief. Yasuhiro looks just as shocked, so I can make a safe guess that he already knew about his little brother's disappearance. I don't know what's going on, but the trail Takumi left, it was careless, and anyone could tell that he was looking for her whereabouts. It doesn't bode well. Everyone in the room is grimly silent, not knowing whether Takumi is dead or alive. And then, suddenly I snap myself out of it and clench my fists. Well, we've just got to go find out what happened then, even if it is into Okura territory. Wow, Kate. I don't know what happened, but you've really changed. I shrug. I guess I have. Well, I don't like you going, but Jinsel told me you've been fighting this whole time, so... Who am I to judge? I've been lying in a damn bed this entire time. Instead of complaining, I'll back you up. Oh, are you coming then? It was sex. Deaf sex. Right? With your brother. We'll talk about that later. Sorry. Oh, are you coming then? Are you sure that you can still fight? What? I've never been more battle ready in my life. Anyway, skills like mine are not something you forget, no matter how long you sleep. So, of course I'm coming. Like hell you aren't. We just got you back. But Mom, can I really just leave my baby bro like this? I swore that I would always protect him, but she already did. I failed. I got stuck in this damn bed for years, and he had to go through so much as a result. He risked everything to help me this entire time. I can't just leave him. Nyoko starts to sob. She tries to cover her face as her whole body shakes. Shiramatsu goes to her, pulling her into his arms. He holds her close to him. Yasu looks away. He continues to speak, though his voice is much lower than before. I'm not human anymore, Mom, so you don't have to worry about me. Nyoko chokes back another sob, and I look away along with Jinsol. I feel so awful that Nyoko has had to suffer so much because of Azucena, and possibly Shizuka. That all of them have. That I have. She tried to murder me. I will end this once and for all. Azucena is never going to stop coming after them, and it's high time the bitch paid her dues. I turn back to face Nyoko. I'm so sorry that all of this has happened, Mrs. Arai, but I promise that I'll take good care of both your sons. And I'm never letting Takumi go again, once I find him. Nyoko tries to put a brave front and smiles, and I pretend like I don't see the tears still running down her cheeks. I feel better knowing that you're going, Kate. Men can be so hopeless without women. And there's no one I trust more with my sons than you. Please take good care of them. Despite the tears, her words warm my heart. I smile and nod, remembering that it's how she always made me feel accepted into her family. If we're going, then we should go now. It's best if we don't delay this any longer. We might not have any time to lose. Jinsol and I give a nod. With that, Yasuhiro, Jinsol, and I walk out of the room together, leaving the Arai parents behind. Clash in the underworld. Right. Jinsol, Yasu, and I stride down Yoro Street, with me in the middle. Jinsol quickly explains to us about Azucena's hideout. Just storming it right now would be suicide, and completely idiotic. So we need to prepare before we can go in. Makes sense. Do you still have that weapons cache hidden away? This feels so weird, walking between two detectives like this. Listening to them talk about pulling off a rescue mission feels like I'm in some movie. Nothing about my life has been even remotely normal since that day. There's been danger at every turn. But right now, I feel safe. There's something about these two together like this that makes me feel confident that we can do it. Oh, but there is something. Hey, Yasu? Yasu glances back at me. Yeah? What's up, Kate? Can you explain what exactly happened up till now? I just realized that I don't know your side of the story. It's a really long story. There's no time for me to tell the whole thing, so I'll just explain what happened on the last day. Basically, I was getting too close to Azucena's secrets and someone found me out. The way he smiles sends a chill down my spine. I still don't know who exactly, but I'll find out later. And pay them a little visit. Anyway, Azucena sent June to finish me off. I was a little surprised that she didn't come do it herself. What better way to make sure the job is done, right? But I guess she thought it might be ironic to send the guy who helped me out on numerous occasions instead. Wait, what? June helped you? He nods. There are a few people who hate Azucena more than Junichi does. That much should be obvious to anyone. I almost walk right into a passerby at what he says. I step out of the way right in time. What? But that makes no sense. If he hates her so much, that does explain why he called her rude names all the times, I guess. But still, if he hates her so much, why does he work for her? She's always had something over him. What, though, I can only guess. It's not something he's ever shared with me. That still doesn't excuse the attempted murder on his part. Yasu sighs. Well, knowing that, I should have seen it coming. I'm sure Azucena has a good laugh at sending Junichi to do her dirty work. No matter how skilled I was still only human then. And June happens to be a powerful vampire. There's a reason people don't mess with him for the most part. If you don't count Azucena, that is. So when he attacked me, I knew that may well be my end. After a short fight, June finished it by biting me. The way he looked down at me, I think he regretted it. But in the end, he left me there to die. I thought I was going to die right there, all alone in some trash-filled alley. But a very familiar woman in red appeared before me then. My Shizuka. Yasuhiro nods. She seemed sad. She even apologized for being too late. She said that she would do what she could for me. The last thing I remember is her glowing green eyes. I was so confused as to why she was there, but I felt I could trust her in that moment. And, so that's what happened then. My investigation had indicated that a powerful sorceress had dealings with Azucena. And if it was really her who put me into the coma, then she gave me a chance to change into a vampire instead of dying. She saved me, but it also probably means that she had something to do with the disappearances that I was originally looking into. I have no idea what to think. She helped Yasu, but then she was working for or with Azucena, and yeah, no idea what the fuck to think anymore. I push those thoughts away for now. Instead, I focus on getting my, whatever Takumi is to me now, back to safety. Knowing that we had to prepare, I suggested we go to Aurelia's and talk to her to see if she could do anything. But when we get to her place, we see Naoki already there talking to Aurelia. Both of them turn to us as we walk in. I'm not Junichi, I'm his twin, so you can go ahead and stop glaring now. Twin? Yasu goes quiet for a moment, looking pensive. For a small moment, I wish I could just read his thoughts. Then he looks at Aurelia with a smile. Long time no see, Aurelia. They know each other? That's an understatement. I'm glad that you're back safe. Why are you here, Okura? Apparently losing patience, Junshou cuts through the greeting between old friends. Junichi has gone missing. I believe that he is wherever Takumi Arai is. Yasuhiro and Jinsou look thoughtful. I decide to take the moment of silence to chime in. Why don't you come with us then? It looks like Taku is where Azucena is, so that's where we're headed. We could always use more people, especially strong ones. Hold up. Yes, that makes sense. I was going to go find them anyway. If they're truly taking June, they're likely no friend of mine anymore. I'm not the type to wait around and get attacked. If it's your family, why are they attacking Junichi then? The Okura family is the largest vampire family in Japan, but the Mafia is just a small part of that whole, a part I rarely have anything to do with. As to your other question, I can only assume that Azucena doesn't give a damn that we're a part of the family. She's either trying to lure me into a trap, knowing I come after June, or she is simply trying to torture or kill Junichi. Naoki's face becomes dark at this last sentence, and I'm suddenly very aware that he is a powerful vampire. I see. Jinsou steps forward. You could easily be lying and leading us into a trap. You're going right into the heart of Okura Mafia territory. How could I possibly lead you into any bigger of a trap? No one responds, and Naoki walks to the door. I'm going whether you are or not. You can risk it on your own or come with me. Fine, you have a point. But keep in mind that I never miss a shot. Now that that's settled, please give us a few minutes to properly prepare. I wasn't exactly planning on storming a Mafia stronghold today. Aurelia walks over to the kitchen. She pulls out a small bag that I recognize as a salve from a cabinet and puts it on the counter. You're coming too? Aurelia starts pulling out weapons out of the bag without looking, responds. Of course I am. But I'm pretty fucking annoyed. You people are as bad as Pax, dragging me into dangerous messes all the time. Aurelia mutters under her breath as she continues her preparations. God damn it, Takumi, you stupid idiot. I'll kick your ass later. You better be alive. I smile at Aurelia where she can't see me. She must be really upset to be talking like that. Naoki, Jinsou, and Yasuhiro begin planning their entry into Azucena's stronghold. I try to stay out of the way while the others prepare and strategize. Takumi, you better still be safe and alive, you idiot. What kind of shit are you trying to pull anyway? I sigh, quietly wishing to myself that I can see him again soon. And when I do, I'll tell him that I'm alright, that none of this was his fault. We decided to split up and go in groups, 'cause that always goes well. The 3 men would go first, but if they took too long, I was to teleport inside to them along with Aurelia and help out. The plan was designed to create as little risk as possible to the weakest and least experienced members, but Jinsou refused to leave the 2 vampires alone. I may be human, but I am a supernatural detective. I'm used to dealing with vampires, so just worry about yourself, Yasu. Yasu gives a little nod and Jinsou smiles. Are you sure you're going to be alright, Yasu? Aren't you rusty? Nah. For me, it's like no time has passed and my body is stronger than ever. I got this. If you two are done posturing, then let's head inside. Good luck, all of you. With that, the three go down a side alley, leaving Aurelia and me by ourselves. They're headed to where the Okura's base is, underground. Aurelia folds her arms and leans against a wall. She stares up at the full moon ahead of us, staying in the shadows. I sigh and lean against the wall with her. I decide to ask Aurelia a question that's been on my mind. Aurelia, how do you think Takumi will respond to Yasu now being a vampire? To be honest, I don't want to think about it. The feeling of something akin to dread grasps at me. I'm sure he'll be glad to have him back, though, right? Aurelia doesn't say anything, but nods faintly, and we fall into silence again. I look up at the moon again, ignoring the whispering shadows, now closer than ever before. I glance at my watch. It's been an hour since they left. I look at Aurelia, who nods and looks back at me. Time to go. Whatever we meet in there, though, it ain't gonna be pretty. We may not come back out alive, but don't you dare let yourself think like that. Focus on survival. Focus on seeing Takumi again. I swallow and nod in agreement. I reach out and grab Aurelia's small hand. Let's go. I close my eyes, and then in my mind's eye, send my soul out to look for the most familiar one, Yasu's. I sense it some distance away and put all my focus onto him. The now familiar feeling of porting engulfs me, and I hold on tighter onto Aurelia, half paranoid that I might lose her. I teleport with Aurelia right in the middle of a big fight between several vampires and the guys. As we appear on the scene, I see Jinsel pointing a gun my way, us having apparently gotten into his trajectory. He nearly shoots me, but Naoki runs toward me, picks me up, and moves before I even have time to process what's going on. He runs off again just as quick. Nice job, Kate. Really puts us right in the middle of the action. Aurelia takes out a fancy-looking dagger of her own and thrusts it into a random nearby vampire's shoulder. I only have time to notice numerous bodies on the floor before one of the vampires comes at me. I panic, end up somehow dodging him, and then I kick him away from me. Nice one, Kate. Have you been training with Taku? Yasu yells as he shoots a vampire charging at him right between the eyes. The vampire crumples to the floor. Actually, no. With me. Unlike the others, I have no time for snarky comments. I decide to try out a spell I've been studying to make people fall unconscious. Because after what happened last time, I don't want to kill anyone. My goal is to snap my fingers and make one of the random vampires fighting everyone to pass out at once. But something goes wrong, and one of the vampires ends up being thrown back at a wall. He almost hits Naoki, who narrowly dodges him. If that's what you call helping, don't. Sorry. My bad. Amidst the mayhem, I notice Nao calmly take down opponent after opponent. He seems to be employing some sort of precise martial arts moves instead of the street fighting all the other vampires use. I don't have time to wonder about him before another vampire is upon me. He grabs me and squeezes so hard that I think my bones are going to break. I snap my fingers in his face. He passes out and I fall to the ground with him. I quickly roll away and get up. Suddenly, a group of other vampires rush in. I hear some of them yell, "For the silver dogs!" before quickly joining in the fight. I watch as the vampires fight each other, and I'm actually not sure who is who anymore. I just try to stay out of the way as I don't want to accidentally attack someone who's on our side. So I settle for defending my friends instead. Snapping my fingers several times, I knock out quite a few vampires that were attacking. In this manner, the battle is quickly over and everyone's left breathing heavily. Aurelia stands to face the vampires that identified themselves as silver dogs. Why are you here? We knew of Azucena's trap for Naoki and Detective Yasuhiro, so we decided to take that chance to kill off as many of her loyalists as possible. With this victory, we who are only loyal to Kinzu Okura will be able to take over the gang again. Hold up. Trap? Where is Azucena? She's not here. Once she heard that you had woken up, she knew you'd come after her eventually. She's been hiding out for days. Another vampire steps forward, one that I recognize as the leader of the Silver Dogs. I believe she was following a lead about that white-haired kid, if you want to go after her. She probably had her lover boy with her too. He adds the last part, nodding at Nao, who gives no expression. You just want us to take care of her for you. Of course. So we wish you all the luck, and thank you for your help so far. He laughs and leaves, but not before ordering his men to clean up the mess on the floor. My information must have been bad, but it was meant to get us killed. God damn it. I'm sorry. Yasu pats Jinsel on the back. This chick is devious as hell and hard to catch. Don't worry about it. I can't hold it in anymore. Ugh, what now? Where is Taku? Something nearby explodes, causing Yasu to just narrowly dodge the shrapnel. Naoki's steady and cool voice comes in then, cutting through my frustration. Calm down and think about this logically. You know him well. What do you think he's doing? Where would he be now? The last we know of him, he was upset because of what happened to me. Me getting shot by Azucena. I know Takumi. He must be trying to do something stupid. Going after Azucena, or even trying to find a way out of humanity. Naoki suddenly frowns and looks away. You don't think... If he is, I'll murder him myself. I look at everyone in confusion. What? What do you all... But then everything clicks. Wait, Taku and Jun are together. So you think... We all look at each other. Come with me. Chapter 13. Noir. Naoki brings us to an unexpected place, Carnivalis, the place where the fight between Takumi and Jun took place. The place seems empty, and Naoki goes up to the bar looking for a bartender. I push my hood back a little and a girl comes out. Ah, Mr. Naoki, how are you? Pressed for time, Haruna. Has Jun been by here tonight? Ah, yes, sort of. He and a beautiful lady came through, but didn't look like Mr. Jun wanted to be with her. Mr. Jun just looked at me and they went through the back. The only thing that's back there is access to the rooftop, though. I didn't get a good look at him, but he didn't look good. I thought I saw blood. I'm sure I did. Was there a man with white hair, too? Oh, yes, there was. He didn't look well at all, either. Everyone looks at each other. Naoki gives a quick nod and starts heading towards the back. Oh, are you going up there, too? We are. Thanks for your help. I hope everything's okay. With that, we go toward the back with grim expressions. I find myself praying to whoever or whatever might be listening that Takumi is all right. Naoki opens the door to the rooftop, and even through the rain we immediately spot who we're looking for. Oh, he looks great. Azucena and Takumi, who is fighting against her with daggers while she only uses her gun to block. My god, he looks like hell. What have they done to him? My first instinct is to run to him, but Aurelia places a firm hand on my arm. I look at her, but she only shakes her head. We can't distract him. I don't know what to say. I'm able to understand her mouthed words, and I whip my head back around to watch Takumi, frustrated with my own uselessness. Seconds feel like hours as the two fight back and forth, Azucena easily holding her own against Takumi. As the fight goes on, I notice it. Something's not right. Something's off about Taku. He's different. He's covered in sweat, holding himself with one arm, shaking. His eyes keep changing strangely, like a weird vivid purple glow. He isn't. No, not a... God fucking damn it. Why would he do this? He's gone too damn far. I look around the rooftop and off to the side. I spot Jun being held back by several vampires. Azucena seems to be having fun fighting Taku, and she only spares us a triumphant glance. More of Azucena's lackeys file in behind us, blocking off the door. One thing is clear. Azucena planned even this. We walked right into another trap. Azucena moves at a leisurely pace during the entire fight, and I know she thinks she's won. Everyone around me seems to be evaluating the situation in her every move. Azucena holds her gun up and actually shoots at Takumi this time, forcing him to leap back to avoid the bullet. Things are at a standstill until Takumi stops and finally sees us. Sees me, alive and well. Locking eyes with me, he freezes. An opportunity that leaves an opening for Azucena, which she gladly takes. The shot hits him hard, sending him flying backward. Takumi falls to the ground. Takumi! Nothing else matters. I run towards him, which immediately causes everyone to start fighting. The vampires surround everyone, and Yasu and Jinsul pull out their guns and start a firefight.
There was a firefight!
I have to go get to him. That's the only thought that dominates my mind entirely. I move through the chaos. Naoki attacks Azucena, dodging her bullets in between landing a few hits of his own. I dodge out of the way of a vampire, and with a snap of my fingers, he crumples to the ground. A cold sensation momentarily grips at my heart, but I ignore it and keep moving. Yasu keeps trying to get to Azucena, yelling obscenities at her as he shoots down her lackeys left and right. They're not letting him move an inch. I elude a bullet sent my way. I can't even tell who shot at me this time. Aurelia and Jinsul stand back, offering their support. Aurelia savagely attacking a vampire while Jinsul shoots it. A pissed-off-looking vampire jumps in front of me. He swings at me with a knife. A loud gunshot rings through. All I manage to see is blood spattering everywhere before he falls limp to the ground. I look to the side to see Jinsul pointing his gun where the vampire was standing. I give him a little nod and mouth thanks before jumping over the dead vampire and running to Takumi. But even as Takumi lies there bleeding, clutching his chest, he sees me and screams, "Stay back! Get out of here! I don't want you to get hurt!" I throw up a shield to protect myself from a stray bullet as I continue to move closer to him. By who? Azucena? Or you? Alright, so I'm freaking pissed that he's doing this. What kind of an idiot is he? On the ground, groaning while Naoki attacks Azucena, he manages to mumble, I'm doing it for you." As Azucena shoots at Naoki, she laughs. How romantic. Are you seriously talking about this during a life or death fight? Naoki runs around her gunshots and tries to grab Azucena, but she manages to whip him in the face with her gun. She gives him a powerful kick away from her and he flies into the opposite direction. The moment he lands, one of her guys attacks him. Azucena sets her sights on me. I almost reach Takumi when Azucena runs up to me and grabs me from behind. Wait, we haven't gotten to him yet? I thought we were... Ah! No! Seeing this, Takumi struggles and with blood falling faster, pushes himself up to his feet. No, Takumi, stay down. I'm fine. I'm more than fine. With a strange, almost lazy posture, he stares at Azucena. How are you standing? Quickly, she places her gun to my temple, but Taku is suddenly just there, in front of me. He tears Azucena's arm away from me and pulls me into his. This close to him, I can see the wounds he suffered on his face, the blood spilling from them mingling with the rain. The rips in his clothing, the blood spatters on his clothes. Just how much did Taku suffer at her hands? He raises a single dagger to Azucena. They tip at her throat, and he growls. I've had enough of you. For years you've trampled on people. You've destroyed lives and families to get what you want. Taku presses the dagger into Azucena's throat. Now, you're gonna get a taste of your own medicine. Something glints under the moonlight as Taku raises his lips in an almost inhuman snarl. Fangs? Coupled together with the vicious expression on his face, painted with wounds and blood, it's clear that Takumi isn't human anymore. Taku immediately moves to push the dagger into Azucena's throat, but lightning fast, she knocks his wrist away and jumps back. Takumi lets me go and gives me a push towards safety. Then he runs after Azucena and begins swiping and jabbing at her with his dagger furiously. The following fight is so intense that it's hard to follow it with my eyes. Like Aurelia had said before, Takumi is almost like an enraged animal, but he's so much stronger now, and so much faster. Is this the power of a vampiric transformation? Azucena is clearly on the defense and suffers multiple cuts from Takumi's daggers. He won't let her get enough distance or time to load her weapon, so she only can rely on her natural speed and power. However, even that now seems lacking in comparison to Takumi. Whenever she does manage to get a shot in, Takumi dodges it with ease. He makes it look so easy that it's almost laughable. But as I watch closely, I see it. Takumi's face is not only contorted with rage, but with pain also. I grow worried, watching, wondering, can I do anything to help? Should I? He gave up everything for this strength, to interfere now. Even if I save him, that might destroy him. But at this rate, he'll kill her. Fucking let her kill him. I look around for a moment and notice that all the other vampires are either incapacitated or dead. Jinsul, Yasu, Naoki, who is gently helping his brother Jun stand, and Aurelia, they only watch the fight closely. No one makes a move to interfere. Even though it must be clear that Takumi is losing it and about to make a huge mistake. No one makes a single move to help. Maybe they know they shouldn't interfere. Still, there must be something I can do to help him. Even if I'm not supposed to, if he needs help, how can I just ignore it? I promised I'd protect him. If no one else will, I have to be the one to save him. I steel myself and shout, Takumi! You don't have to do this! Takumi doesn't turn. He doesn't stop wrestling with Azucena, the two now locked in a power struggle. So let's distract him even further. Azucena strains against Takumi. She tries to get her finger on the trigger with one hand while holding his wrist to keep him from stabbing her with the other. I could swear I see his eyes dart to me, so I get the courage to continue. You didn't need to change yourself to be better for anyone, and you don't need to kill on behalf of those who have been wronged by her. Let justice be served, not revenge. I see Jinsel nod out of the corner of my eye. Emboldened, I continue. Revenge isn't going to make her pay for her crimes. Once you kill her, she'll get off easy, and you'll have her blood on your hands. It isn't going to bring anyone back. It isn't going to bring back the time your family lost with Yasu. But you can rely on us for help. Let us bring her into the authorities and let us help you move forward. That's right, Taku. I'm here now. In a quiet voice, I murmur, you don't need any more burdens on your conscience. You don't need to shoulder them all alone anymore. Please rely on us. Please rely on me. Whatever future there is, I want to face it with you. Takumi continues to struggle against Azucena despite my speech. The moments stretch on before he suddenly lets out an inhuman roar and pushes her away, hard. He grabs the gun out of her hand as she falls. Azucena stumbles back, attempting some sort of save, but she slips and falls. Breathing heavily, she props herself up with her elbows. Yasu, Jinsol, Aurelia, and the twins surround a now weaponless Azucena. Yasuhiro stands at her feet with a gun pointed right at her. I run to Takumi as he collapses to the ground, panting and in obvious pain, the transformation clearly progressing further. I hold him up as he pushes himself to kneel. We watch Azucena and the others a little ways away. Azucena viciously glares up at Yasuhiro. Oh my god. Please. This is already a tense enough moment. Goodness. Make it more tense. Okay. As some last-ditch effort, she leaps up at him with an angry yell. A gunshot cuts through her yell and the sound of rain around us. For a second, it seems like Yasu fired only a warning shot. Azucena stands frozen, just a few inches away from him. But then she coughs and blood spurts from her mouth. Wide-eyed, she gasps for air and unceremoniously falls to the ground. A puddle of blood starts to slowly form all around her limp body. Yasu! Jinsel grabs Yasu's shoulder with one hand, aggressively pulling him back to look at him. He stares him in the face, but Yasu only stares down at Azucena's body. Fucking finally someone killed the bitch. Dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. Jesus Christ. All these fucking Jedi around, and I'm like the Sith that's like, dude, let him kill her. I'm with this guy. Fucking finally someone killed the bitch. That would be nice, but she isn't dead. Oh. Look. They all look down to see that Azucena is lying on the ground with blood pouring out of her shoulder. Her face is turned to the side and her eyes slowly open. Azucena stares at nothing as the rain falls around us. She doesn't even try to hold her shoulder out of pain or stop the bleeding. She doesn't move at all, just lies there in defeat. Azucena's quiet voice is just barely heard over the sound of rainfall. All I ever wanted was to be sure that my love could stay by my side. Jinsel was the only one to quietly respond. Do you mean Kenzo? But Azucena doesn't respond directly. She continues to stare at nothing as she mumbles. My love, was that why you conspired with the sorceress? Azucena gives the faintest nod. An artifact. That's all it would have taken to be together forever. Why did the Chronos have to be worthless? Azucena's eyes fall onto me. I barely pay her any mind as I desperately hold Takumi. He struggles in my arms, his breathing labored, groaning and sweating as the transformation progresses. Do you know the kind of hell that awaits you? I look at Azucena. The void would be a comfort, compared to the desolate wasteland that your life becomes when love leaves you. And with eternity facing you, he will leave your side one day. Azucena whispers, tears running down her face and mixed with the rain. Don't you understand how we're the same? Our long lifespans and human lovers, we'd do anything to prevent living on past them. Her words have some twinge of truth to them. I can relate. I can feel some smidgen of sympathy for her now that I know her motivations, but you're right. I do understand more than anyone now. But your actions are unforgivable. If you live only for yourself, using, abusing, and trampling those around you, the universe will pass judgment on you. One day, it always comes to bear. You'll get back what you give times 3. Yeah, shove a dildo up her ass and move on. Like, I'm done with them. They're like, she's not worth it. Like, no. Azucena only closes her eyes at my words and starts to silently sob. Next to Azucena, I see Aurelia look disturbed at my words, but I don't have time to think about why. I'm unable to take it anymore. Takumi suddenly yells out and completely collapses into my arms. No, not like this. Not like this. My baby boy.
Like this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
I look down and then turn to Naoki. Can you stop the transformation? That's impossible. You either transform or you die. Even Detective Yasuhiro eventually turned after being in stasis for years. With Arai's injuries, I would be surprised if he even made it through the transformation alive. So there's nothing I can do? I look down at Taku's pained face and bury my face in his neck. Why? You don't need to change. You didn't need to change. You could have relied on us. Why didn't you rely on us? Aurelia and Yasu leave Azucena to the others and walk over to me. Yasu kneels next to me and gently places his hand on my back. Aurelia kneels down to examine Takumi. Feeling completely useless and frustrated, all my feelings come pouring out as I look at Takumi. Why don't you understand? I don't want you to be anything more than you. You're amazing just the way you are, without even having to do any of the things you train so hard to do. But that makes you 100 times more amazing anyway. Do you not already see how unbelievable you are? How far you've come and all the incredible things you've already done? You're an idiot for not realizing how wonderful you are. But I love you. I fell in love with you for who you already are, and nothing more. Aurelia reaches out to check Takumi's pulse in his neck, and I move just a little to give her access. It's faint. My senses aren't developed enough to see souls, but at that moment, I see. I see Takumi's soul start to flicker like a candle in the wind. Desperate for some confirmation that I'm just seeing things, I look to Yasu, but I see his own eyes filling with tears. No. I look at Aurelia and she just shakes her head. No one will meet my eyes. I look back down at Takumi's face and see that it's relaxed. He looks so peaceful. No, I won't let you die. In desperation, I close my eyes. Last chapter, chapter 14, Salvation. It's been months since I last saw your smile. I've bought some flowers to take to you, pink lilacs. Naoki told me they mean acceptance. Accepting all the things that have happened would be a relief. I'd like to pretend that none of this ever happened. What the fuck is this shit? I know. I'd like to pretend that none of this ever happened. That I could turn around and see you standing there at any moment. But that can't happen yet. This too shall pass, they say. Time heals all wounds, they say. But when? In reality, there is no time. It's only in your head. Time Time winds at the pace you deem it should. Truth can be heavier than any individual sadness, because it's something you can't escape. Being with you made me able to live my life in a new way. Without you, I have no doubt that I would have been stagnant, lost in the fog of darkness. Without you, what happened to me with Shizuka would have consumed me whole. With you, I didn't even have time to think about my problems. We were just trying to make progress, just trying to survive. You lived in such a way as to have lived every moment to its fullest. Pink lilacs. I was told they also mean youth, and that the color pink itself can also mean love. If I give you enough of these, if I surround you with love, will you wake up again?
Got him!
I walk into a hospital room and place the flowers next to the bed. I look down at Takumi and brush some stray hairs out of his face. Dude, when I tell you I was so upset the first time I thought I was like, no, this is fucked up. But he's just in a coma again. We're back in coma land. I look down at Takumi and brush some stray hairs out of his face. He's been asleep for months, just like Yasu. I wonder if the hospital is going to be suspicious with all these comas, especially in the same family. I laugh, a bittersweet sound to my ears. Yasu and Taku just traded positions, really. But I was the only one ever in a real comatose state. Takumi and Yasu, they're just in stasis. I sigh. How many years will it be until I hear his voice again? I don't ever want to forget what his voice sounds like. How he laughs, that little crinkle in his left eye when he laughs too hard. Comas run in the family. Seeing him so completely motionless like this is more than unnerving, but all I can do is wait and hope. I sit down next to his bed and sigh again, putting my hand in his. Well, I've got eternity to wait. I stare at Takumi's still form for an amount of time that I don't bother to count. I never do. After a while, I decide that it's time to go home. I lean over to kiss Takumi on the forehead. Bye, Takumi. But as I lean over, I'm suddenly grabbed from below and pulled down to his body. Hold on. I'm going to snooze these so that you can... A high-pitched squeak escapes my lips before I can stop it. I look down to see Takumi smiling as he gives me a weak squeeze. He lets me pull myself back up so I can properly see him. You're so cute. No, you! He whispers and wipes his eyes as he looks around the room in confusion. But where the hell am I? What happened? Is this a hospital? I'm too stunned to react. I want to jump and yell, how are you awake? But at this moment I forget how to even breathe. Takumi stretches and then pushes himself to sit up. Tears begin to uncontrollably roll down my face. I lean over and give him the biggest hug, practically squeezing him to death. A hug? You kiss this motherfucker right now. Hey. Ow. Wait, what? Ow. Wasn't I a vampire? Shouldn't I be healed by now? And you shouldn't be strong enough to hurt me at all. I pull back again. Really? I hurt you? Well, good. That probably means it worked. I punch his arm with just a little bit of force behind it. Ah, hey, seriously, I just woke up. And what worked? What did you do? You're probably going to hate me for the rest of your life, but I believe I managed to stop your transformation, just like Shizuka tried to do for Yasu. I used the same technique as she did. Boo. I'd be mad. Big mad. It helped that I was able to get to you fast enough, I think. Taku stares at me in shock, apparently not knowing what to say. I look down at my hands and quietly continue. I don't want you to be anything more than you. You're amazing just the way you are. I remember you saying that before. I feel a crushing awkwardness press down between us. He heard me? Then, so what now? I clap my hands together suddenly, making Takumi jump. Okay, I should go call your family and let them know. Without another word, I rush out of the room. Takumi's parents and Yasu come in soon after I call them, and everyone's excited to see Takumi finally awake. Naoko cries tears of joy as she hugs a very red-looking Takumi. Tsurumatsu smiles as he watches his wife and son. Thank you for taking care of him, Kate. Finally, it's over. Both my boys are safe. Thank you, Kate. Watching the happy family, I realized that I actually feel good about myself and my powers for once. I even feel thankful for them at this moment. I'm happy that I was able to use them to do something and help this family that I've been through so much. And no matter what happens in the future, I'm so glad I had them because I was able to save you, like you've been doing for me all this time. Somehow, I think Takumi somehow understands my feelings at least a little because of the tender smile he gives me. He mouths thank you to me, and I smile too, mouthing the same words right back at him. Oh. This is the final chapter. I'm on the hospital rooftop watching the sunset with my fingers gripping the fence. It's been a few days since Takumi woke up. Under our normal schedule, I'd only be waking up about now. A familiar scent envelops me as I'm suddenly hugged from behind. I jump at the sudden feeling of Takumi's arms around me. I nearly elbow him in the face, except that he jumps back and dodges it. I turn around on my heel to face him. You scared the shit out of me. Ugh, why are you here? And still in your hospital clothes. Truthfully, I'm so used to seeing him in badass leather and gear that it's supremely adorable to me. Why wouldn't I be? And I hate these. Can't wait to get back into my own clothes. And, well, I think they're cute. Really? Well, if you like them, then it's not so bad. He comes to stand next to me, also putting his fingers through the fence holes. We look out over the city together. I find myself recalling that last desperate night we had together months ago, and I feel my cheeks flood with heat. Ugh, how do we move forward from here? We haven't talked about any of that, even once. I turn to look at Takumi. We should talk about it, so might as well do it now. I think it's been put off for long enough. Yeah, kinda. But as soon as I open my mouth, Takumi already has me pulled into his arms. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm gonna snooze those again. It's the very end. As soon as I open my mouth, Takumi already has me pulled into his arms. His lips crash into mine, kissing me so deeply that it steals my breath away. I relax into the kiss and let the happiness flood my whole body as I melt into his arms. I try to express that I feel the same way about him through the kiss and body language. I wrap my arms around him and hold on to him tight, closing any space between us completely. His lips are warm and soft, a contrast with the tip of his cold nose, which makes me pull back as I start to giggle. We stand staring at each other, cheeks thoroughly flushed. The evening breeze whips around us, and he looks away without letting go of me. I need to confess, in case you somehow didn't notice by now, I love you, Kate. I always have. I love you. Always have. Maybe since the first time I saw you. You were always special to me, but you never seemed to feel that way about me. It was always Yasu. Yasu always got everything before me, but you were the one thing I didn't want him to have. Taku awkwardly scratches his cheek as he continues. I decided I'd fight for you until you loved me, but then you left. I couldn't forget you even still, though. I've never stopped feeling the way I did. Loving you, I mean. Why is this so hard? Taku tries to pull away in embarrassment, but I catch him. You're not going anywhere. And neither am I. Never again. And well, you should know how I feel about you by now, or I'd never have done any of this. I'm surprised you knew how I felt about Yasu. I guess I must have been pretty obvious, but I'm sorry that I never noticed your feelings for me. I was too focused on him and myself at that age. I thought of you more as a little brother than anything. Still, I'm sorry I hurt you. Takumi looks hopeful even despite my guilty conscience and steps closer to me. Thanks, though it wasn't your fault. It feels nice to hear. So then, what do you think of me now? Can you say it? I want to hear it out loud. I roll my eyes and continue, embarrassed and blushing myself. I think you're a giant dork, that's what. I look at him, but I don't think of you as a brother anymore. And I'm in love with you too. Takumi smiles brightly and suddenly picks me up and spins me around. I cling on to him, ready to protest, but he puts me down before I get the chance. Can you maybe not do that without warning again? I'll think about it. He leans down to kiss me again as the city lights twinkle in the distance, and I feel, for the first time since I've had these powers, completely relaxed, completely happy in Takumi's arms. with no regrets. Here's Takumi. My sweet baby angel. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. I really love that one. That was one, you know, they make Takumi like kind of dorky, but like I didn't expect to like this one as much, but it's my second favorite. We're gonna play Shu next. But yeah, that's Takumi. I love it so much. Yeah, it's so good. Even though if I'm him, I'm pissed off that I stopped being like, I want to be a vampire. I'd be so mad. There are still other ways that can end too, like I said about Shinji, but I will leave you, you know, some options if you ever do want to play this for yourself. It is like the prologue is free, and all their stories are like $2, $3, and then like $1 for the epilogues. So yeah, we have Shu next.